Stocks back to the downside here this morning on the back of a big rebound Friday that followed this surprise announcement from the Supreme Court. If you missed it, throwing out essentially all of the prior Trump tariffs. We'll touch on what that means coming up. As far as what to expect going forward, 15% potentially on the table here globally, right across the board, which would essentially be higher than where we were initially anyway. So market liked this decision on Friday. We had the initial sell-off off the open, then 10 o'clock comes around and it was just straight to the upside. We go out basically on the highs, going back to that Thursday high, coming back in a little bit here this morning. So a lot of uncertainty, a lot of question marks, I think, going into this week on will we get more details? I mean, I was reading one note this morning that was suggesting he's throwing this number out again, but I mean, remember, this is how he plays the game, right? Oh, yeah. He starts high and then ends up somewhere in the middle. This note that I was reading this morning suggesting that by the election, we could have more clarity and, be somewhere around even lower than 10% potentially.
We'll have to wait and see, Brendo. As you probably saw already, the European Union kind of withdrawing their commitment to the deal that had been struck between the EU and the United States. Some Asian countries kind of doing the opposite. They're like, no, we're going to stick with the current framework as it is, perhaps not wanting to aggravate the current administration. The Europeans taking a bit of a different turn. It's really interesting to see because my understanding was he's got a 150-day sunset window on these 15% tariffs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, the new enabling statute allows for a period of 150 days, so a little bit less, pardon me, than half a year, and then they've got to be renewed. There apparently is a move in the Senate now to try to codify some of these, but being widely speculated, there isn't enough support. They may try to force reconciliation through as a method to get these through, but debate or not whether it can get through in the House.
Yeah, and I think the other huge question that was left on the table going back to Friday was, okay, so what happens if there's refunds in order? There was no details whatsoever that came across from that. I was reading later on Friday and then over the weekend, it's just going to be a free-for-all essentially, and it's going to be up to the individual countries to approach the U.S. and essentially say,
get it back.
Give me my damn money back, or at least try to. But I mean, that could take years, let's be honest.
And I think he's relying on that exact fact, right? That, it's going to take a long time to get the money back. We'll have to wait and see. There's a whole lot to talk about in addition to tariffs. There's a lot of notes today from Wells Fargo on some of the Mag 7 names, couple of upgrades, couple of downgrades. Those are on the morning note as well. And then a big move here being made by Novo Nordisk, Brendo, to the downside to the tune of 13 2/3 as its weight loss drug fails to meet the same standard of Eli Lilly. And then President Trump in focus again, making comments about Susan Rice and Netflix. So that'll be more in focus today.
Yeah, potentially there was details on another bid as well from the Paramount side, or more details on a potential bid for the Paramount side as well. OpenAI coming out this morning talking about $600 billion in compute spend through 2030, which is, I think, an uptick again from the last figure we saw coming out of OpenAI. On the AI front specifically, I don't know if you've run into this problem. It's driving me nuts with ChatGPT specifically, though. But if you use the same chat window, essentially, too long, it gets to a point where it just cannot function.
Okay.
It's too much information, I guess, to continue to process and spit out an answer.
Yes, I've been suffering through this problem for many months now, Brendo. Yes, they did. I don't know if you remember, but remember there was a limit to the memory that each chat could have, and then it would forget. You would have to start a new one. So they fixed that a little bit, right? They extended the memory, but at the expense of what?
Did they?
At the expense of speed, because it's a snail's pace after you get a certain amount. I agree.
I have Pro too. Like it's just unreal. Anyways, $600 billion may or may not resolve that problem, but remember, this is on the heels of another headline suggesting $1 trillion on the valuation for OpenAI, another one that could be in the pipeline here for an IPO. We get not much on the economic side of things this week. There is a PPI number that comes at the end of the week on Friday, a little more on the inflation side of things. All eyes, though, on Wednesday, going to be the big day this week with Nvidia reporting. Good morning, guys.
Oh, yeah, that's right. A little company called Nvidia.
Be a fun one.
Yeah, I think so. Look, welcome everybody. Yeah, well, Novo just found out the hard way. You go up, you go head to head, you go toe to toe, and in a head-to-head trial, losing Eli Lilly, they're down 13%. There's going to be some like overhang from last week where most of the reaction is like, look what happened and look what bounced and what was strong after the tariff decision, and then look at what was not. So I think you want to go back to that well a little bit. Crypto had a pretty bad weekend, losing 65K, but then we're kind of bouncing back overnight, or this morning, I should say. So you do have a little bit of, it looked really bad on the weekend, and there's still geopolitical tensions because everyone thinks something's going on with Iran possibly soon. So you got to keep that ear to the ground. We'll always do that when it comes to the news. One of the other things that we got to watch out for is there were some big time droppers on Friday. Like, think of names that I don't know how much they were covered. Like Rocket Labs stands out as one. This one lost like $10 top to bottom, so double-digit move to the downside for Rocket Lab, kind of breaking some trends. So there's a few names that were not exactly part of that bounce that we saw when the Supreme Court overturned that tariff decision. So a lot of things rallied, but keep an eye on some of the names that broke down. That's why Rocket Labs is going to be on my watch today.
Yeah, and started off with congratulations to the United States. They were, well, it
was a great game.
I was saying, like, Canada completely outplayed them, but at the end of the day, you get that goal. And I was saying, I'm watching it like no other sport, hockey, like, one little bounce here or there, and the game is over. And that's, so just congratulations. It sucks because.
Especially 3-on-3 changes everything.
3-on-3 is a different, it's
a different beast.
It's the dominating in the regular time. The stat is it was expected goals. That game was 6.3 for Canada and 2.7 for United States. So it's just that Hellebuck just made so many big saves. So congratulations to that. And it's too bad because I feel like Canada obviously did outplay them, but at the end of the day, only one team gets the medal. And you could see with silver prices up today. You can see SLV here. A lot of Canadians running to buy some silver maybe today. But there it is, up 3%. So amongst global uncertainties, of course, silver going to be high. It's going to be the number one trade for me today. Is going to be looking at silver. And then, of course, we have Nvidia one more time here. Wow, just a big move ahead of earnings. It's already up. It's not like it's a big move today, but it's up against a market that's heading down. Market's down 0.6. Nvidia's actually up. They do catch an upgrade. I just noted on Sharif's. I didn't see it actually, but it's on Sharif's note there. So Nvidia catches an upgrade today. So looking to maybe break through here ahead of earnings, and we're almost at that spot right now. So this is breaking through Friday's highs. So watch out for 190.25 right now. This is the name that seems to be moving. And I was actually thinking about going the other way on advanced micro devices. Like this seems to be under the $200 marker, not getting the same love today as Nvidia. So thinking about shorting some AMD love around this $200 mark that we couldn't really get through on Friday once we busted to the downside. It was kind of a topping tail. Candles that got us through and then kept pushing back through lower. So advanced micro devices on the short side. Oh, Walmart. Oh, yeah, Walmart got hit. Yeah, there were some names got hit. You were talking about names that got hit last week. Yeah, we had shorted Walmart 130. It was a great trade. My stream deck might not even be up. Let's see if it's up. No, it's not. It's okay. I was going to say, well, it didn't matter. I was just going to say Walmart last week.
Well, I guess it bounced on Friday.
Yeah, so went to the downside, yes, on Friday. But did it bounce on Friday? I don't know if it did.
Oh, I don't know.
No, just
whatever chart you had up there.
Yeah, this is 130 there. We had that short on earnings. So we can have a look at that again here today. We talked about the tariffs going to 15% now. So that should be exciting as well. But it should be a good day with Michael Noss coming through. That should be exciting. There's only one day left until Trader TV Academy starts hitting, so that should be exciting for all of us as well. Out there, we can't wait to show you guys a little bit of what that's all about and what we've been working on there with the Academy, so that should be good. That's coming out tomorrow. Trading the futures today as well should be a good one. So looking at TQs, looking at silver early, looking at AMD. So that's on sort of my watch. And then Bitcoin, got to 64 last night. It's just one of those things again where I feel like it's trying to form this bottom, and it's like, this is platinum from before, but if you're gonna look at Bitcoin, oops, how many C's are in Bitcoin? OIN, there it is, Bitcoin USD. Let's go to Coinbase. And just go to a daily chart. You're forming out down here, and it seems like it might want to, That time it went to 60,000. I mean, oh boy. But right there, it looks like it's trying to get lower. Like, I don't even think that there's much to do here with crypto right now. I don't think you necessarily want to go long. I mean, you for sure got to break that 72 area before you start thinking about going long. But all these highs are just met with, sort of downside again. So, drawing another line, you're just going to try to see about trying to break something like that, into the downside. And then you're basically trying to make a little bit of a flag if you go at the bottom. Oops. This is trading view here. Right, something. You're trying to break through this little wedge here. We'll see what happens with Bitcoin. But, breaking back down below and hanging out underneath 65 is not going to be great. So we'll have to wait to see if Bitcoin eventually wants to make a move and hang below 65. But as long as we're above 65,000, I think it's okay. So let's wait to see what winds up happening there. And the way to trade that would be through IBIT. So IBIT right down here, trying to form that same pattern, obviously on IBIT. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. I think we could probably play short Bitcoin today as well. So
yeah, that's on the radar. It feel like there's been a short in Bitcoin. Has been able, when you can't break out any resistance, then at some point, you're getting an opportunity to short it. There was some in the afternoon on Friday as well. But if you're a small cap trader, or at least like looking at them, then don't forget RXT. This was one from last week. Rackspace is up another 15%. It's still challenging that $2 level that we left you with as the high on Friday, but still looking pretty strong. Good, I'd say good volume this pre-market. Maybe not quite as good as it was last week. And like we said last week, it had broken through some big levels on the daily. Pretty sure that you're going to be watching that, as well as, I saw that Vanda, maybe not as load. There we go. Maybe not as big of a break on the daily, but VNDA going to find its way in here. And I see a few people in the chat that like these small caps. You'll find Vanda Pharmaceuticals actually on our watch list this morning. They got like a FDA approval. The only thing with this is it's chilling out underneath the volume weighted average price right now after gapping to the upside. Usually like to see it over VWAP. But yeah, small cappers are going to be there. I know Sharif is excited because you traded Rackspace on Friday. RXT was one of the better ones.
It's fantastic, Neil, and I was trying to get you to get me shorts, and then, nicely enough, you told me that it was free to short, but we didn't end up taking that one short. It ended up holding the volume-weighted average price. We took it long. RKT obviously has that tie-up with Palantir, in case you're wondering, guys, and it's going to be probably a multi-day runner, so we'll keep an eye out on it today, Brendo, as long as it's above VWAP.
I was just noticing that the narrative overall seems to have shifted here a little bit as far as the analysts are concerned on the way they're looking at big tech this morning. It's been a long time. I can't even remember the last time you and I were sitting here talking about 3 different upgrades for the Mag 7 all in a single day.
See? Yeah.
And I mean, coming on the back of, that's Novo Nordisk for anyone who's wondering, coming on the back of what happened yesterday on Friday. I mean, these performed probably among the best on this Supreme Court decision. I mean, Google specifically was just up and away. It goes out basically on the highs to end the day. Here we are basically right back at that high with an upgrade today.
Yeah, it was Wells Fargo chiming in on a whole bunch of them. Also, Alethea upgraded Nvidia as well. We've got their report on Wednesday, so we'll definitely keep an eye out on that. Yeah, but Wells Fargo upgrading the price target on Meta, as well as chiming in on Alphabet. They were a little bit more cautious here on Amazon. They trimmed actually the price target from an entire dollar, Brendo, from 305 down to 304, but they did maintain their overweight rating. But nice to see them coming in all at once and give us their opinion on the Mag.
That just proves that humans have nothing to do with these price targets. It's like some algorithm that just spits out a random number. Microsoft with a headline this morning as well. We talked about the OpenAI spend angle. There's also a leadership change on the gaming side for Microsoft. What's this guy's name? Phil Spencer.
So,
yeah, 38 years he's been there.
And I have no idea who this Asha Sharma woman is, but some of the videos that I've been watching online are not very complimentary of her. They basically point out she has no gaming background whatsoever. She's coming from the AI division. And I guess that could maybe give you an idea of where gaming is going. If you're going to put an AI ahead of gaming, perhaps there's going to be an element of creativity by the user that kind of dictates how the game goes. I'm just guessing here because she's got no gaming experience whatsoever, so should be interesting. A lot of the purists didn't like this change.
Can you imagine if you're playing a game and it's just generating in real time?
I assume that's where it's going.
It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Nuts. Microsoft actually a little bit weaker, guys, but tech as a whole, Mag 7 a little bit more positive today.
Well, are they though?
Yeah, I mean a little bit more than the market, I guess. I mean, I've always liked Google. I mean, you talked about that one. I mean, I thought the Meta upgrade somewhat interesting as well because this is a name that, I mean, Meta's down, right? Down more than the market. And I think that's maybe what you want to do is just see in relationship to what these stocks are doing to the market, you know, in general. And I just think right now, if you're going to look at strength, I think it's Nvidia ahead. If you're talking about Mag 7, I think it's Nvidia ahead of their report on Wednesday. I think that's probably where you want to look. I don't know if people want to be short ahead of that number. That print coming out, Meta still can't get above its 50-period moving average. And I don't, you know, it's been all week spending underneath it. We tried to break it, came right back underneath again on the daily chart. So for me, this is still a push lower here on Meta, you know, back into $600. Everything I have today is littered with the short. We talked about AMD, but then Amazon, what do you have up, Microsoft? Okay, so Amazon had a really great day actually off the tariff announcement last week as well, as we started to bounce higher there. It never really got into the lows that we were there on Friday. We made a low back into 207, so that could be an area to look. But I think we're going lower today. Like Amazon down 1%. Like you mentioned that there's some strength here. I mean, Amazon's down, Meta's down, Microsoft you have is down with the market as well. Apple, I didn't even actually look at Apple. Apple's been a tough one to trade. Apple's down more than the market today. So yeah, it's some weakness for sure. And I think you want to short. I'm nervous ahead of Nvidia. I think it's going to be a great quarter. I just think that some of these tops, there's really no reason today to think that the market's going to go higher. I don't see, which generally means it's going opposite. But you know, this is actually, maybe I should write this down too, 265 short for Apple. That looks pretty good to me. So there's going to be a lot of trading opportunities to get short if the market rips. But for right now, we're still a couple points away from anywhere that I'm looking to go in that range. And yeah, now President Trump talking about licenses and things like that to get around the tariffs. Like they can put a licensing fee on countries. So I don't know, man. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff coming out today, and I just think it's all going to be negative.
The problem with it is if it goes that route, like even if whether it's the 10 or the 15 that's going on right now, is like different countries have made different deals. So you're going to have like some that are better off, and some that are worse, and it's like, well, okay, where's everything going to lie? So you have a ton of uncertainty going into this week. Now I get it, and I kind of scoffed with the notion that Microsoft was doing better than the overall market. Look, everything's 0.5% down. It's about the same as the Qs or the ES. But just here's the Nasdaq, right? Like look at Friday. Hey, what was our worst day last week? Well, it was early in the week. It was on Tuesday you had those lows, and you got some higher lows. Okay, so that's pretty distinctive. We're off of last week's lows, even though we're down. Well, look at Microsoft. Microsoft is on last week's lows. So while it's the same percent down than the overall market, we've bounced from that Tuesday bottom, or sorry, Monday bottom, and Microsoft is literally at it right now, looking for a potential flat bottom break in here. So like, I don't know, like this name in particular, like, I get it percentage-wise, and we'll always talk about, sometimes you look at your quote board or you look at your whatever it is, if you versus the SPY or versus the Nasdaq, and you'll see what's relatively weak and relatively strong. But the other thing that you should keep in mind is where things have been. And from that standpoint, like Microsoft stands out in a way in that, like, if we break down from right here, Microsoft breaks last week's lows, which is a bit of a flat bottom where it's consolidating, without the market even needing to break through its low. Like you could pull up, like if I just pull up the Nasdaq in the same sense, like if we just get down to Friday's lows in the Nasdaq, well, Microsoft is busting through, so it's easily relatively weak in my opinion. So looking at the things that are relatively strong and weak, that's why I'm on Rocket Lab today. It just came down to, like, this one stood out a little bit after, obviously Friday wasn't a very good day for Rocket Labs, and it stair-stepped down, kind of rejected a big level, and looking for some continuation there. But Softy falls into that bucket as weaker than the overall market. Now, the other thing that might give you an indication as to where some action might be would be in the options market. And that's why we go to Joey, no crutches.
We went, yeah, no crutches, yeah. I mean, we're walking now, guys. Good morning and happy Monday. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from last Friday. I think there's going to be a lot going on here. Let me pull up a contract here momentarily because this is inaccurate. But again, we're going to start things off with the precious metals. And SLV is going to be at the top of the list for me personally as well today. We are experiencing a little bit of a supply zone up into this $80 mark. As you can see, we're sitting on around 29,900 contracts and with volume around 14,600. That's going to be expiring this Friday. I like the way this contract is looking. We do have a gap up here today, this morning, obviously with spot itself continuing to climb higher. But I like our chances for a little bit of a continuation. You can see where we're sitting on top of a daily on the north end of a resistance zone. So we'll take a look at silver to see if we get any form of continuation this morning. Bid and ask, you can see we're only sitting at a $7 spread, guys, and $2 for those that expire this Friday. Now that 37 delta metric, relatively cool considering we're still slightly out of the money. But at the end of the day, if we climb up to there, you'll see an increase. And then same with your gamma exposure, light as well too, guys. And then your at the money IV continuing to slide. We were talking about this thing being 174% a couple of weeks ago. So you can see that that's slowly starting to cool off. And I mentioned the other day that it's somewhat of a bullish indicator. It doesn't work all the time, but I like cooling implied volatility. Why there's less fear in the market. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at the big brother of silver. I guess that's going to be gold here, guys. There's a substantial, there's a substantial amount of open interest at that $475 mark expiring this Friday. The bid and the ask, you're sitting at a $30 spread, but your delta is sitting at that $40 mark. And then also your gamma exposure, relatively cool. At the money IV sitting around 36.1%. But I'm going to be keeping my eyes on some silver this morning, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, the metals have to be on your mind today. If you're looking at what was probably the most simple sustained breakaway, had to be, coffee time, had to be silver. We'll get a breakaway right now. With
breakaway, like Celebrini got a breakaway, and so did McDavid got a breakaway. United States got 0 breakaways. Oh, well, sometimes you win some, you lose some. Yeah, I mean, you outplay and you outplay. The goalies was great. What was that? Oh, yeah. He broke through. He broke through Makar there at the first goal.
That's what happens, man.
Thank you, Randy. I guess you were watching the game there, Randy, as was everybody.
All of Canada.
We were lucky the game ended, and then we just made it just in time up to Aurora, almost in your area there, Magna Center there for our game yesterday. Oh, Mattawa, you were way up there. Okay. Wow. Were you doing some ice fishing, or what were you doing?
Oh, okay.
Chopping some wood,
Some firewood.
All right.
Well, you know what's hilarious? I don't know.
I'm on silver today. So.
Yeah, well, I saw a hilarious old video that I cannot believe. I don't know why YouTube suggests some ridiculously old stuff, but it was this old video, at least from years ago, where some dude was just on the street. He's like some sound money guy or whatever. And he's asking people if they would rather have, I don't know why it was a Hershey's bar, but he literally offered them like 10 ounces of silver.
Yeah.
Or like a Hershey bar. And like everyone's taking the Hershey bar. And I'm just like, and his whole thing is like, yeah, we're all cooked because we don't care.
Oh, okay.
Like anyone who wants a chocolate bar over 10 ounces of silver, you're nuts. Obviously that was different from prices today, but suffice to say, silver was the runner. And it was a steady uptrend. Outside of the first initial pullback, because that was obviously pretty nasty at about 10 o'clock. When it reversed, it just completely, and even went parabolic in the afternoon as well. And if you juxtapose that with what happened on Thursday, it was a complete consolidation day. You had kind of an up and down day the day before. It was the first definitive all-day trend that it's had in a while. And it's through that dump, the latest dump zone. And we've cleared out a lot of resistance here. So, all we have to do is try to fill in the gap from all the way back to, this will be like the 4th. And then if you get above 83, then you've got a serious gap up. So it's more like the 77, 78 area. Those are 2 levels I'm looking at this morning. And kind of like pull back in a prior day high, right? If you're looking for continuation, if the dip comes in, pull back in a prior day high, and then you've got room to break this gap and hopefully head into the 82 range. 82, 83 would be that resistance spot. Obviously, you get more bang out of your buck for silver in terms of volatility than gold. That's one of the reasons to trade it. And we're back above the 50-period moving average. So it's breaking out, looking to fill in that next gap here in SLV for sure, as it's looking strong. And there's nothing wrong with gold. It's just, you look at the difference between the two. We're usually at least twice the percentage move on SLV that you'd get over in GLD, but it is also a breakout. It gets breaking out locally as well. Just a matter of which you prefer, and you're just going to get a bigger percentage move out of silver. It works both ways. I mean, it also is going to be a bigger percentage move down if we reverse it today as well.
All right, I was just finishing up the note. Yeah, I mean, I have silver. Same kind of thing there. I really thought that move that happened on Friday was pretty epic. We had something like even on the 5-minute chart here, I mean, this is where it just kept on bumping up, kept on getting going. And, heading into today, we have more geopolitical worries. We have, crypto coming to the downside. We have the Nasdaq coming to the downside. We have the ES to the downside. We have banks to the downside. There's not much, that I'm thinking here market-wise that's going to be along. And whenever there's this kind of strife, we just looked at the options, so there's going to be some good plays over there as well. But gold and silver both carrying the day a little bit here early. So I always want to make sure that I'm on things at least. And look, they might not last, right? The trend could break. I mean, even right now on gold, it looks like it's trying to, well, it has broken, I guess. Now it's, man, this mouse down to the downside here, trying to break lower. So gold might be doing it right now. So I'm going to just stick on silver, ZSL, SLV, everything pulling back just a little bit, as we'll have to maybe check out the US dollar in a second. But this is looking like it wants to come back down through too as well. So the area that I wrote down for silver is actually kind of this little consolidation area between 76 to 76.50. So if we can get back into there, that'll be our first little area to buy, if like a guaranteed buy area. That's the levels that we write down. And then, looking always at VWAP. So right now VWAP's at 78. So maybe if we can get a bid that comes through. But I think silver long today is a must, right? I mean, you missed it on Monday. I mean, here's the move. So it takes up, right at 10 o'clock, whoosh, all the way down. We find the 200 period and then we go. So that could be something that we find here, and that's now at 77. So let's just be interested in it today and look at it. And if it's moving around, it'll be something to trade for me for sure. I just said the banks, but hold on a second. JP Morgan, must have been some dark print or something. I saw that it was moving around a little bit. Yeah, it's nothing. So 7,000 shares right now, JP Morgan down right there. The big one that's just broke through $19. We saw this on Friday, unfortunately, is SoFi. Looks like it wants to go lower again. There's that $19 mark that we got to on Friday, and now we're back underneath, down another 1.4% today for SoFi, continues to get hit. So there's lots of stuff going on today, man. There's going to be lots to talk about. Fed's Waller now speaking. Should be a good one. I like silver so much more than gold. I mean, it's such a better metal. I mean, it's even better one to win sometimes,
Yeah.
Anyways, sad day there.
At least there's that cute stuffed animal that everyone gets.
Yeah. Canada's been having a rough sporting year, but we'll get it back next year.
Hey, at least we won curling.
The Jays started men's curling, women's silver. So we actually did really bad. We only got 5 golds this time around. One of the worst performances from Canada in an Olympics.
If it wasn't for that one speed skater,
yeah, we weren't the greatest this time around, but. Okay, let's go back over to proud Canadian Joe over there. Let's go back over to the desk and see what Sharif and Brendan are talking about.
Laughing at Joe.
It sounds like that laugh from Wolf of Wall Street, the big guy in Wolf of Wall Street. Anyways, just reading a note here on Nvidia from KeyBank. Just coming across KeyBank's John Vin reaffirming an overweight rating on Nvidia, 275 price target, talking about the B300. And the GB300 shipments into China potentially. So a little bit of an uptick there if you zoom in a little bit on this chart to basically pre-market highs right now. Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. And this big report coming in on Wednesday, guys. Make sure to catch that with us on, I believe we're doing the market recap show for that that day. Look, a couple of analyst notes, of course, as is usual when a company is reporting today. The one that I saw was from Alethea. They upgraded Nvidia to buy from hold, assigning a $250 price target. They had none before. And they're arguing, Brendo, that they're best positioned to capture what they're calling the lion's share rather, of value creation and accelerating AI compute. You know, they dominate so much of the advanced AI systems. They anticipate, or they estimate, I should say, that compute spending amongst hyperscalers is going to rise about 75% to $530 billion by the end of the decade. So they're saying Nvidia stands to capture most of that.
Yeah, we're sitting right below here, guys, the level that came into play a couple of times over the past few weeks here, a little bit higher, I guess, 192, 193 resistance. I mean, this thing still going sideways overall, but potentially something, maybe Wednesday at least, catalyst to get this out of.
Yeah, it's just like there's not enough buying in here to bust through whatever's happening at this 193. Like it has the feeling that going into this print, there's like somebody's going risk off above 190 bucks, and between 190 and say 194, you've just had effectively a brick wall, kind of like the U.S. goaltending. And it's one of those that if we don't bust it through before, it'll be interesting because it's the kind of level that I wouldn't want it to gap through on Wednesday, because I think you want to see it chew through all of that selling, as opposed to if it gaps through, I don't know how much I would trust it if you didn't see the buyers actually win in the overall market. And if you look at what's been going on in sort of the AI trade, it's like the hyperscalers have been pulling back and sort of looking a little bit weak, and it's been kind of a nothing burger for Nvidia. Like, it hasn't been hit, but there's no buying in this place in the chips. It's all about the memory names, and that's where the volatility has been. So I don't know how you change. Like, right now, it looks pretty reasonable for like 190 to give you 92, 93 today. But outside of that, like before, are we gonna get a break of the 94 level today on Monday or Tuesday? It's possible, but I think you've still got to play it range bound. Like, the long gets you to 92, 93, and once we're up there, just start thinking about it's been a sell up there at 93 every single day, every time it's got up there. So I would still think it's a bit of a sell till proven otherwise. So yeah, just go. I'd be going range bound today. It's above the 190, so you got that little bit of a gap to get filled, but it's rejected it every single time if we get to 193. I'm not going to change anything until after the earnings with Nvidia. They're going to have great numbers and all, that's fine, but we're sort of past that. And it's really about what the market sentiment is telling you. And somebody is selling this 92, 93. But it is the only one of the Mag 7 that is strong. So I do think we have a chance to test those levels today.
I'm just looking here at AMD and Intel short, basically, right? I mean, I just think there's pressure on these names. I would just rather look to a name where we're not really sort of guessing what's going to happen on Wednesday. I think Nvidia retests the highs on Wednesday and probably breaks that 205, to be honest with you. But for me, AMD underneath, man. We're underneath the 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. We're starting to push lower. We're getting this feel that this breakdown looks much more appetizing than anything. Like, Nvidia's kind of in the middle. At least AMD's breaking down. So we do have a breakdown right now of advanced micro devices down 1.16%. So I'm a big short here. If this can get to 200 bucks, man, we'll be shorting AMD like crazy, I would think, up into here. So if we can get that little level, that's pretty good. Like, anything in and around 195, 199.50, sorry, to 200, like, those are good levels for me for an AMD short. And we're just looking like very day trading, right? Like, just to try to see if we can get a nice move up and then a fail. Like, AMD's done that before. This is what it did on Friday. Opens 200, gets down 200 bucks all the way up to 204 almost, then right back to 199. It did that move, $4 up, $4 down in the first 30 minutes. So we can definitely get some action like that. And then it goes up another, and then that low is 199, that high is 205. So then it goes another $6 before doing this. So anyways, it's just a roller coaster of a day for AMD on Friday. Should be something similar today, I would think. And I want to start that name short. So if we can get anything around that $200 mark, we've done it many, many times on the show. We'll do it again here today, shorting AMD. It's Michael Noss. He's with Brendan and Sharif at the big desk.
All right. Global stocks on our mind this morning here. We were touching on this with Michael Noss back on Friday. Happy Monday, sir. Good to see you as
Happy
always. The narrative changed, I think, probably going into the end of last year on the performance scale. We mentioned this again going back to Friday, if anyone missed it. Just talking a little bit about the underperformance of U.S. stocks versus pick an index based on the chart that you sent me this morning, and it's probably higher. You also want to talk about the dollar, which I think is kind of interesting here too.
Yeah, and I want to talk about it because it's related, and there was some interesting stuff going on with the dollar on the weekend that we'll talk about. But yeah, I think this first chart, really tells the tale. It's from Blue Kurt Markets. Again, if I take a chart, I just want to cite it. But so right in the red area, that's the S&P 500, that's the U.S., which is up essentially 0%, right? Nothing, you'd have to go at a couple decimal points for the change this year. And then everything to the left are 45-ish other countries, and then we've got 4 countries that are down. Everything else is doing amazing. Like, look at that, South Korea on the far right, 44%. Huge shout out there. Brazil, Peru, Turkey, Norway, everywhere else is doing pretty amazingly compared to the S&P 500. So there's 2 stories to, I think, potentially why. I think the first one is just talking about what these other countries do. And that's something that we've talked about before, where the US is essentially large cap tech weighted. And as we've been talking about, even inside the US, most stocks are doing great. There's tons of stocks that are up 20, 30% in the S&P 500 already this year, but they're not the tech stocks. And because the US is so much of its economy and so much of its markets are weighted to those large tech names, when they're sitting there doing nothing, it means the indexes also sit there doing nothing. So part of it, I think, is that these other areas of the world, they spend a lot more time on things like industrials and financials, and those sectors have been working much better than the tech has been. But the other part is the dollar. So the next chart I have here is just showing, while this has been going on, this is the DXY. So the DXY is just a dollar index. So it's the dollar versus a whole basket of other currencies out there. And you can see that while the other countries have been outperforming, I don't think it's crazy to see this correlation, say the dollar has been weak. So people have been essentially selling the dollar and then using those proceeds to buy currencies in other places, or moving away from the dollar and into other places in the world. So if we want to see this trend change of, the large cap tech and the US really starting to outperform, I think we need to start to see the dollar lift just here. So the next chart is, you guys know how I love my magazine covers, is the cover of Barron's for this week. And it is the dollar in decline. And why I'm kind of smiling here and why this is actually so funny to me is that Barron's was the one that actually predicted the top of the dollar so long ago. I actually remember coming on and bringing this chart to you guys then. So if you go to the next chart, you just see this is the last time that the Barron's really had a strong dollar cover. And you can see, they've got I think that's George Washington, giving a flex in his little workout shirt. And then I point an arrow at exactly when this magazine cover came out. So that was the exact top of the dollar after 2022, when the dollar just had an insane run higher. Now they're saying, okay, now the dollar is in decline and the dollar is weak, when before they were saying the dollar is strong. So the next chart is just a weekly chart of the dollar. It's kind of interesting that this magazine cover is coming out right at this support zone. So this really, to me, becomes the line in the sand. If we are going to see the reversal in this trend, and we're going to start to see money move back into the dollar and then back into the US and back into the rest of the world, I think that this is going to be the area to hold. And it's around 96.50, give or take, on the dollar index. But you could just compare the dollar to other currencies if you wanted to do that. But if we hold here and start to push higher, which, we did a little bit of a fake breakdown and we were able to hold that as well. If we're able to hold here, again, we might start to see this flip just a little bit. So the last chart I have here is just a 2-pane chart. And it just shows the top is a line chart of the dollar, what we were just looking at. And then the bottom chart is the SPY over the AAPL. And it's just basically saying the S&P 500 divided by the rest of the world without the S&P 500 in it, just to say, SPY versus the rest of the world. And you can see that every time the dollar generally does a significant turn, that's when this ratio chart starts to also do a significant turn, where we have the S&P 500 start to underperform on these major tops of the dollars that have happened recently. So the question is, if Barron's is calling the bottom here the way they called the top, that support holds and the dollar starts to push a little bit higher, do we end up getting this reversal that takes place, and then we start to see the SPY outperforming the rest of the world, because I'm kind of hoping for it as someone who, majorly invests in the US. And also looking at these charts, I went through and I looked at the South Korean chart and Brazil and on Peru and all these places. And the charts look amazing if you had bought them months ago. They're looking a little bit overextended now. So the question is, do we end up getting this rotation back in with the tariff news that took place? I don't know if that affects any of it, but yeah, I think the dollar really holds the key on whether or not you want to be in the US or in the rest of the world.
We sat down here this morning, and one of the things that jumped off the page, and I mentioned this right out of the gate here, was there was a little bit more positive tone around tech, specifically coming from analysts this morning. 2, 3, even 4 different analysts with price target hikes or upgrades across the board for a few of the Mag 7 even. So heading into Nvidia on Wednesday, potentially, just to jump on the back of your point, maybe the tide is turning a little bit here for some of these, specifically in tech land. Set that aside for a second. I also want to touch on Nvidia, because we won't get to hear your opinion ahead of the report, obviously, on Wednesday. So from a technical standpoint, I think, as we've said over the past couple of weeks going through earnings season, we've heard from all of their customers. Typically, that gives you a good indication of what Nvidia's report is actually going to bring. Spending was through the roof as a blanket across all of their customers. So theoretically, that should be great for the forecast, at least coming from Nvidia on Wednesday. Technically speaking, though, what are you seeing?
Technically, the chart looks amazing. Like, I'm looking at a weekly chart right here on it as well. And, if you were to look at this chart, and if you're a day trader and this was a 2-minute chart or a 5-minute chart or something, it just looks very much like a bull flag. We had this huge pop from $80 up to $180, and then it's gone nowhere for months. And I know that's frustrating if you're an Nvidia holder and that's something that you're really interested in, you want it to move. But this kind of digestion after a large move, I think, is incredibly healthy. I talked about on Friday the Bollinger Bands and how when they get really tight, you're generally looking for an explosive move. Well, we're seeing that happen in Nvidia as well. I think at the last 5 earnings reports, Nvidia really hasn't moved that much, because what you mentioned is that every analyst, every shop has 10 analysts looking at Nvidia all the time. So I think what they're going to do is known. But so what I would do is look for what's going to happen in the next 4 or 5 days after the earnings report. But if we can get through this high that we've been stuck in for some time here, around 176, 180, then I think it's off to the races again. I don't know how much higher this largest company in the world can go. I wouldn't expect another double or anything, but it looks poised.
If you zoom out, just going back to your initial talk there, if you zoom out on the rest of the world, theoretically that could mean a little bit of a pullback for the rest of the world, money maybe coming back into the U.S. if Nvidia's earnings ends up being a catalyst here. You talked about South Korea there. That could be a good indication that at least has started.
Yeah, and we talk about this all the time, where in bear markets, people sell things and they move to cash. And that's how you know it's a bear market, is they're just raising cash, or they're buying bonds or safe assets or something like that. In bull markets that we're seeing, it's just a constant flow of money. This is what we keep talking about with rotation. So money flowed out of the US and into these other countries and has done very well. So the question is, when they sell, not necessarily all of it, but they sell parts of these gains that they have, do they end up redistributing those to other parts of the world, or does it come back into the US? So for me, if I'm a portfolio manager and I'm up 44% so far in this year in South Korea, I'm going to start to ring the register. I'm going to start to raise some of that cash. So do I bring that into the S&P 500 if I think technology's done its rest period and going to move? That to me makes a lot of sense. You just need to, this is the whole bull market game, is to try to stay in front of where the puck's going and try to figure out where the money's flowing into. If you just look at the charts, it does look like tech is starting to set up here.
Nvidia taking out pre-market highs as we speak here, getting back into those levels we were talking about. Big day coming up on Wednesday or maybe even Thursday, Friday as well for the market. Michael Noss, good to see you as always. We will touch base again on Friday.
Talk to you Friday. Have a good one.
Good stuff, as always, by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here this morning. We're going to start things off with some downgrades, and Jefferies across the board here, downgrading a couple of names. We're going to go and kick things off here with John Deere. We're getting a downgrade here, guys, from a hold to an underperform. You're down a little bit less than 0.9%, but with the price target being lowered to $550, you have DocuSign also going from a buy to a hold, guys, with a $45 price target. You're down 1.7% here this morning. And then Monday.com going from a buy to a hold with an $80 price target. You're down 2 3/4 here. And then Workday also getting the downgrade as well too, guys, from a buy to a hold. You're down 1.6%, but with a price target of $150. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. You heard Brendo and Sharif talking about some of the mega cap names getting the upgrades this morning. And with Google, we're going to kick things off with going from an equal to an overweight. You're up a little bit less than 0.5% there. Wells Fargo giving them the nod. Then Meta also getting its price target raised from $849 to $856 by Wells Fargo, slightly negative here this morning. And then Nvidia also by Alethea getting the nod, guys. You're up 0.4%. Going from a hold to a buy with a price target of $250, and then Moderna also getting the upgrade as well by Piper Sandler, guys. You're negative here this morning, but a price target of $69 being raised from $63.
Yes, sir. Moderna probably still feeling it from that BioNTech suing them on. The news came out last week. But when we're talking about these tech names bouncing, I mean, Nvidia, which was on that upgrade list, and which Michael was talking about here, and Brendan was also mentioning push through highs. At the same moment, SNDK, SanDisk, also pushed through highs. That was actually 2% up. At one point, it's pulled back a little teensy bit here, but we talk about things that are looking strong and poised to break out or maybe rebound. Well, the rebound kind of already happened here. SNDK, it has a chance. I mean, look, if you go back to last week, or I guess it would be 2 weeks ago, it was 660, 666, 667, which was the top here, and a chance to break it out. This held strength on Friday very, very well, even with a late day push. So it has to be on the radar, as the memory chip names have been the jam, more so than Nvidia. That's just how it is. And I think something that everyone here has paid attention to. But the difference, of course, why it stands out, SNDK, is you have Micron kind of diddling in the middle. Like, it's actually red, 1%, weaker than the overall market. So a bit of a divergence between these two, where you have momentum coming back in on SNDK. And yeah, Micron's not doing anything with this morning's bounce back into the upside. So yeah, just if you're looking for the strength of memory chips, it's decidedly with SNDK over Micron to start this week at least.
Yeah, we have right here Novo Nordisk. We're going to get into this in a minute as well. You might think that they got downgraded, but if they didn't, they're about to. So breaking through, now trying to break through many levels here, down through that $45 level. That's one that you wanted to see hold right there. And in late trials now, it looks like their weight loss drug there is not going to perform the same as Eli Lilly's. So right there, downside right now for Novo. And it's been really a bleed for these guys. This is the new bag holder stock for sure, because like people have trusted that this 45 area will hold. So I think there's more downside to come in Novo. I imagine we're going to talk about this as the show goes on, but NVO downside with Eli Lilly today catching strays higher on this one. So, this is going to pump higher, I would think, in Novo. So you want like a pairs trade, long one, short the other. I mean, Eli and NVO today look to be right in there. And another news name today, Netflix. We're going to have to wait to see where this one wants to go on renewed interest there. Paramount and Warner Brothers, we'll talk about this name today as well, down 0.76 there for Netflix. And there's a few other deals. Merck is spinning something off today as well. They were up 1% in the pre-market. They've been performing real well heading into, I think they probably already reported, or we'll have to see if they have or not. But Merck absolutely, rolling right now. A stock that you could have had on a great base down here in the 70s and 80s, now 125 and breaking higher. Merck. So, buying some of these stronger names strong stronger and higher makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I really still like that Nvidia call. We'll see if that can get going today as well. Micron probably fishing for all-time highs. I mean, Nvidia is going to talk about demand, right? And so Micron's going to hold the keys to that. And yeah, 460. I think this is probably something to look at this week. Micron, SanDisk, all that, Western Digital. I think there's going to be some big movers this week, just off the back of Nvidia. So for me, I'm looking at AMD short, and we're going to get over all of that. Put whatever names you guys want in the chat. But I think for today, I'm looking short, pretty short in the market. So let it settle down. But for right now, just give it a second. Not too many major economic things here today. Waller's speaking now. So talking about a little bit about energy as well. So, you know, looking at a name like SMR was down earlier. That was down, yeah, near $13. That looks like it wants to break lower, believe it or not, again, down another 2%. And so many of these names are cracking some key shelves. So just as Michael said, like if you're a day trader, there's some, you said Nvidia was bull flagging upside. I mean, this is looking like we're about to break, and we maybe already did right there today. So yeah, SMR, all these stocks, yeah, looking, I mean, I don't know what Oklo.
Unfortunately.
Go ahead, yeah.
I was going to say it's not just the nuclear names. You can make the same argument about the quantum names as well. Like IonQ has a similar looking chart, maybe not breaking down all the way. And we mentioned this with Rigetti last week. It's just, you know, they've fallen out of favor a little bit here, but they're all kind of bear flagging is the actual term, like you're consolidating off of these lows without a break. Sadly, there is a stock which did break on Friday, big flat bottom. And that was SoFi. SoFi lost at $19. The good news, is that it actually closed right back at 19. The bad news is back underneath the 19 level. I think that's one of the more, like, there's your flat bottom. To me, if that's not a resistance level today for a continuation, then I don't know what is here. So there's a bunch of names that are bear flagging and breaking down that we got to pay attention to. It's not just about those big techs. Names. So SoFi is going to be on my radar for that 19 in particular, as it's not looking healthy for a lot of these growthier momentum names that were so great last year, but unfortunately,
it happened last week too.
Well, you got a better shot this time. So Sean just shot the pen cap, but
playing around with this.
It made it this far last week, but this time it was like all the way over by my iPad. You got to see if you can shoot it over the screens would be more intense.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to do it, but if I was, maybe. Yeah, good look there. I mean, the energy names.
Well, I wish this wasn't going to.
Quantum names, like all this stuff. All these, like, and as Kramer mentioned this, like in September, October, he said, like, the year of magical investing is now over. And I think a lot of those names have come way in. Like, you know, this is it, October. And you know, not... I know a lot of people don't, you know, listen to Kramer or appreciate his opinion or anything like that, but, you know, it was a nice downside call there, and it continues to make lows, and we'll see. You're at a level where we should be able to hold. So, you know, a lot of the sort of fluff is maybe out of some of these names, but, you know, give yourself another 2.7% haircut downside again for OKLO. So yeah, getting lower here for Oklo. All right, let's go back over the desk and see what these guys are up to. Fed's Waller just doing whatever right now, not really sending too much to this market one way or the other. So, all right, back over to the big desk.
The real standout for this week on the economic calendar, just a bunch of Fed speak. There's nothing significant to come. As I mentioned, we do get PPI end of the week. That's really it. However, I wanted to mention Tesla here. We were right back to essentially pre-market lows. That's a 15-minute chart. So we're getting into some of these consolidation areas from going back to a couple of weeks ago. The narrative, if you remember back on Friday, we were touching on the pricing changes that came through on the Cybertruck and Cyber Beast models of the Cybertruck to the downside. There was a couple of things I was reading over the weekend, another one this morning that I saw, essentially saying that, you know, the area, you could make the argument really that the area that the tariffs initially hurt the most was the automotive industry, because there was so much back and forth and so much uncertainty as to what it was going to cost going forward for them to make their products. They made the argument this morning essentially that Tesla is still in that ballpark. If it's going to be just a 15% flat for everyone, regardless of who you are or where you are, is that good or bad? I think the market's telling you potentially not great.
I remember when we first got the tariffs back in April, excuse me. Tesla maneuvered quite aggressively. If you recall, they were importing a lot of products from China, components for the cars, and they shifted to Mexico. A lot of it was being produced in Mexico. They were bringing it north under NAFTA, so they were able to skirt tariffs that way. But you wonder how many different maneuvers that they can take, especially if you're applying a global tariff set. Now, my understanding is that Mexico and Canada are going to be shielded from the worst of these 10 to now 15% tariffs under the Kuzma agreement. But as we both know, and as the country, as this, the media on this side of the border has been reporting nonstop, that agreement is up for renewal in the summer, and it's widely speculated that President Trump's going to walk away from it, and there's going to be an entirely new framework. So we'll have to see how that all works out.
And what that looks like, who knows at this point now? Some of the talk earlier in the year and going back to last year was much higher on specific items coming from Canada into the U.S. Who knows what that's going to end up actually looking like at this point? I mean, lots of support below here, guys, but I mean, this thing continues to just chop around back and forth.
Yeah, this is a clear chop name. It's chopping in a very, very slight downward sense, right? Like if you look at last week, it falls into the category of, well, when we got that rally off of the Supreme Court decision, it didn't make any fresh highs, and in fact just turned right around at 414, 415 like it did before. So it falls into the bucket of the relatively weak. But at the same vein, 405, 406 is still holding. So I think you get inside chop with Tesla. Like that's why it's not on my radar. Like unless we break down, I think if we lose $400, or even just to 405, like that gets a little more interesting. Or if we can break 15, 16 to the top side. But another inside day, and you're probably, if this is your jam to trade, then you're waiting for it to maybe get back to the highs and then pop a fade, or just let it get down into 405, 406, try to have like a tight stop long, something along those lines. And if we're looking at EV names, load Monday chart. If we're looking at EV names that are under some pressure that I still think could go, just a reminder, we had this order in the pre-market, in the afternoon on Friday, and Rivian didn't break $15, obviously. It like triple bottomed there Friday, actually had almost the same low on Thursday, and we're 1% away from this losing the $15 even. I think this would be a bigger move if we lose that $15 on RIVN. So flat bottom breakage, it's a 200 period on the daily. Good support. I mean, it's support until it's not. It held all day on Friday. If it breaks today, then we still want to take it.
I mean, I was going to go over to Rivian, but I think Tesla is just a good of a name. I mean, down again today. Like if I'm thinking shorter in the market, then you gotta think about short on Tesla. But it's so choppy and so not clear for me to do anything. I mean, I thought on Friday we had some levels that we could look at right into here, and they did work out. But you had to hold it about $2 against you, playing this like 407, 408 area. And right now you're kind of like at that area again. So I think if you're going to try to go long, you really have to look lower. I'm already thinking lower of the day. So I'm going to actually try to think about a short. And I don't think we're going to get to 414 or anything like that. So if we do get up there, then you look at it. But it's not on my radar right now. I like Tesla for a long in the portfolio, but I mean, just for these last couple of days and weeks, it's been a tough one for many of these high cap names. There's my mouse. Large cap names. So I would say it's a downside play here for Tesla today, already beating the market short, underneath the 200, underneath the 50. It looks like a short to me, but I'm not really super interested in it until we get at least to where we closed on Friday. 411, 412. Tesla gets so much energy underneath it sometimes that it can just go out of nowhere, right? It kind of reminds me of AMD a little bit as well, where they'll just all of a sudden be up like $4 or $5, and you'll wonder where that came from. So let's wait to see if Tesla does get a bump up, and then I think you can short. So like 412, 413, just because I'm bearish today. If I was bullish, you still have $4 or $5 downside, $4 or $5 upside, and I think you look at Tesla on an inside day. I don't really expect the market to do much. I mean, it's bad, horrible weather on the East Coast right now. I was in Boston on the summer, and I saw it's like really supposed to be quite nasty right there. Yeah, we don't have. I just called this up here. Here in Toronto, we're like missing everything. But actually, can I? Oh, I can zoom out. Like this is what I'm talking about. So it's all happening on the very East Coast.
We actually have a buddy who's...
Actually, we just should have talked to Michael.
They were stuck on their cruise ship today because they were supposed to leave today. They ain't leaving today.
Yeah, no. So it's all bad. See, this is where Michael Noss is in Halifax. You should say what's up to him. Oh, maybe, I don't know, is this coming back over here? Anyways, we have very, very light. But I know it's like what's it called? Shelter in place was in New York, so I don't know what's going on here, but Boston doesn't look too great right now. So yeah, we say stay well, everybody down East Coast right now, Philly, everybody in this area, just be chill.
You do sometimes see when it's really, really bad on the East Coast, you might see some lower volumes. It's not as, like 10, 15 years ago, if it was this bad, volumes would be like way down. Obviously, it's a different world we live in now.
They'll still be down,
But they will be down, at least off of the open, at least for sure. Lower volumes today would be expected, of course. But you know, it is what it is, and we got to move on. We got to see what the futures are doing, and that's one of the first things we do before we get into the watch list. And for anybody, if you didn't get the watch list as normal, I think there was a slight delay in it. It is rolling out. I recently got it, so it looks like it is still matriculating its way through the distribution. So we're going to go through it in just a quick second, but first we have to talk about the future.
We're going to talk about this consolidative range, Neil, that we've been in since basically the 1st of December. Have a look at that, guys. Very, very few, pronounced area highs or area lows. Very, very consolidative range. In any event, 689 to third is where we closed out on Friday on the SPY. We are a little bit below that right now. We're down 0.33%, barely below 687. So the first level of support we're going to say is that 682.5 that we've been defending for a number of days. We've wicked below it, but all the closing prints on the 4-hour chart do defend that 682.5. So that will be our first level of support. If we trend up, we're looking at yesterday or Friday's close, pardon me, Brendo, as resistance 689 and a third.
All right, lots to get into here this morning, coming up this week as well. If you haven't done so, again, grab that. Description below has the link to the watch list page to sign up for it. Again, it is trickling in. I literally, as I'm speaking right now, just got my version of said watch list. So if you haven't got it yet, as Neil was mentioning, it will come. It's just taking its time this morning. So grab that link below in the description. Let's talk about Nvidia. Let's talk about a lot of tech this morning, just to continue the conversation. We mentioned early, if you joined us, there was a little bit of a tone shift here this morning from analysts with a number of upgrades, a number of price target hikes, specifically at the larger end of the cap scale here, specifically the Mag 7.
Yeah, and a number of different rating agencies coming out today on Nvidia, and that's typically normal with earnings just a couple of days away. Today, we'll look at Athlia's. They upgraded Nvidia from a hold to a buy, and they assigned a $250 price target. They're arguing Nvidia's position to capture what they're calling the lion's share of value creation in accelerating AI compute spending. They estimate the industry-wide compute spending is going to rise about 75% year over year, up to $530 billion, and that's going to reinforce Nvidia's dominant position as the premier chip maker. The analysts also see the stock as too cheap to ignore heading into earnings, which is implying, of course, a favorable risk to reward at the current levels. They also expect Nvidia's Q4 results to top expectations, and they think that could serve as a good catalyst for maybe another move into the highs.
As we were saying with Michael Noss, guys, a lot of chop, a lot of congestion right above us here. Does it happen before? Does it happen after? I guess remains to be seen.
Yeah, I'm sort of leaning into breaking of the chop still after, but there's always a chance every single day that we're above $190. There's a chance that we break out these highs. Until that happens, I'd be at least a little bit skeptical. And the way that you look at that is, okay, well, if it doesn't seem to want to break out above 93, 94, then Nvidia is a 190, and you get a 1.5 and play it into that, that 93. And if we get up there, I think you can look for a bit of a fade. So you approach it from it is more likely to be range-bound situation, and then you're less likely to be disappointed ultimately, because every time we've been up here, it's been the same story over and over again. Like this daily chart, the last time I saw something that looked similar to this, it was Amazon at the Bezos 200 wall, where you just saw it to sit there with sellers, no matter what the news was. It didn't make a difference. Upgrade, downgrade, nothing mattered. You just couldn't break away from a certain price. And then, of course, we found out after the fact that Bezos was selling a bunch up there. And we don't know who might be or what might be causing this to happen in that 92, 93 zone. It just is. And respect it. And if you're looking for bigger moves out there, they've been there in other chip names. And one in particular, we showed you guys SNDK to the upside, Micron's chart looking fantastic. Look, Intel's been pulling back since the last time it lost $50. You had a couple up days in there, but you've been basically just falling every day, down another percent today. Could lose the 50 period on the daily here. But what's more interesting about this is what's been happening at 9:30, almost even on the up days. So just quickly shoot. There's the 9:30 candle there, flush. 9:30 candle here was a huge smash to the upside before it reversed. And then here again, it's a smash candle to the upside, then reverse. Here you have a smash candle to the downside and then reverse. There's been no candles. I can go through every single day. It's never failed to move at least 1% on the initial 15-minute candle. There have been some reversals, don't get me wrong, but that first 15 on Intel has been smashing to the downside most days. There's been a couple to the up. And so it's a very tight consolidation today. You can probably see what I'm getting at. 43.6, 43.4 on the bottom, literally a 20-cent range. We still have a half an hour to go, but if it hasn't broken that range, it breaks it down, just like punch the short, stop goes at the high, and then look for that 1% move again on an Intel. If it breaks to the upside, I'm not really looking for the upside push. I'm kind of looking for the downside one, so I wouldn't have a stop to go long. But yeah, like Intel's been following that pattern. And like I said, for Nvidia, if it gets up to 193, I'm looking sell.
Yeah, I'm looking. If there's any name today for myself that I don't want to short, it would be Nvidia. It's up. It's beating the market right now. Honestly, I just think a drop into VWAP for me, would be it. So if we can hold 190, like I don't have it on the note today. I have the short on AMD because I was feeling the short. But if the market just wants to hang out right now, as Sharif mentioned, it's been going sideways for a while. Obviously, as has Nvidia, same levels it's here since September. So we've already seen these levels for Nvidia. The last time we spiked up was on earnings, as we just talked about. So for me, a fade back into VWAP is the trade. Upgrade today ahead of earnings. And I even said, I don't want to be short heading into this report. I don't think many do. They might want to be short after the report, but not heading in. So for me, I'm going to look for the long down here at 190. If it spikes it down to that downside, well, we're not going to take it initially. I hope to be short already, something, if this market comes crashing in. But if it does, and then we're looking to get some long, something to pick up, I think Nvidia is going to be on my list for long. So I'm going to be looking NVDA long, and it has to be 190 for 190 or nothing. When there's a gap, we'll try to play that to VWAP, and right there, that makes a lot of sense with its Friday's high level. So, we can match out at 190, then if we break lower, we can get out. But that's not going to be my first look today for sure. I'm looking long silver, long silver, short Qs, short AMD, short IBIT. So the long silver would be the other long. So AMD and silver, but we're going to talk about. We've got Nvidia, Meta, Google on there, all basically pretty much the same. We'll talk about it here. Different stocks, but upgrades there. Although on our watch list, I noticed we actually don't really have any. Here, let me send this out because a lot of you guys maybe don't have it. We just talked about the watch list not coming out yet. But on our watch list here today, let me just quickly talk about what's on there as opposed. There's Nvidia. Then we have crypto stocks, so that's going to come up there. Then we have Novo. That's on here as well. Gold and silver. Here's the AI stocks we were talking about. We'll get to that in a minute. Natural gas, Taiwan Semi, Merck is on here, and then some movers and shakers near the low side of it. So make sure you do grab that watchlist.tradertv.live. You can go grab that right there. That's not the website, but you can go get the link in the description for our watch list out every single day. And today, a little bit more delay on it going out. Although I got mine immediately, so that's why I didn't even realize there was a delay. But I saw some people in the chat and you guys mentioning there too as well. So yeah, Nvidia looks like it's going higher as we speak, 191.
Meta, another one that was very strong going into the weekend on Friday on the back of that tariff announcement from the Supreme Court. Here we are, leaking a little bit this morning, but definitely holding a little bit higher versus some of these levels from last week. Still overall, in a downtrend here. Wells Fargo, though, with a pretty positive note on Meta.
Yeah, boosting the price target, Brendo. They had a lot of different commentary on a lot of Mag 7 names today. Today for Meta, they boosted it from 849 to 856, maintained that same overweight rating. The call centers on compute capacity becoming what they're calling a key determinant of long-term AI success. The firm sees Meta as structurally positioned to benefit from that AI-driven demand, especially since their thesis is demand is going to far outpace supply, at least in the short to intermediate term. That is their position position. They argue hyperscaler compute capacity could double to 98 gigawatts by the end of 27, fueled, of course, by accelerating AI workloads. They say annual capital expenditures are projected to rise to $860 billion, and they believe AI-driven cloud growth will run meaningfully ahead of the current consensus advantage. But like I've been saying for a long time, I think what really differentiates Meta from some of its competitors, not even competitors, other hyperscaler like names, is the short-term window that Google, that Amazon, that other, as well as Microsoft, they can monetize AI a lot quicker because they have AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, whereas Meta doesn't.
We haven't seen it yet, definitely. Worth noting, DPZ, there was a few earnings reports this morning. This was one of them. Up nicely here, back to 408 currently. Looks like the call is wrapped up, but they were talking pretty aggressively as far as the forecast goes, looking for 3% U.S. comparative store sales growth, and also to grow their market share, quote unquote, meaningfully for the remainder of the year. So Domino's with a pretty good report today.
Good for Domino's. Can't remember the last time I had Domino's.
I talked about that on the last week, that this is probably going to be a good long there. So yeah, congratulations to everybody who took that advice there.
That is not a good long right now. Well, I mean, it's actually not doing anything. If of all of the things that we've pulled up this morning, I have to admit, like, Meta might be moving the absolute least. Unfortunately, it does fall into the bucket of, yeah, we're not holding on to gains that we had from Friday, which, you know, most of the market was strong. You're going to be underneath that support that you got on Friday afternoon at 6:55. Look, at this point, this is a prove me kind of moment for we're going to talk about these guys too after, an Alphabet and Meta. And it's the same thing for Amazon, and it's very tepid, any of the buying that we get. Like, we usually get, and ignore this dark pool wick, you get like we've had like a couple of days of green and then just roll back over into the red. So we have bounced, but it's still another lower high. It's still underneath the 50-period moving average. We're still worried about the CapEx spend here. So all of those things, and on top of that, when everything was rallying on Friday, you're not really pushing through. So I still think weak on this. I just don't see it as, I don't know if this is going to be on the list of things to trade. It's been mostly consolidative, and it's been true outside of a couple big flush zones on Meta. But I'd be inclined to look short first if I was, because of that. We're underneath the 50-period moving average. So I think it's just resuming the downtrend that it's in, waiting for a reason to turn. And that just hasn't happened yet. I can't see what's going to cause it. Maybe everything gets turned around on Wednesday because Nvidia scares the market back up, or a little bit of what Michael was sort of saying, where you get that turn in the U.S. dollar, and that can cause a bit of a rebound. But until then, you had your little nice bounce, and seems like you're back on track, resuming the very slow slide here in Meta. And that 600 has been a good place for a buy. So maybe it gets down there again.
I was looking here, you mentioned the Domino's Pizza. We talked about this last week, and I thought there was some sort of a downgrade, and I was like, it's probably not going to be right, and the trend can get longer ahead of the market. And yeah, it looks like they did wind up winning there, back up to 410, but just be careful if you did take that long. I mean, you know, it was short for a reason there, and although a good report, giving some love back to DPZ, it's only up 6%. I would say watch out for this one, right up there into the 200-period moving average. Watch out for Domino's. Yeah, Meta's PE is still 27.28, so it's not great. I still think it's downside, man. I can't believe you got that whole, like I keep saying it, that whole quarter, you know, all the way back and now lower. Like, I thought that was supposed to be a good print. Doesn't look like it. We know the CapEx story. I put something up on Twitter about it. Like, if you don't spend, you're going to fall behind, and when you do spend, you're getting hit for it. So, you know, Meta's profit margins increased, more daily active users than ever. So if you like the AI trade and you think that companies are making money off AI, well, Meta sort of already is. So we're going to have to, you know, sort of respect what they've been doing. And I think catching the bottom of this would be a great trade. And I think that bottom can be had again. You know, it's near 620, $600. You could even get an opportunity to get some shares this week. You know, I think Nvidia is going to be a good story, but I still think it brings stocks down after their report. So yeah, Meta in this 580 to 600 level, probably worth dip buying something, but nothing's really been a good dip buy as of yet, you know, unless you've been buying some Micron, or I'm just talking about names in this space. Like, there's been obviously great other names outside industrials, some banks have rallied a little bit, but, you know, other than some of these, I guess, memory names, SNDK, Western Digital, Micron. There's been, Oracle had a bounce, and then now it's straight back down to the downside again. So, you got to be careful with some of these names, trying to think that they're all healed all of a sudden when there's still some more downside. But Meta's a funny name because they actually reported a great quarter and, got rewarded for it and now hit all of a sudden again. So here comes another name, Google, with a 29 PE. Let's go find the story about
Before we
Google.
do, though,
sure.
Acknowledge the super chat here. Thank you from the Z's. Canada is long silver and short gold. Let's go USA. Hey, send a super chat. We appreciate it. That's a good one. Sure. That being said, gold's still kind of a long when you look at the chart today. So we know exactly what you're getting at. We appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. Let's head back up and talk about some Alphabet.
Pretty through the highs. Here is Google this morning, as we were saying. Probably the strongest on Friday, along with Meta. Looked pretty good going into the weekend. Another one with multiple analysts here liking it.
Yeah, and apparently Wells Fargo, after all the moves that Google's been making, they had them at equal weight, Brendo, but they finally feel it's time to give them that overweight rating, and they did boost the price target from 354 up to 387. They're arguing here that Alphabet possesses leadership in the 3 defining traits of an AI winner. That is, 1, customer data, 2, distribution, and 3, the compute capacity. And the upgrade reflects the increasing conviction that Alphabet's infrastructure investments will translate into durable AI monetization. I happen to agree with them. I feel that with Google Cloud really booming at an aggressive growth rate, that they do stand to benefit one of the most.
I don't know how much you're using Gemini these days, but we were touching on earlier that whole issue with ChatGPT, where it's, if a chat gets too long,
Yep.
the processing time is just insane. Gemini,
No problem.
in my experience, that has not been an issue so far. But there's always time. But
I was saying on the midday last week, when I'm looking for up-to-date information, I need something that's time-sensitive rather than something
Sure.
more theoretical. It's Grok and it's Gemini, and the reason is Google indexing and X, right, off which they both retrieve data. So if you're looking for something super current,
quick.
those
Right,
really
that's
do
true.
work.
That's true. Grok is super quick as well. Day highs right now, guys, for Google.
Great point with regards to Gemini and Grok, for sure. I find the same thing, and I do like Gemini. Look, ultimately, I think maybe Google falls in the category here of we're the least concerned about them relative to the others. Everyone's going into the debt markets to fund a lot of this CapEx, and the market isn't a huge fan of it. So it's just like, okay, well, who do we feel better about coming out of this with more profitability to be able to turn the corner? And right now, the market's certainly telling you it's Alphabet with their moat. And ultimately, that's what you saw on Friday. It had the most strength. It's what you're seeing right now, where unlike Meta, we're basically at some of those highs. Like, this would be in the bucket of, hey, we had that bull flag from Friday if we were down around 313, kind of looking initially for some shorts. But if we get down there, this is at least one stock that looks remotely strong. All of that being said, it is close to bouncing back into the 50 period on the daily, right? Which is a pretty hefty trend. That was a pretty hefty trend break for Alphabet. Like, the last time we were underneath it significantly was back into May. And then, of course, May of last year, and we're definitively underneath. This is the retest of the 50-period moving average. So it is a big deal. In an upward trend, if you spent less than a month underneath it, but we do have to break through. So there's probably going to be some resistance up at that 320 spot where you find that 50-period moving average on the daily. If it fails this after Nvidia earnings, if we're holding underneath here and retesting the 300 after Nvidia earnings, then I think there's going to be some good value to be had in Alphabet. I'd prefer to buy them over, all of the others, I guess.
Yeah, it's too bad. Waiting around to get Google down to the ultimate level does not happen, into this 280 level. So, yeah, it got hit pretty good, man. You had, I don't know the last time, I guess we could probably look. I'm not sure. I guess it was right into here. Yeah, back in February where it made those lows. Into April, into tariffs. But, we had basically 10 straight down days. There's maybe a couple days of greens, but from highs, 10 down days into lows and now 3 or 4 straight up days. So yeah, I think it's probably on the trajectory back up. It looks like 300 is a great buy. It's too bad because I was waiting for more shares to gobble up there at 280, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So downside for Google may not be there. A name that, again, just thinking about the quantum and the beat up spaces and things like that. And obviously we know that Google has a big quantum foothold as well. But IBM, I was just thinking like another name that, hasn't had that bounce back yet and is getting pretty close to areas where you might want to think about buying anyways. So IBM getting into some of these lows one more time. So I would just say like a name that was up cruising for a while, kind of just like Google, made a nice move higher. Obviously it doesn't have the trajectory that Google does, but I think IBM down here probably worth a little bit of a look as well. So just another name in the quantum space where you can diversify out of the chip space a little bit and into computing. So IBM, a good look at some of these lows. If you're kind of trying to bottom pick something that has a little bit of room to go to the upside, IBM would be just that, man. It's down about like 30% from its highs. So not great there for IBM, but we'll look to see if we can get some longs there today in Google. IBM not for a day trade, more for a longer term space. Right there. All right, NVO, yeah, another big story here today with them. Let's go find it out, then we'll look at them, and I'm sure Eli Lilly as well.
About to make a new low here, it looks like. Anyways, we're trending back downside, just giving up $40 as we speak here for Novo on a failed test.
-15 going on -16, Brendo. It sounds like a birthday party there. Roughly, that's how much it's down in the pre-market. After its next generation obesity drug, CagriSema, failed to meet its primary endpoint for demonstrating non-inferiority versus Eli Lilly's tirzepatide after 84 weeks of study. Patients on a 2.4 milligram dose achieved about 23% weight loss, but when you compare that to its Eli Lilly's already existing market drug of 25.5, that is a marked failure there. The miss is significant because they wanted to retake market share from the market share that Eli Lilly stole from Novo when it dropped its own. They're saying we're going to come at this a different way. We're going to adjust the dosing here. 2.4 milligrams was the dosing studied in the trial. They're looking at increasing it, Brendo, possibly to get some better results. This was the first attempt by Novo, though, to have that dual peptide, semaglutide and cargilinotide or whatever combo, as it was supposed to be the next gen product. It doesn't achieve what it was set out to achieve, and the market made them pay.
The weekly chart, I think, tells a lot here. Guess where COVID was? This was, I mean, that was the initial breakout, I guess, going back to 2021. So, I mean, 2021 levels to deal with here this morning.
Yeah, we're now, like, if it breaks $3 further, even worse than that, go to the monthly chart. The 200 period on the monthly is going to be 37, where it broke out in that 2021. So you're within spitting distance of that. This is just, it's more momentum than anything else. Like, there's been bigger headlines for them, but it's just more the fact that it's just hit after hit for Novo at this point. And every time it looks like, oh, maybe they're getting past the hump, their oral looks good, and then it can't seem to follow through. So I don't know where the bottom is going to be for them. If it's able to hold, just for today, it's down 15%. So obviously, if it can hold 40 to 41, there's some like dead cat bounce sort of notion that could be in play for this thing. And it's already been trending into that level. But that kind of gives you like this VWAP-ish area. Like, it gives you a spot to be able to fade. I'm pretty sure we always have free locates on this. Yeah, so I mean, if it can't break through the volume weighted average price, I think you just look trend down. And in that the $37 level, I think that's the interesting spot on the daily from what I can see. So if we get anywhere near that, then I think you look for a little bit of a bounce in Novo. So Novo smoked, but I mean, it's been getting smoked for a while. Like, it's not like this is anything new for them, unfortunately.
We had that talk last week about someone was looking for, a sort of a flag setup that could break higher that's been languishing near the lows. We gave you guys Eli Lilly. Obviously, I can't predict a story like this from Novo Nordisk, but, if you keep on riding, the one that's been winning, then Eli Lilly is going to be your ticket higher. So let's just wait to see where it goes today. But I mean, the market's got a hold of this story, and you're just starting to tick higher here. So we'll wait to see if these imbalances can carry the way. But instead of always trying to bottom pick something, why don't you just buy the best names, right? I think, go short on names that are breaking down and go long names that are breaking out. And right now, there goes Eli Lilly again, like breaking through 10.55 and just jumped another $2, right? So lots of love for this name. I'm really interested to see if Eli Lilly ever splits. I think that would be something that's coming up soon for them as well. Lilly right now, look at this spike, man. All you need to do is talk about this. There was a thing right there again. Nice move up for it was just 10.55. Now it's 10.59. Obviously on low volume, but there it goes higher right there as well. Not much going on here size-wise on the bid or offer of the imbalance. So, we'll I just wanted to see if Eli Lilly was on here. It doesn't look like it is. So, but there it goes anyways. Just touched 58.59. Eli Lilly starting to go higher. Remember, the spread is pretty tight, or it's pretty big right now. So you could get some prints that just send this thing back down, but still a long ways away, man. We're really running through this watch list super fast here. So it's 9:24 now, so lots of action could still happen. We do have the Nasdaq imbalances coming out in a couple minutes. That should influence it. Let's go talk a little bit about crypto, then we'll give you more of a rundown of what we're looking for here early.
Yeah, downside once again this morning for not only Bitcoin, but most of them really right across the board. There's the IBIT giving back essentially all of Friday and a bit of Thursday anyways. We're trying to hold some of these lows right now. If you zoom out, though, on this, I was noticing on a weekly chart, we're basically right back to this consolidation from when IBIT, at least, the ETF, came to market. So that entire move is gone.
I feel like we're forming a base, but when you look at what some analysts are saying, some technical analysts are like, no, this is not the base. They're all looking at 50,000, ironically enough. So it did fall as much as 5% after President Trump boosted his worldwide tariffs from 10% to 15%. The move comes amid renewed trade uncertainty as well as escalating political or geopolitical tensions. More on that. If you guys want to join us on the midday show, we'll be talking about the possible belligerencies in Iran. Bitcoin is down 26% year to date, and now 47% from the highs that it made in October at 126,000. Analysts cite weak liquidity, low conviction, and the midterm election uncertainty coming later this year in the United States as ongoing headwinds. And then this is what I was talking about at the top. 10x research, or 10 times research, suggests that the current setup resembles a typical bear market phase, potentially targeting $50,000 before what they're saying a durable bottom can come in.
All right, well, keep an eye on crypto names as well. I just noticed ASML popped up here back into the consolidation from Friday. ASML saying they're upgrading EUV source power to 1,000 watts, lifting throughout to 330 wafers per hour, which would lead to a 50% increase and more chip output per tool by 2030. Sounds positive. ASML weekly chart still absolutely screaming higher, guys.
ASML is a gorgeous looking chart. Don't sleep on Lamb. Theirs looks almost as good. We had AMAT with a good report as well recently. So, there are segments of the market that have looked pretty strong. Unfortunately, when we've gone risk off, Bitcoin hasn't been one of them. And then the worst part is when we've gone basically risk back on, Bitcoin still hasn't been one of them. So it's kind of getting the worst of both worlds, if we're going to think of it that way, unfortunately. And I don't see what changes here today. So the breakdown still feels like we are headed toward a 50,000 support. When we pop up and look at what happened on yesterday, I should say, not Sunday, but yesterday, it was a huge flush. We lost 65, headed down almost to 64 even, and there's been a relief bounce since. And we've broken that upward trend and consolidating underneath. As far as I'm concerned, that just looks to me like just go back to square one, which is wait for your opportunity to short in BTC. Now, whether that ends up being the 38 half zone, which was good for most of last week with the exception of Thursday, or there's the 38 where we closed on Thursday, which was support on Friday. Like those are the two spots that I'm looking, sort of the obvious places here over in IBIT. And if you're looking elsewhere, like ETH is potentially breaking 19 here today. BMNR, while not necessarily anywhere near a resistance level, if it's a complete flush breakdown, this has been consolidating on this daily for a while. So if things get out of hand, BMNR could be breaking this consolidation lower. But I'm looking to short pops and IBIT, pretty much been the plan of action since all of last week, and going to continue with that today. But don't lose track of the fact that even when we get these up days, there's been no join for crypto. Like gold and silver looking good. But unfortunately, Bitcoin, even when we go risk back on and the tech names are going to the upside, you get like these muted bounces in Bitcoin, and that's it.
Yeah, we're same way. We're going to go short here. It's one of the 4 names I'm going to be looking at early. So IBIT, 38 and a quarter. I would think that we could short it if we can get up into there. I mean, we've been thinking about short. You can go get that sticky note on, I can post it up for you on X. Here, I'll put the link in the chat if you're there. Thank you for joining the chat, by the way, one more time here today. We're very, very excited. We're one day away from Trader TV Academy. We'll be talking about that as we go as well. But down 2.5%. I mean, I think you just want to ride the trend, right? I mean, and right now it's downside. So looking for 38, first sort of area, and then 38.20s. That's been that was that drop down zone right there. So if IBIT can get anywhere near there, it's a 200 period, 50 period crossing right into here. So we'll see if we can get a short if the market does want to rip up. We'll quick check to see if there's any Nasdaq names that are doing anything here today. SOXS, Silver, and Novo. Yeah, so nothing really kicked in there. TQQ with a sell, so that's the market. And the market that I actually wrote down here today to sell is right where we're at right now, between 49 to 49.50. So the market does bounce up and give us this opportunity to short it. We always say that we're got to be, oops, that's still IBIT, that these levels come into play and it just broke through the 200 period. So now maybe the market wants, I mean, I'm pretty biased to the short other than silver. So let's just give this a little bit of a workout here and see what happens in the first couple minutes. Let the market settle down. We've seen it rip higher and then make that move back in. So, VWAP down here, I still think we get a VWAP test of 49.10 or so. And then see if we hold that low and potentially even break lower. So I don't know, man. I think this market's being led. We said that we only really want to go long Nvidia. So you might get your 193 soon, man. But this 190 area, that's going to be a level for me. But that's a little ways away with only 30 seconds to go. And then right now, silver as well. Like this was another one that we were looking at for the long. So we'll have to take a check on this. Down to 76.50 was the top. I don't think we'll get that early, but this is where my eyes are. Silver, the market, AMD, and IBIT to start with.
As the market's about to open up for the first time this week, it's going to be a bad weather out in the East Coast. We'll see if that affects volumes as we ring the opening bell right about now. And there won't be any breakdown in Intel because on those imbalances, it actually spiked to the upside.
Oh, really?
So it's headed up. I canceled my order to break down to 43.4 because the opening range broke in the other direction as that heads higher, along with Nvidia screaming into $193.
There it is.
Forever undefeated. Oh, SoFi, like to short into 19. SoFi does not spike. So when you wanted to fade something on a pop, it's always the thing that you're looking to short the pop that goes right to the downside. SoFi down 2% to start the day.
Yeah, we talked about looking long there on Nvidia, but now it's 194. So there it goes, man. It is absolutely ripping. Was something to look at there today, and there it goes up 2%. So we'll see when and if that ever settles down. I'm going to look for an AMD short, like I said, and there it goes. So going complete opposite. So perfect right there with the thought, but not perfect with the execution because there really wasn't anything for me there. But there goes AMD to the downside. So Nvidia long, we talked about AMD. The only other name that we wanted to look at was IBIT, and I can see that it's not doing anything right now. So it's AMD that's cranking lower. The Qs might be the one now as we finally potentially make that top there off of that Nvidia rip, but 49.80 just made a little top there. Nvidia coming back a little bit off 194.
Yeah, that's starting to come back a little bit. Rocket Lab, which I did like at 71 for a fade, is starting to bounce. This was double digits to the downside on Friday as well. Oh, Apple also starting to go pretty heavily. There we go. It's gone
down?
green. No, up.
Up. Oh, okay.
0.5% now to the upside for Apple as it's trying to go. Silver, no bounce. No dip buy on silver, unfortunately. But if you're looking for the long, it is slightly higher. Not much movement. We've seen this before. Sometimes silver takes a little bit to get going, and then once it establishes the trend, it's absolutely fine. But the light movement there, bigger movement in some of the chip names. Still not seeing anything. Oh, Rivian as well was a play. It went right to 15.01 without breaking that $15 level. So we're still staring down a 15 flat bottom break here on Rivian. Another day, and somehow it just magically seems to hold this number.
All right, silver hanging around. Well, first of all, we have a position right now. We'll go over here. We'll hit this. First position for me is going to be into this short. And we said that, if it takes out that high, we're going to be out of here, right? I mean, this is what this market does. And sometimes we get those bangers right off the open. In other ways, we just kind of wait to see, okay, here it goes. So extending higher right now. We're going to get stopped out at the high of the day break right now. So I just didn't really think that this market wanted to do this, but it looks like it does, again, want to go higher. So we'll take a shot on the short early, then get stopped out. So we just had to hit a fail on that first short, making the move all the way to the high side again. So yeah, not really respecting. I still want to go short, but it's going to have to come back in at this point. We just get stopped out near the highs there again. Maybe we just wait for AMD to come back upside, and if that ever happens, then we can short that one. But for right now, okay, now the market's trying to figure it out. Just hearing in our ear something about CrowdStrike. That was beat up on Friday. Wow, really beat up again more today. Down another 3% here. So
some kind of a...
Yeah, this name getting hit there. He's saying some sort of an X post coming through. But yeah, Nvidia TQ's getting hit there or upside. Sorry, it was CrowdStrike getting hit on that move. Still watching to see if there's a trade here. Silver was still upside as well. I'm looking to buy some CrowdStrike, so I'll probably step in to buy some of that even today. Just kind of figure out what that move is all about. Silver breaking 79. Yeah, that looks like it wants to get higher as well right here. So up and away so far for some of these names today. The risk-on assets are really moving. Like we talked about Google being a high play. That went to 319. Now it's fading out a little bit. But yeah, so far so good. Welcome back, Adair. What's up?
So this post is like at least 8 or so hours old, but the post that could be the one being referred to here is from CEO George Kurtz of CrowdStrike, in which apparently he asked Claude to build a CrowdStrike replacement, and Claude said that that wasn't something they'd be able to do. So I guess the implication is that AI can't replace his company. Weird post, but not like brand new or anything. I mean, the most recent post I'm seeing about this post is from like 1 a.m. today. So I'm guessing he posted this either very early this morning or late last night. But again, CEO of CrowdStrike, George Kurtz, saying that AI apparently cannot replace his company after he asked Claude to do so. Bizarre take. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
You would think that wouldn't actually cause the stock to drop off the open, but if it's old news, then it doesn't really matter. In that move to the upside, Bitcoin did not break higher. As you can very plainly see, it just flat bottom broke, so we're going to give it to the opening bar right about here, 37.55. And yeah, Crowd, it's a weird one, but it is still making fresh lows into a bad market, or to a good market this morning, down 3 points on whatever is causing it. The whole space was beaten up midday. It was more like 1 o'clock on Friday, taking an absolute hit, as along with PanW. Palo Alto probably didn't drop as far on Friday because they got hit harder on earnings, but both of them down pretty heavily. So IBIT's the only new position for myself. Silver continues to rally. There hasn't been a dip yet, but we'll look at that volume-weighted average price, see if we can't come back in and try to pick up a bit of the long. Might have to cancel that Rivian breakdown order. Now it's bouncing nicely off 15. Another day, another hold of exactly $15. It wants to break, it just, not yet, not yet.
Yeah, we went back into the short on the futures here to try to see if we can get a downside play finally. We did get stopped out at the very top, so we'll buy it back in. We got to fill there at 58. Now we'll see if we can get something back down into here. Try to hold this. We can make a little bit of money back, which we're doing right now on this name. And, AMD was going to be the short for me. IBIT obviously is trying to break as well. Neil just covered that. We could check out Meta quickly here just to see what that's doing. Yeah, so wow, good move higher there. Now it's getting hit. Let's see if this market wants to hold. I mean, here comes the market back. Yeah, okay. Making it back now. That's too bad, man. We always just get that little stop out right there off the open. Too bad about that one, but we'll have to get better on our targets. Here it goes. We just got a 44 fill right there as we're trying to make some money back here on the market. What's up, Adara?
Brand new tariff-themed post from U.S. President Trump on Truth Social, and I quote, "Any country that wants to, quote, play games with a ridiculous Supreme Court decision, especially those that have, quote, ripped off the USA for years and even decades, will be met with a much higher tariff, and worse than that which they just recently agreed to. Buyer beware, all caps through exclamation points. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So, yeah, Trump here, I guess, threatening higher tariffs after the Supreme Court ruling with countries that countries that, quote, want to play games with the ruling. Back to you.
Yeah, F around and find out, I guess, is what Trump is trying to say
exactly
right there.
What he is saying. You know how that works.
He is showing who is the boss right now, and it's not Tony Danza. So Congratulations to the United States getting more aggressive with their stance there, and we'll see how that forms out. I don't think that would be great for the overall market, hence why we're short. I mean, this is what we talked about earlier today. Long silver on geopolitical worries, long short the market on the same kind of thing here. And yeah, both those ideas starting to work out. And the only thing we have is the short on the market, but it looks like silver doing well. And I think crypto, obviously for the short as well, would be a trade that I was looking to get into, but just haven't been able to yet. But there goes IBIT to the downside as well. So yeah, should have gone short there right off the jump, but we'll see what winds up happening with Bitcoin. Yeah, taco, that's right. We heard about that. I don't know if this is going to be a taco moment or not. Look, the market can't figure itself out. We just got some more outs down there at the 21 period. If this takes out the highs, we just have to get out of this one. Again, man, breaking through 50, looks like the market just wants to get going here. So let's just wait to see what it does. I was thinking these highlights, these posts were negative sort of feeling, but it looks like they're not really. I mean, the market wants to go higher here, so giddy up, man. This might be a risk-on day again. The more aggressive the president talks, maybe the more confidence he's showing. So I don't know. It looks like right now the market's trying to rally. Is it happening in the banks? 310, maybe a little bit there.
Apple's strong at least.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. He's a president of the markets, so we got to be very, very careful here. He's definitely not going to try to be hurting the Dow and the S&P and all that. So just be careful with President Trump here, I think.
Yeah, and ultimately, just when the market gave that little bit of a turn, was able to get a bottom wick on IBIT. Going to jump back in if we can. We are at Thursday's lows, by the way, so going to try to work this underneath the volume weighted average price into a potential breakdown at 37.2. But I was just sort of saying it was Apple that looked strong, at least on my board, but it's just pulling back. That's a crazy, the first red candle was a pretty hefty snap back to the upside, but it did drop almost a full $1 and then whip right back up to 266, but it's looking pretty strong. They bought that right up on the initial candle. Then the second one was another wick like that as well, so they're really buying it up. Silver is really starting to get away. Here, there still hasn't been a pullback, only green candles so far. So the second you get any kind of a dip, the trend is obviously up at this point. So just buy the dip on the trend line is going to be the plan of action on silver. Keep looking back over. Rivian's not doing anything. Rocket Lab, which I still like for the short, finally got to 71. There's only a couple places to look. There's 71 where it closed, and then this high at $73. So it just checked up at the 71. So I'm about to take my first shot at Rocket Lab. And this just comes down to the fact that it was weaker than pretty much everything else on Friday. Like, you got this big bounce day in a lot of stocks, and Rocket Lab down double digits.
All right, yeah, futures still so far, yeah, good look on Rocket Lab. Futures still so far working out okay as we get that long, and we wait to see now where it goes from here, or that short, sorry, as it's starting to pump a little lower. I'm bidding 41s. We'll see how low we can go right now on the futures. Let's just check out the DXY, the dollar, just see what's going on there. This will obviously, give us a little bit of an indicator on what this market's trying to do right now. So here's the DXY. Let's give it, so it's stuck in the middle on a daily chart as we see that, but if we go over to a 1 minute, there goes the market. Yeah, finally we're starting to get to the downside. So here we go, nice little move now in the DXY. We'll see if it continues to just kind of hover, looking to break through the lows right now on weak dollar strength, weakness in the dollar. That should, I don't know, I mean, if that will hurt the Nasdaq or not. Generally speaking, a weaker dollar is okay for multinationals, but there it goes right now. Nice move here as we'll make it back on the futures. Yeah, big move now. Here it goes. Let's go back to the futures. So thank you, everybody, for holding out with me here on TQQ. We did get stopped out near that high, got right back in, and, sometimes we're in a little too early, but it's the whole thought, right? I mean, you gotta have your own outs, you gotta have your own ins, but I think we did pretty good there, just focusing on this one name and now getting a 50-cent winner. Lose 30 cents, make 50 cents, something like that will work out for us as it's trying to come back in pretty aggressively right now to the downside. So on strength, we would want to potentially look to pick up, we're looking for strength stocks. We're looking to pick up Nvidia on any weakness. So down in there to 190. We already broke through VWAP, so we can't use that anymore. We'll have to wait to see if we can get some love downside for Nvidia. But here we go, man. It's a big trade alert right there with the diamond hands hopefully coming through on the futures. So we go, yeah, Sean, get hyped. Yeah, man, we are. What's up, other Zinc? Hopefully you're doing well there today. As there it goes right to the downside. So finally, man, we put it on there. We take that trade. It's the Qs. Now we just got to see what's going on with silver and some of those other plays, IBIT and so on and so forth. So downside pressure is happening now in the Nasdaq, now with a 70-cent winner right here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nasty. Everything is flushing on through, unfortunately. Nvidia just lost the volume weighted average price itself, so Nvidia might be doing that thing again where you get above 190 and you cannot seem to follow through, unfortunately. But not yet. It's not over for Nvidia. This is a 15-minute that's still looking pretty green. IBIT just broke through, or Bitcoin just broke through the lows, and 66,000 is gone. 65.5 is where we're at. So we're at Thursday's bottom, kind of looking for. 2 weeks ago, we bottomed out at about 37. I think that would be the ultimate target for here. So starting to look a little bit nasty, but that's not bad for silver, which is still absolutely screaming to the upside. There has not been a pullback whatsoever in silver and gold, as both of these looking incredibly strong. Still looking for that first available dip if we can get it. And as far we talked about a SoFi underneath the $19. This is down 3.5% and continuing to go. There hasn't been any spot to get into this to the south side, unfortunately. And even Intel, which was booming, is about to lose the volume weighted average price. So we're going to have to be patient for some of these other shorts. Right now, just IBIT. Silver can't seem to get into the long. Rivian never broke down for me. And Rocket Lab, still, I got to put the order out when we broke the trend, but I'm not going to chase it all the way to the volume weighted average price. My risk is to this 71 quarter area, so I want to make sure we get something above 70.5 here. As the market continues down, so the shorts are still going to be in play. The only long I liked was going to be silver, and that hasn't given you much of a chance unless you were just taking the breakout.
Hi-ho, silver over there. Thank you so much, Randy. Thank you. Thank you for that. Needed that. Thank you, Randy. That was a good one there. Yeah, we hope everybody on the East Coast is safe right now. It's been warm. Quite a shoveling experience, I would imagine, for many of you out there right now. We're very, very lucky. We barely have any snow right here. Oh, and we still have what's left over, but we did not get anything of significance over the weekend. So that was actually really nice for a change. All right, so we did cash out a little bit down here. I mean, we came back right into the lows of the day again here on the Qs. We're bouncing slightly off of that, so we'll, take another. There you go. I was gonna say, bidding another bid here at 49. Took 49.05s here, and we'll just wait to see, how aggressive this downside move is. Our ears are still to the ground. We got the news wires here. We've got Adara. Welcome back to Adara. So she's back in the building now with us. And that's going to be great. So we're, if there's anything that hits the wires, you're in the right spot. That is for sure. We'll get that all to you right here, right now. We saw earlier that SMR was starting to break down just a little bit. So it does break through $13. So we're going to have to, I guess, wait for it to pop up, because I don't really want to go long any of these names. Like I said today, maybe, here, let's look at silver, because on this, wow, the market is really, guys, let's go, man. We're almost in the club again. We'll get this dollar going, this cash cow going here again. I'm bidding 48.82s now onto this downside, so the market is really starting to make that turn. We did get stopped out. We made the high of the day on the future, so thank you very much for that one. My name's Sean. I'll be here tomorrow. But that was a bad one, and then that was a good one. So right now we'll have to wait, and hopefully you guys are still able to be on that. But then silver on any pullbacks, I think, is what we want to buy as well. But no, I thought maybe,
What
I thought like maybe there might
That'd
be
one. That'd be like catching SoFi on a bounce.
Yeah, that would be. Did you get it? No. Okay. Did SoFi bounce? Oh, SoFi did not bounce. Oh,
it's comically, disgustingly horrible.
Yeah.
SoFi is not the one today, unfortunately. It's actually much worse than most of the other stocks that I'm looking at to the downside. But it never came to $19. It's only breaking down and just continuing to go lower and lower and lower. Silver could break $80 without not even anything at this point. Like, it's just a reverse of the market. SNDK, by the way, is the only thing that's strong that I can find, if just still close to the highs, and even it's starting to pull back a little bit here, unfortunately. So yeah, even some of these chip names that are looking good, starting to give up a little bit of the ghost. Apple just lost a bit of support in here, just not seeing a ton of strength out there at all. It's just, but I'm coming back to that. There we go. Like, Rivian did in a bit of a turn. I liked it for a 15 break, ultimately, but if I can get this before it gets to 15, I don't mind that notion either. Bouncing off a very key level here. And if you're looking at the EVs and you're like, yeah, well, why not Tesla? Well, Tesla's already trending down. So I'd rather play a little bit of catch up in Rivian. Tesla down 2%, and another name looking incredibly weak so far to start the session. Again, there hasn't been much strength unless you happen to be looking at some of the metals and potentially a little bit of oil stocks. Those doing a little bit better.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it all figured out where we want to go, because we just had a huge move down in the futures. We got that 48.82 that we were talking about. So starting to get lighter and lighter now, man. We only have about 20% left of this trade. Most of them were out here at 49. We actually did pretty good weighting this time. Took some out where we had hesitated before and then downside. And what I wanted to get at before we sort of went over to the dollar there was I wanted to look at the broader markets, because it's 947 right now. Let's just see what is happening. ES right now down. There's the Nasdaq down. We're already short the Nasdaq, so we don't have to worry too much about that. ES only down 0.23. The market might be battling back just a little bit. Let's take this time here just for a quick little look at what exactly this market is doing. Nvidia, the sole name here on the green side for these major tech names, right? Google, green, but whatever, 0.31, Meta down 1, Microsoft down 2, still going. There's Adara's Oracle. Thank you, Adara.
Very much, Adara.
Oracle down 4444 right now. Netflix down 451. Palantir down 49999. IBM down. What is this rate in there? Oh, AppLovin down 8% today. So there's just a lot of yuckiness, man. Intuit. So Intuit, another software name. ServiceNow software.
Netflix.
Yes. CrowdStrike. This guy's lost his way. I'm gonna wait on CrowdStrike, man. You don't ask ChatGPT if they can replicate your business. Claude, whoever the hell he's asking. This guy's, I think he's a little lost it there. I might have to re-look at that play. Microsoft, Google right there coming in as well.
It's desperate.
And then it's very desperate. That's the problem right there. I don't like it. Broadcom, Micron. Okay, so Broadcom, some strength. I mean, that makes sense. I think that we are excited about Nvidia's report in general. I think the market is, just because it looks like it's trying to break out. So a little bit better on this side of things than the other. The other one's all software, right? Boeing was an interesting look today as well. Intel, you had that crazy Intel chart off the open. And then Berkshire, JP Morgan, so some of the banking names, a little bit of a trouble spot there as we worry about that 15% tariff. And now he talks about some licensing fees as well to be slapped on. Nothing really standing out. Some of the credit cards down 2%, 3%, sorry, for AXP. Neil and I talked about, some of these IBKRs and investment banks and whatnot with robo AI, robot advisors and whatnot could be a factor. We see Robinhood somewhere. We'll have to check out Robinhood. You already checked out SoFi earlier today as well, and that was straight downside fire in the booth for SoFi.
It's no better for Robinhood. Robinhood's down 4%. I'm not singling out SoFi. SoFi was just the one I wanted to trade on a pop, but it's looking just as bad over in Hood. That could be testing 52-week lows as we very briefly. It is what it is. It's not looking good. Silver pulling back for the first time. Let's go to Adara.
Interesting look here from the EU, reportedly freezing its U.S. trade deal approval over uncertainty with the Trump tariffs. Now, I'm going to unpack this a bit. So, again, EU, according to something I just saw, they are apparently freezing their approval of the U.S. trade deal, given, again, some uncertainty with regards to tariffs from U.S. President Trump. I'm also seeing comments now from President Trump that just came out saying that as president, he does not have to go back to Congress to get the approval of the tariffs. So lots of tariff uncertainty, and we know that this EU reported freeze of its trade deal approval comes like 10 minutes after Trump warned that any country that wants to, quote, play games with tariffs after the decision is going to face higher tariffs, and saying, quote, buyer beware, 3 exclamation points. So lots of tariff back and forth here. Back to you.
I like all these exclamation points. Yeah, apparently, like some of his true social posts are getting to be quite long.
The best is the all no capitals when talking about the Supreme Court. Yeah. It's like every time the Supreme Court gets referenced, it's going to be in lowercase. You're just going to have to deal with it. Oh, wow. Silver is really pulling back.
Is it? Okay, yeah, the market's coming back up.
So here comes the first official significant dip over in silver as the market's bouncing back to the upside. I know we're going right back to Adara, of course, in just a quick second, but if we get into VWAP, that'll be a spot to look for a bounce here on SLV. Adara?
Sorry, guys, we are getting our second Truth Social post from Trump in like 15 minutes. I did allude to this one at the end of my last segment, but here's the full post. Again, his second post on tariffs this morning, quote, as president, I do not have to go back to Congress to get approval of tariffs. It's already been gotten in many forms a long time ago, exclamation point. They were also just reaffirmed by the ridiculous and poorly crafted Supreme Court decision, exclamation point, President DJT. So again, Trump posting a lot here. Be very aware. Truth Social is popping this morning. It looks like. Back to you.
Okay, yeah.
Just quickly, someone asked what the short ETF was for silver. You were looking for ZSL, I'm assuming. So you're probably looking for this one. ZSL is like the inverse. So this goes up when silver goes down. So with that pullback in silver to VWAP, this is bouncing into said volume-weighted average price. But yeah, like I prefer going long in silver directly. But it looks like this market turn, we are going to get into the volume weighted average price. So almost a couple more, just one little flush down, and you could have a potential bounce here. And then the reload just happening in front of that 50, that opening range on IBIT just came back in. So hopefully we'll get into VWAP for reload, or actually an entry in silver, but we just got the reload in IBIT off that opening range high. So looking for that to maybe push back in to some of the earlier lows. Yep, the market did a nice little bounce, but it's still putting in a lower high as far as I can see.
Yeah, I got a little bit out there on the futures, but I am trying to buy silver here, 78.50. So if we can come into this level, you'll see that actually, hit the account, and we'll see if it can come in. So I'm going to sit there now because we want to look at, now that it's 10 o'clock, well, getting into 10 o'clock and the market's been open for a minute, we want to make sure that we are able to find some, tradable names, right, and not just sit around and fly off and say, oh, this name is breaking this level. Like names that we look at that we talked about that make some sense. So I think silver long does make some sense. And so if we can get it to VWAP, that's 78.80. I was actually going to wait for 78.50. Thought a break of VWAP, then we'll use this 200 period as a little bit of support. So let's see if that comes in. We'll leave our bid there at 78.50. It's actually at 78.60, but that's the levels that I'm looking at right down here. So if it comes in, that's something that I want to stamp on and put my name to that trade if that does come in. Okay. The other one was AMD. I want to look at that short. I guess right now with the shorts came in already. As you see, the futures down to 25,000. Back up to try to get to 25,000. We just went to 24.8. There it is right there. We did not short this name as AMD was talking about it on my list around $200. We got close to it, 199.50s or so. We could try to use that as our top if it does come back in. So maybe a short $1 from here on AMD. So if we can get near $200, I still like that trade near $200 for AMD. Maybe that comes in and we'll be able to look at that again. So if that can come in, that will be a good one. We saw Micron spiking, and again, I think Micron's a good spike candidate just because of what we're looking for from Nvidia in a couple of days. I think that story continues for Nvidia, so it continues for Micron. I think there'll be high demand, and that should be working out well for Micron and everybody else involved in the chip space, right? And so that would be another pullback candidate would be Nvidia today. We did pull back, but again, looking for a 200 period pullback, and that didn't happen there, so we'll pass a little bit there on Nvidia for now on that pullback. What else you guys want us to look at? I mean, we could look at
Moderna is going out.
Yeah, I just heard
Just checked, no news on Moderna, nothing on social media.
Something in my ear just happened with Moderna, so I think there is something in there, but we'll wait to hear. Yeah, could just be.
Thank you for the super chat, Nick Dubs. Yeah, Viking was up a couple of points today as well. So Viking Therapeutics, mRNA, KMI, all of them are going to be strong. So it could be a sentiment, could just be a sentiment play in some of the biopharma names. Moderna, maybe even on a daily breakout, if it can get past 55 here, super, super strong. What's VKTX up in terms of?
Yeah, sorry, I looked into this on Moderna. The only headline I'm seeing people circulate, it is 5 days old, FDA agreeing to review the Moderna flu vaccine. So it is a ton of social media attention, Sean. That might have been what you're hearing. Like I'm seeing posts every couple seconds, but it's just excitement over the move and nothing that's actually news related at all, as far as I can tell.
Well, if you look at Moderna has been on an absolute tear. Like with the exception of Friday, like it's gone. This is now 5 out of 6 days where it's huge upside moves, and this is actually more extreme than some of the other ones. To be fair with it, so Moderna on absolute tear. It does have a decent short float, nowhere near what it used to be. Unfortunately, let's go back over and see what's going on with the rest of this market. Silver is still trying. Nah. Yeah, that just bounced ahead of the volume weighted average price, so might have to pick a different target a little bit. I don't want to join too far over for sure. They got a price target upgrade job, but I don't know. That really explains like that move because they got a price target upgrade. That just looks like a big-time squeeze as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know if the price target upgrade's enough to cause a bit of a spike, but certainly continuation as the shorts are getting hurt a little bit here in mRNA. This bounce seemed like it could have gotten SoFi to VWAP to play the short, but SoFi, I guess, is just entirely too weak and doesn't want to get there. So this consolidative bottom, I'll just respect that. About 18.4 is the high, so if I can get it in the 30s, I'll try shorting SoFi in the 30s, as opposed to waiting for the volume-weighted average price. Market did its best to bounce, or at least this stock did its best to bounce, and couldn't do anything with it. And if you're looking at fintech, like look at the difference here. Like Robinhood bounced all the way back to VWAP. SoFi, not so much.
All right, you guys can put in the chat IBRX. You can put in whatever you like. This is going to happen. So $ Apple, $ TQs. That's what I'm trading. Anything you guys want us to look at, put it in here. And then Fabian's created this little sort of, we call it visualizer here. You give us a good idea of sort of which stocks are popping off, which stocks you guys want us to talk about, and then it just updates based on how many votes it gets. So right now, IBRX, with 25 of you are asking for a quick look on IBRX. Let's have a quick look at IBRX and see what's going on with this one. There's been a couple notes that we had earlier today in our watch list where we talked about some movers and shakers today, and I believe IBRX was one of them. So
this is earnings this morning, though.
Oh, was not on it. Okay, so this is earnings. So there goes IBRX right now, up 24%, looking to break out. IBRX, what is the name of this stock? Immunity Bio. So a name that I know that we've talked about a couple times before. There it is, breaking through $10. So on earnings, so this is not, a trial or a phase or anything like that. Upside right now, breaking through. Some of these biotech names often have, decent short floats, which is probably helping carry the day because you broke through that $9 sort of April of 24 high. Wow, you've really done work here, IBRX. I wonder what they're producing, but that bottom of 2 really looks great now. You're up 5x from there. Let me just double check to see what the short flow looks like here on IBRX. IBRX, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe, get going on this one, especially if your stock is IBRX. You're probably pretty happy about that one. Yeah, there it is right there. Higher, better than expected Q4 financial results. Yeah, short float, we nailed that one, 40%. Right there. So yeah, no surprise there for anybody shorting that name. You probably already short. Down 41% to the upside on the short float. So maybe getting a little more short today is that float because I don't know if people are averaging in and getting blown out or not, but big volume right off the open. Either people punching out or getting more short, but right now it's looking like the longs are winning the day here on good stock of the day. IBRX, your number one requested song on the top 40 stock list today. $49 looks like it's trying to hold as well for the Qs. So maybe we have an opportunity to get a little bit out on the Qs right here, right now. All right, we have happening now with Adair, then we'll come back with some more trade ideas.
In 20 minutes, guys, we are going to be having, 20 seconds, we're going to be having some numbers. U.S. core durable goods revised 0.9%, forecast 0.9% prior. Biggest number here going to be factory orders month over month, negative 0.7% is the forecast. Previous was positive 2.7%. So we are expecting not only a lower number than previous, but actually negative print. Now, factory orders coming in negative 0.7%, more or less in line here with that forecast of negative 0.7%. I'm also seeing apparently consensus was negative 0.5%. But either way, factory orders month over month coming in line with that forecast. Core durable goods revised a little bit higher than expected, 1% versus that forecast and prior print of 0.9%. And durable goods revised exactly in line with the forecast and the prior print of negative 1.4%. U.S. President Trump set to start speaking at 10 a.m. It's not an event that's very likely to be market related, but as we know, Trump can at any moment bring up the market. So if that does happen, I will keep you all posted. Here is a look at the Nasdaq. Nice push up here pre-market, initially staying near those highs, but then falling around 935. We've had not one, but 2 posts this morning, again, with literally only half an hour so far of market action from U.S. President Trump, both of them on tariffs and the U.S. Supreme Court decision. Nvidia is going to be on watch without a doubt throughout the week. We do get an upgrade this morning from Althea Capital, but the bigger thing with Nvidia is going to be their earnings report after the bell on Wednesday. NVO kind of wriggling around here near a low of day after announcing weaker than expected data from its CagriSema treatment. This CagriSema drug has not performed particularly well in these trials. This one no exception, though Eli Lilly, its competitor in this weight loss space, did initially gap up on these numbers, I guess, in antipathy. Keep an eye here as well on fellow weight loss drug play, HIMS, obviously in a slightly different space, but Hims & Hers is reporting earnings after the bell. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Back to Sean and Neil.
Hey everybody, we've been talking about this for a minute, but the wait is finally down to just 24 hours. Tomorrow, February the 24th, the doors to Trader TV Academy swing open. After months of teasing, building, and perfecting, the Trader TV Academy goes live in just one day. This is the exact path we took, redefined, refined, and ready for you to step right into. The countdown ends tomorrow, February the 24th. We'll check out your notifications and clear your schedule. We'll see you at the Academy tomorrow. Neil, myself, Sharif, Joe, Adara, everybody excited for this to release Brendo. We're really happy that the day is finally here. It's Trader TV Live Academy, and it's tomorrow. And then we'll start talking all about it. We'll show you some examples of what's going on. It's curated videos. It's our journey. It's what we learned to start with and what we sort of learned throughout our journey, talking all about, the fundamentals of the market and then understanding your platform and, different techniques that we use involving discipline and how to become that positive trader.
And think of it like a professional approach. Unlike Starfleet Academy, the new show, it's all about professionalism and taking it seriously if you want to succeed. I don't know if you've heard.
I have not.
That show is an absolute joke.
No, I don't even
and one of the reasons is because last I checked, an academy should be professional and serious. And it is what it is. You want to take it seriously, then that's what you got to do. Ultimately, this market is headed back into the downside. I hate to tell you. It doesn't really look like it's that good, but that gives an opportunity, hopefully, for Rocket Labs, for myself, for the first time in Rocket Labs. It hasn't really done much to the downside with the market, but it is breaking this little upward trend here. If we lose VWAP, I'm jumping into Rocket Lab for the first time, trying to pick this one up on the way back down. But it has to break down. Like, I'm not going to just take it to the short because I want there to be a short trade in the stock. It would be like forcing my way into Rivian, even though it didn't break that $15 level. Still think it's going to happen, but you got to be patient with it. So looking for that to break the volume weighted average price. IBIT is headed back toward low. If it double bottoms, I'm just going to jump out. Got to be able to respect it. Oh, this is why. Coinbase. All right, so I don't know why Coinbase's V-shaped recovery was so much bigger than everything else, but it happened. Oh, it's starting to roll back over. Okay, so if this had broken the top, I would have considered just respecting what was going on in crypto land and jumping out. But no, that's pulling back, looking pretty good. For whatever reason, Coinbase just a little bit stronger. A little bit stronger there. Not sure why, but it's reverting back to normal for sure. So here comes that Rocket Lab. Needs to lose VWAP here. Once it does, I'm jumping into the short trade, giving it to the prior bar high. But everything falling. Yeah, the shorts are definitely in here once again.
Yes, they are, man. We've been, this is the #1 trade idea today was going to be long silver followed by short TQQs. So there it is, man. I mean, we have this banger. It's a big trade. It's a TQQs. We do have a new position, though. I'm going to try to start it right now on silver. I'm still waiting for 78.60 to come in and then watching out for this like 78.50. I was thinking like if we drop below like 78.20 or so, we could get out of this one and then regroup it if it does get in. That's 70, 78 flat, something like that for maybe a little bit of a longer take. But yeah, man, it is really a Print City factory over here on the Nasdaq. And if you guys are looking for resources, we talked about the Trader TV Academy coming on tomorrow. You can get this all for free. My trading ideas right there. There's the TQQs, man. Our 49.50 short. Wow. I mean, that one again has really come in. We took it there and got stopped out and then just found it. We only took 2 fills, then we took a third one once it broke and it gave us that high. So I think from now we can kind of just wait for a high to be developed, even like moving forward, and then just take our position off of that, because then we wouldn't have that sort of red mark right there before now having obviously this huge mark back into the downside as the futures are kind of puking all over themselves right now, downside. All right, man, now we have a much bigger position and it's still not ready to go yet, so we'll hit the chicken dinners right here for silver. It looks like it is trying to break lower though right now, 78.50. So that's our last fill, was at 78.60. We talked about that, that we wanted to get, that was a position for our trade to sort of start realizing itself a little bit. So we'll offer some out down here, some in the 90s if we can get it. If we can get something near, 73, 74, we'll take that just to get out a little piece, and then watch out for silver breaking below like 78.40. now is probably decent, you know, and then waiting for, we can wait for 77.80. It's not like we have a bunch of shares here, but we're starting to go upside now a little bit. So here it goes, man. Short on the futures, that's now a dollar club, so we're banging that one right there as that just gets into the 70s. And we're going long on silver, which, hi-ho, that's a big move upside right there. Let's go. We'll see if we can take an 88 fill there now as well. There it goes. Yes, sir. 88s and 90s on SLV. We printing now, baby. So that was a good little long. We talked about that one. We got it. Silver now to the upside. Let's see where we go. But so far, so good here on SLV.
Yeah, so far so good. But I said if we got to the lows and we bounced again, I would jump out on IBIT. Oh, goodness. By the way, all my charts just crashed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but we put in a higher low and broke this uptrend. Here we go. So there's your little bit of an uptrend. Yeah, not a bad drop, but we just made a higher low, so I jumped out of the secondary trade in IBIT. So far, so good. It's the only stock that I've actually traded today. Rocket Lab's not really setting up yet. It does not lose VWAP, so I'm not going to be in it. Just cannot force that trade. And then if you go back over to the chip names, Nvidia's under VWAP. So it's starting to break down. Once again, that 94 spot seems like we can't chew through it. It's been resistance. I'm not sure you get through it until earnings. Intel, which we did like initially for a breakdown, that's still trending up. So I can want this to be a short, but you put in successive higher lows. So higher low, higher low. There's nothing about this right now that says a short on Intel. So until it can break this upward trend, then my hands are off this bad boy. And it just sort of is what it is. Like, again, like I can want this one to head to the downside, but it's not. It's going up, and I have to wait for some kind of an entry to get me into the stock at this point. The other name that was looking pretty bad is still looking terrible. That's going to be SoFi, that just broke another low of the day. So for whatever reason, SoFi stands out in these fintech names. So far, it's just been IBIT for me to the south side a couple of times. We'll look for a third entry on Bitcoin, but it'll have to be right up at that same top. We haven't been able to break through 37.5 yet.
All right. I mean, here it goes. This is now 70 cents as silver just blowing up right there to the upside, man. It comes into the 200 period moving average. Oh, boy. Wow. Yeah, the face slapper is real, man. There it goes. Just huge move up. We're really happy that we have that one. There goes silver. We really nailed it right to exactly where we thought, into the 200 period moving average. We talked about that at 78.50. It's a good thing that we didn't wait exactly for that. We took it a little earlier against ourselves at 60. It went down just a couple pennies against us, and now it rips to the upside, giving us another positive day, obviously, in this market as we go 2 for 2, Qs and silver. And the best part about my day is, and I think same Neil was looking for the short in IBIT too, is exactly like as planned. There's silver, there's the Qs, like exactly the two trades. We wanted the Q short, we wanted silver long. Like that's exactly it. Now we got to look for IBIT short. Neil's already running that one, so I'll avoid it for now. That was a great trade between 38, 25 is what we were looking for. And then AMD, we could go back and look at that as well. Wow, the Qs are falling all over themselves and silver's freaking ripping right now. So we are getting quite the move back in for our account right here, boys and girls. That's a huge move down into the 70s right now for the futures. I hope you got it, man. If you got it, great, because it's a money storm and it's a back to the futures money storm as well as the TQ is just printing out for us, man. Our number one, I consider this the number one idea because we were in it the first, and it just gave me the short, and then we got stopped out because we didn't want to take that. And then now, you know, back into it as we get confident with that trade. And now we have to wait to see where silver's going. Hopefully higher. 78.40 would be real nice. Let's put an offer 79.35, and then so 79.40. And then what's that high? 79.60s right in there. That's 79.80. So let's go to 79.60. We'll put an offer there as well. See if we can get something. But there it goes, man. Boom goes a dynamite tonight on SLV. So yeah, Team Canada wins silver. But today we are putting up silver numbers into the blotter right there. And maybe it was just a little, you know, maybe if they didn't win, then I would be long gold or something. But right now we're long silver and just playing around. There's nothing to do with it. There it goes. Huge trade. My number one trade today is going to be on silver. We did lose a little bit there on TQs to begin with, so that's not going to be the top. Silver is. We go 1 for 1 on that one, just straight up to the upside. There it goes, man. New high a day incoming, I'm hoping, for silver. Next stop, 79.70 is where we're offering, and see if we can grab that one. Congratulations to the United States men's hockey team.
We'll
be back.
It was a deserved win.
We'll be back.
It was a gorgeous.
They didn't deserve. Well, they were outplayed by Canada.
No,
but
no, no.
At the end of the day,
it was a deserved win in that hey, you
Anytime
showed
you win
up,
gold.
you capitalize on your opportunities. At the end of the day, you have less opportunities and you capitalize. Your goalie was standing on his head and doing a fantastic job. So what
That's
can you do? For the first time here, we'll be into Rocket Labs, so consolidating underneath that trend break. But what's actually happening in IBIT that might not be a reload. It's pretty distinct higher lows on Bitcoin now. So you're actually starting to see a solid rebound. If it gets back into the top, this could hopefully break an upward trend, because that'd be an even better short opportunity if we were able to get it. Nvidia is really starting to lose the bid. That's going to bring me back to my Intel. Again, waiting for this to look like a short. It's high of the days right now. If it could easily wick the high, break underneath the trend line, then we're looking to short that bad boy. Not really believing Intel. Well, I shouldn't say that. Just not really believing this move in Intel. If it was breaking over 45, like this little rounded bottom, sure. But as long as we're sitting here underneath 44.5, yeah, I'm still going to play this fade. It has to give me the entry. As long as you're trending to the upside, then I can't be jumping in this one to the short. So just Rocket Lab and being patient with this IBIT trade. I want this back into the breakout level of 69.
Okay, yeah.
By the way, there is one more name that we didn't get to in small cap land, and that's RXT. It's not Raytheon. See, I can get it right. I was calling this stock RTX all last week. Unfortunately, this instantly lost the bid. So if you're wondering why I'm not looking at it, even though I said it would be an interesting breakout play, well, it never broke out. It never held $2, and now it is red on the session. That's the thing with these small cappers. If it doesn't hold VWAP, or if it doesn't make a fresh high after the open, then you got to be able to walk away. Probably could have been a short, I guess, when it lost VWAP. But RXT is not going to be on my radar for longs, unfortunately.
Silver did dump down a little bit. We got a little bit out there on silver. All right, let's check out SoFi. See what's going on here. 1810. Wow, going lower, lower, lower. SoFi, I mean, come on, man. I just can't keep buying all these dips, can I? I can, and I will. What's up, Dara?
Just want to address SNDK here. I'm seeing people in the chat talk about it. This name is very strong. I'm not seeing any news on it. They are set to appear at a industry conference on Wednesday, February 25th. I did look into any conferences. They just announced a whole slate. But the point is, they're not at any conferences today, unless there's like a massive, fun surprise conference they didn't mention on Thursday when they listed a whole slate. So long story short, SNDK up with no particular catalyst that I can find. Just be aware, guys. Back to you.
It's just a strong name. At the end of the day, like the trend is unbroken. Recently, at least on SNDK, and obviously from the highs, it is what it is. It was a very brief pullback. You could almost call it like bull flaggish. But since it made that fresh low at about 540-ish, higher low, 4 days in a row. If we actually have a green day today, that'll be 4 days in a row and right back into all-time highs. They did have a big quarter. At some point, you got to figure this is getting super frothy. Maybe that double top does it, but it hasn't happened yet. And you throw over to Micron as well. This wasn't even on my radar for exactly the same thing you're seeing here today. We saw SNDK breaking out. If you can't get past the Friday highs, which is exactly what happened here with Micron, just not believing in you. You got to look for relative strength and weakness. At this point, this market is telling you it's individual names, and they're all going to do their own thing, and things don't have to move together. All your old correlations aren't going to hold because there's going to be winners and losers, and there's going to be momentum in individual stocks. That's how you can have something like what we just saw. Oh, now Coinbase is back to the lows. Oh my goodness, Coinbase, you suck. No, Coinbase, when nothing was happening in BTC, when nothing was happening in Robinhood back, this had pulled and given you 4% off of the lows right back underneath. Speaking of the hooded one, yeah, Robinhood, 4.5% to the downside. I've already showed you guys SoFi. This could get really nasty if we lose the $70 level here on Robinhood. It's still probably at least a day away before it gets there, but not looking very productive at all for them. So again, I've only been in 2 stocks. Rocket Lab is now breaking down underneath the volume weighted average price. It already played once into here to 69.8 or so. Now we just want to play back into the 69 level. This is one of those growth type names. It's whether you like the stock or not, they have not been in the same favor as we've seen in the recent market. got to be able to stay away until the bid starts to come back in. And let us know whatever you guys are looking at. I just saw in the chat, I don't text in the chat, just said Nike is crashing. Well, that doesn't necessarily surprise me. On Friday, or last week anyways, Nike had probably the nastiest reversal on that tariff headline of any stock out there. Actually, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this did have the nastiest reversal. It was all systems go to the upside with that Supreme Court decision, and when it lost the bid in a worse way than just about any other stock that I saw, and it was just trend down. Eventually, it did catch a bit of a bounce, maybe because it was so nasty in the first place, but fresh flow is down 5% here for Nike. Yikes. I'm going to make I don't know what Lulu's doing here, and the only reason I'm going to check Lulu is, heck, that was one that a lot of people were trying to bottom pick in Lululemon, and it's also down 5%. So not looking any better. I would venture to say that Nike was worse on Friday, but today they are equally nasty. So you're not seeing a lot of strength overall, and so going back down into the retailers as well. Nike and Lulu 5% each, and getting worse.
All right, I think we did a good job there getting out of the majority of the silver trade. We still have that 20% left. We just got another bump back up into 79.20s again. So we'll take another fill there. And I'm looking to actually now just get out. If we break below 40s is where I put it in. We'll take a little bit more. We didn't get into, okay, well now, just on the way back up, like I really want to take sort of scalping seriously now. So if we can get something scalp-wise, I think that would be worth taking. So, you know, back into the 90s, it's so and so until we can break back above. Let's just take a little bit more out here. So now we're back into just under 20% left of silver, looking for a little bit of a reload right into there. We did talk a little bit about the dollar earlier. Let me have a quick little look to see what that US dollar is doing right now. Not much, right? I mean, it is trending lower. As we get, you know, actionable trades in silver and in gold. Generally speaking, when you're talking about silver and gold going higher, that would be represented by a weaker US dollar as the flight goes into metals instead of back into the US dollar. Strong dollar comes out of silver. So, you know, that could be a little bit of a trade that's helping the silver move lower and the future move higher and the futures move lower. So US dollar weakness as we get some uncertainties about what exactly Trump's going to do with these tariffs and all of that as we continue to talk about it. A name that could get hit, I don't know. I mean, you know, Tesla now producing obviously Optimus and whatnot. They've shut down their plants for the Model S and Model X. So that's a kind of an interesting take there. We also do break down below 405. We get into 402 right now for Tesla. Good low there, right? I mean, right down near the low of that sort of trend spot there for TSLA. You know, bounced off of $400 a couple times. Looks like it's trying to do that once again here today. Good. Silver now going back up to the upside. That was that. We did look at Robinhood a little bit. Let me just check out IBIT. I'd written down IBIT 38s. So, you know, we are touching out at that 200 period moving averages. IBIT goes right back to the highs of the day right now into pre-market levels. So that's, you know, another spot there that there's a lot of traders going to look at here, and that is on IBIT. So watch out for that pre-market sort of high break right there. Going to be an interesting one, an interesting look there for IBIT. If that comes back in, we'll look to short, you know, 37.70 or so in and around there should be okay for that trade. But yeah, that's just a little bit of a look at what I'm thinking about now. And then the banks, right? I mean, trying to find where some strength might be. Eli Lilly had that nice push forward from Novo, right? I mean, they came out and did not get the trial results that they were looking for on their weight loss drug, and that really helped out Eli Lilly's move to the high side right now. So here's Novo Nordisk, not doing a whole heck of a lot. I mean, you know, we had thought that it was pretty much done with. It does come out, does not take out the low of the day there, and actually goes up about $1 right off open. And now is looking like it wants to hold under. I think now might be a good opportunity to go short. Underneath VWAP, underneath everything. So let it sort of rip up. That makes sense, bouncing off the 50 into the 200. Now a little lower there for NVO. So yeah, this is not a horrible spot right here to potentially think about going short on Novo Nordisk. Okay, yeah, positive day so far, so we're happy with that. Let's go over to the desk and see what Adair is up to.
Yeah, I'm up to looking at some small caps here. This first one actually on our watch list this morning. EZRA, Reliance Global, announcing that they have completed their In Quantum acquisition deal. Now, this is, again, kind of a complex process. I did provide some details on this deal structure in our Trader TV Live watch list. But either way here, this first kind of payment approval puts EZRA on the path to 51% ownership of Quantum. Next up here, TRX, a name that feels like it's on this list more than it's not lately. Chan Ruxwing, of course, a repeat offender when it comes to small cap movers, announcing that it is in advanced and final stage discussions for a transformative strategic business combination with InsurTech. Last but not least, ALUR, much like the other names on this list, this is a name that we've actually seen rallying in the past year, one of these small cap movers. Allurion Technologies this morning announcing the FDA approval of their Allurion gastric balloon system application. So today we actually have not one, but all three names with Day 1 Catalyst. Nice look for small caps, ALUR, EZRA, and last but not least, TIRX. Back to you.
Thank you, as always, Adara. We do have a key for that, but I'll hit it.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Here it is.
Good hit.
See, now the president would use all caps for Adara, but not the Supreme Court. I bet you that one for sure. But again, thank you for the news. But unfortunately, that little downtrend, I didn't get the top on Rocket Lab, but it doesn't matter because it downtrended in through VWAP and then broke said trend. So I'm jumping out. It's close to break even on the second half, but if it's going to go higher, got to respect the fact that this did not hold on to that trend, and I was late to the trend. I waited till VWAP to get into it. That's already $1 into the move. The other thing that's going to be happening is IBIT is finally, it didn't get up to the pre-market highs, but it is working its way back down. Once it was putting in lower highs, my whole methodology changed to there's your higher lows all the way through. Either it's going to base out over here and break the trend, or maybe we can even do it right there at the volume weighted average price. So just waiting for that next opportunity in Bitcoin. When it's putting in the higher lows, I got to let it press into that pre-market high, which didn't happen. So now we can wait for the trend break. So it's really just been the two names. And yeah, I look over at Apple, like the market's at the low and trending down. Apple just got back to the high of the day. So it looks like this is the one that is holding up for the strength in the Mag 7. At least for now, there has not been a red candle on the 15-minute. That should be something to watch. Apple doesn't usually do that on a 15-minute chart where it's all green. So I'd almost think the first red candle on the 15 might be a good spot for a reversal trade here on Apple. Almost 1% to the upside, and it's breaking out. So there's strength out there, and it seems like it's in Apple's world.
Yeah, I love some Apple. They're great stock. Talked about that many times. Loving Apple. Look, the cues are going to the downside as this happens. So we take something out there. I thought I had another piece there on view up. I'm at 92. So okay, so if it gets a little lower there, we will take a 92. There it is. Yes, sir. Nice little trade there as we watch out for that. And then silver came right back up, right to a 79.20, right where we thought it would there as well. Get a little piece out there, 79 and change as we go down. One more piece here at 79.15s. We'll take that out, and now we'll watch it. Some people talking, yo, what's up? Manifested codes now. Wants to talk about Walmart printing on the long, I guess. Yeah, huge move there for Walmart. Yeah, buddy, straight to the upside there. Obviously, U.S. company, so maybe the tariffs here on Walmart. I don't know if they like that decision or not, but it seems like today, Walmart kicking it to the upside there as well. You looked at Nike. We can look at Target, the name that I'm in, as that's, they got up to 118 there yesterday, Thursday, Friday, and then fell back in and was at 117 this morning. So Walmart going one way, Target going the other way right now. AMD is the short that I'm still trying to wait for, and we almost got it there at 200, but it looks like that we were a little shy of it. Silver was the best pickup on the dip down for the longs for me there. And a name that I liked last week was Boeing, and that's down now into 230 I saw today. So that would be, so this is an interesting level here for Boeing, I feel like, as well as we've had now a couple of nice.
Be better.
You would think so. I mean, it's only down 1%. It's not like a huge problem here, but this is what Boeing's been doing the last couple of days, is 4 straight down days into the 50 period. So, to diversify a little bit away from, some of the typical names that we talk about in your accounts, the longer ones, we always get questions about the tech names. Boeing should be a good industrial name that you would be happy with holding.
I think the problem is it's like there's just so many good industrial names out there that Boeing doesn't. Boeing's not going to get enough credit because there's like you can be in a lot of other names that are just doing a heck of a lot better. And look, they get a bunch of money from defense as well, but there's also better performing defense stocks out there. And we're in this market where the comparisons really matter. Wow, Apple continues to go. Apple is super strong. Yeah, look, just to finish the thought, I looked up and saw Apple breaking out the highs, and it got distracted for a quick little second there. But when you see, relatively speaking, what's been going on with Boeing, and this is in the face of Airbus recently having some bad news of its own, Boeing is on the precipice of losing the 50 and breaking this little uptrend that it's on, which doesn't make a ton of sense when you think about what's going on in the space. Let's go quickly back to Adara. It's Apple's world. Wow.
Just be aware here, guys. U.S. President Trump is speaking at an event right now. Nothing market-related. It's an event for the remembrance of angel families. But if there is anything market-related that he says, I'll let you know. He just began speaking, guys. Back to you.
I heard in my ear that he was starting to speak, but I didn't realize that for now it's not going to be market-related. I mean, if he's going to take a Q&A or something, that could be a little bit of a problem there, as he's going to talk about everything. So I got out some more silver. Like, I want to hold it, so I'm going to try now to hold the rest. Like, if we come in and we get 78.60, great. But I think we want to trend this now. We've gotten out of, we only have about 15% left or so. We took another couple outs here, and I'm just going to try to wait now for that high. I already have an offer sitting up here at 79.60, so let's just see if it can happen. And we've been getting out of the queues as well. Nervous about this talk. So, just getting out more and more here. We're going to finally stop out of the queues if it breaks this level right there, 49. Let's go to 40. I was at 49.30. I was trying to talk myself into maybe getting a few more shares short right into here in case it does, rip up to that level. But again, I don't, with President Trump speaking, could be one of those like whipsaw type of things here if he does mention something about other nations. So 49.31s or so could be a decent spot for me to think about taking that out. So I think that's what we'll do if we break above. So let's put that stop in right now. 49.31s, we'll stop out of that one. And maybe we'll take a little bit, couple more shares if we get into like 49.15 and get a 15-cent worth of risk or so like that. So if we do pop back up, we'll see if we can put an offer there now and then see if we get those shares, 49.15 or so. Let's go to 49, let's go 17, doesn't really matter. We'll offer out there, and if we get some shares right at the top of that wick, then we'll see if we can get that and then stop out up here. Give ourselves a little bit of risk. But here it comes right back into the downside. So far so good on that short. Snapchat, I mean, oh man. Just thinking about some of these names, like this could be breaking $5. Like this is going to be downside. We bounced off $5 there. That's pretty much its low, 470. That's going to be a beat up name. I only thought about that because I thought about Meta and the Meta glasses and everything like that, and they just really can't get going either. Meta to the downside, underneath VWAP, underneath the 50. This is looking a lot lower as well. So we are, I have to remind you guys, we're only 1 day away now, less than 24 hours from the Trader TV Academy. So we are, very, very excited.
Most important news, Luke, forget about Nvidia. It's the Academy, baby.
Yeah.
The release is coming fast and furious, and it is going to be, it's long awaited because you wanted the proper product out there, and you wanted it to be complete. You wanted it to represent our standards. So that's what it's all about, and you will see more information on it. I see a lot of questions people have asked about it. We'll get more information all throughout the week on that launch, and more information about this market finally coming back in. Well, still coming back in, and finally coming back in is Intel. Just break the volume weighted average price, and then we're going to jump back into that one, or jump into it for the first time. It's been an upward trend. I don't know why. Bucking the trend of the overall market. It's not like there's been a ton of strength in the chips, but for now there has been in this. Oh, just one note on SoFi. Where is this? Where's my fail button?
You have it?
There it is now.
I'll hit it.
Yeah, about SoFi. The only fail was not getting to the short. So we traded Rocket Lab and IBIT. Said IBIT makes sense, but Rocket Lab didn't work out. And didn't lose, but it should have been SoFi to the south side. This is now full flat bottom break, and there's not much on the daily chart for this stock until you go, here, let me just zoom it out a little bit further, until you go back to about like $15. So there's this high, which we've already broken, and then you got like $15 in here where there was some consolidation. Yep, the back end is in for SoFi. It's not looking very good, and that just is what it is. And it's not like they're alone. They're not even remotely. Like I look at Hood, we've talked about how the XLF, in terms of financials in a general sense, the XLF hasn't even been doing good on its own, let alone the frothy names. This is losing the bit. Like the financial ETF is literally on a quintuple bottom right now at about 51. This breaks, and suddenly you're in a bit of a free-falling downtrend here on the financials. So how do you think SoFi is supposed to do when the XLF is looking this bad? 2.5% down right now. It's a nasty day.
Yeah, oh no, it's not. Yeah, we were looking at that before. I was like, what in the? All right, I know we're short the TQs, but I want to take a stab here at Google. So, did it just break O's? Oh, we were going to get stopped out at O's there, but I don't know if it broke there or not, but it says it did, so we got stopped out. What price did we even get there? Okay, we got 08s, so I don't even know how that broke, but there it goes to the downside. So we actually don't wind up losing. It must have broke and then came right back up. So we actually got 08s on and out there. So we do have to slap a fail because we did try the long there in Google as it came right into the low of the day there. Let me give it a little bit more room now because so it did break for sure, but we did get snapped sort of out there on that break. So let's just see, there was an instant buy program that hit as soon as it broke 315. So now it looks like it might break. So now we gotta, again, let's go to 314. Let's just make sure it breaks. Let's go to 314, like 79 or so. And then we'll put that offer out. So 314, so here it's trying to break again. So 314.70, we'll put a stop there. And if it breaks lower, then we're gonna get stopped out on a break of 80, okay? So that's what we're gonna do here on Google because it's coming right back in. Now as the whole market here it comes, as the whole market breaks lower now. So we're getting close to stopping out. There it is, so there's the stop out. So we gotta go fail on a Google long. We tried it, came back in. It was a strong name earlier, but now that the market's just like all over itself, we're downside now as the TQ is now back into the low of the day, trying to break that low anyways, just bounced off that as well. So yeah, Google downside there. We tried it, we lost it right there on that move. So down into 315, bye-bye, see you later, Google downside. Fine. We got a little bit out of silver there. Did I take a 27? No, I didn't. We bounced off at 27.28. I did put an offer there just to see if that comes in again. But for right now, it's downside in this market, and it looks like Google, which I thought had a bid behind it, and maybe it does. Just got to try to let it settle down a little bit here and see if it wants to take higher with this market. But here goes Google, just trying to figure it out. I'll go one more time.
Yeah, and every time I keep looking at Intel for a breakdown, it keeps holding. Hold. For whatever reason, this one wants to trend up, and I'm trying to show you guys Nvidia. Oh, this chart might not. There we go. Nvidia also looking a little bit suspicious around 191.5, but it's the fact that it's trending down. Like, I just can't see any way that this holds a stair step down and I don't get that break on Intel. But patience is a virtue, and I guess I'm going to be as patient as possible. I did jump back into IBIT in front of the volume weighted average price. That was effectively this little uptrend broken. This will be the third time that I'm trading IBIT today. And sometimes you just have to stick with the one that's following the pattern. And if Intel doesn't want to break VWAP, I'll never get into it. And that's just how it is. Yeah, flipping stocks for me.
Yeah, it's a little slow now. I think because there's a lot of market, there's a lot of volume right
now.
No,
it's probably a volume thing. But I don't know. I think it's just my PC here this morning because like even my YouTube was kind of slow.
Okay.
But so we just got into VWAP. So first out into this consolidation, 37.3. Then we'll look back for the low of the day. So once again, it looks like crypto wants to head back into the downside. Like I said, Intel doesn't seem to want to go to the upside at all, or it doesn't want to go to the downside at all. And Apple, if you're looking for strength, Apple's holding pretty nicely. That said, it just kind of peaked the top, and it's threatening that it could break trend down too. Like, think of it this way: if Apple's at the high of the day and the market's at the lows, the ES is already breaking down. I showed you guys the financials weren't looking pretty good. Like, what is actually holding us up here if this starts to give it up? Quick answer: nothing. That's the answer. Nothing. I don't see what is holding us up if Apple starts to give it up.
No, nothing. I mean, I tried to go to Google. That's Google went red there, new low of day. We'll take out some silver. Obviously, we're printing on the Q short right there. But yeah, Google breaks down and goes lower. I was thinking about AMD, but AMD's actually not breaking down. I mean, that was like the one short that I was like thinking about, and it's not really breaking down. I was thinking about maybe VWAP there at 50s, but I don't know. Just looking at a longer time frame, we are looking to go lower, but it's just there's so much chop down and around here. That doesn't mean it's not necessarily a short, but yeah, a lot of chop happening there. It's too bad. I still like that Google, but I don't want to get too carried away with it. Are we going to short this break? I mean, the market looks lower. What's Nvidia doing right now? I don't want to go. Rather go long this name, but it's at a period where you could go long right now. But yeah, it looks like we want to get lower into some of these names. How much is AMD even down? 1.3. Okay, so AMD trying to break through VWAP. Looks like it's trying to do that right now. So we'll potentially go a little short here on AMD. VWAP is at 55. just about, 45 is just bouncing off of it right now. Yeah, shorting into 75 maybe. AMD is just pretty violent stock, as is Google. And we tried Google short, didn't work out. All right, let's try some advanced micro devices in and around here and see if we can get it. It is a nice move down. We'll start it here in the 30s, waiting for a little bit of a pop into 35 or so. Get the short there, and then see about it against 75, maybe even against 198. Because now that the market's breaking lower, this should work. A little bit anyways to the downside here for advanced micro devices. But we just, instead of talking about it, we just should have had it, man. It was at 197.50s or whatever when we first looked at it. But we'll play a short in AMD if it comes in. Google's trying to go down. Silver's still fine, and the market's now $1 in. So the Nasdaq's now at the day's low and going lower. So yeah, trying to catch falling knives. Not a great one there on Google here today, as it just falls all over itself. Maybe trying to bounce here. We're going to try AMD now, though, against 197, against 198, I guess. That's where our 50-period moving average is. Let's try that one and see what winds up happening. We're short right now, AMD.
Yeah, finally Intel broke the VWAP, so I jumped into that one. But I want to show you guys the quote board. It's not looking very good, but there's a few names that, at least on my quote board, are down 5 points that we haven't looked at. And, well, okay, it's not 5 points, but CCL, which makes some sense, right? Like, I don't know, I have a buddy that's stuck on a cruise ship right now because they couldn't leave port today out of Jersey, I want to say. And yeah, 4.5%, whether it's related to the storm or not, this is a huge support level for them. This has been riding the 50 period on the daily. This is the last time it did, and we're getting a potential bounce off it. So lots of weakness, and it does extend across the board. We mentioned that the ES is, well, I mean, the ES and NASDAQ are about the same, but the NASDAQ was leading earlier. Now the ES has caught up with it, and you start to look across some sectors. It is not just tech that is going to the downside. You have some travel looking weak. You have the financials, which are looking absolutely terrible. And shout out to A. Hassan in the chat, I believe, mentioning Iran. What's the line? There's a bull market somewhere, and we hope to find it for you. Iran, distinctly up. Now, granted, if you compare it to what happened on Friday, it doesn't really look all that great, but it is giving you a little bit of a bounce off of what was a nasty day on Friday for these guys. Yeah, Eric Jackson will be pleased with this. I know he owns IREN too, in addition to Open Door, which didn't go so well last week after their earnings report, but IREN looking pretty strong, 4% up. I don't know a particular story here, but hey, if you're in the power game, that tends to have been working out pretty well. That's the shift that they made away from crypto, which makes some sense. But not a huge move with regard to, relatively what happened on Friday for IREN. So only one new position for me was Intel. IBIT is just more of the same. The aforementioned crypto markets not looking.
I'm not seeing any IREN news.
No news on IREN? Well, I don't think there needs to be. Ultimately, I saw some strength in Constellation. Actually, was looking pretty good. So I just feel like maybe some of the energy names are going to do pretty good. Anyways, IBIT still putting in some lower highs. Need to see a little more follow through into the low of the day here at some point, though.
All right. Yeah, so we take a little bit of a fill there. We'll take 20 cents. We're thinking that we want a little bit more on AMD, obviously. We take 197.20s there, as we'll see if the market does actually want to officially break a little lower now. And if it doesn't, then we have our stop at 198 here. Short a little bit more in front of that 200 period moving average. So we did get a 55 or so fill there, giving me that the 30 cents that we're looking for on this one. But again, we're only out of 15% there, hoping to get a little lower on that. Silver's still holding out okay to the upside, and the futures are holding out okay on the low side right now. We already have a fill down here, so we're not going to take it again. We're going to wait to see if it blows up to the downside. Shorting AMD, waiting for some 197s there, take our 40 cents, and then wait for a blow down into this area, 196.30 or so. See if we can get that, but we're short AMD. It was another name that was on our list. We're happy to do that. The only name that we've lost on today is going to be Google, and we tried that at 315 near the low of the day, thinking there might be some strength, but it does not appear to be any strength right now in some of these names. Microsoft was one name that we haven't looked at today. Wow, 388. Okay, so that's down another 2% today as well. So these ones are all getting hit, and then I don't know, not many times that we don't have Palantir on the watch. And right here, we haven't looked at that today, and that's getting dumped as well, down 4%. So a lot of these names starting to get lower right now, and we just got a fill on something. Oh, we got some silver trade right there. Yeah, good move there on silver, all the way back up to those highs one more time. So yeah, so far so good here on the plans that we had today. Just Google the one that did not work out. All right, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, it's a pretty rough look here, guys. As Sean mentioned, finance really weak here. AXP down 7%. I was just seeing this being attributed to, I guess, the overall concerns about AI displacement in certain fields. Either way, this is its worst day, single day performance in 10 months for American Express, JP Morgan, Visa, MasterCard, BAC also to the downside. Transportation weak across the board with DoorDash leading the group here down about 6%. Commercial services to the downside. Consumer services mostly to the downside. The McDonald's actually trading relatively well here. Producer manufacturing weak, retail trade weak, and tech services notably weak. We've got Oracle, CRM, AppLovin, Adobe, Intuit, and CrowdStrike all down at least 4.5% to 5%, with CrowdStrike here down almost 10% after its CEO posted a conversation with Claude. And again, just a quote, we didn't even see the full conversation, suggesting that Claude said that it and any AI cannot replace CrowdStrike. So weird catalyst there for CRWD. In terms of strength, electronic tech, a lot of these names are weak, but some of the larger components of the sector doing quite well. Apple, Nvidia, and Broadcom all up less than 1% each, but are relatively strong. Then we have to talk about SanDisk, SNDK, up 5% today. So this name also trying to hold down the fort to the upside. With the exception of Nike, consumer non-durables doing relatively well. Utilities doing pretty well. Communications green across the board, and all of these names up at least 2% each. And health tech, relatively strong. Eli Lilly leading this group. Antipathy trade with weakness from Novo Nordisk in one of their weight loss drug trials. Back to you.
Uh-oh, Novo, as you mentioned it, Novo is sitting right at $40, and there's a hefty, it's not that big of a bid, but it's decent enough. It's just holding on for dear life at 40 even, Novo Nordisk, and they're about to break it as we speak. Remember, this is SSR, so it's actually difficult to hit the bid. It has to be an uptick, or you have to be getting out of a long position. Entering a short position by hitting the bid, you need to have an uptick, which as you can see here, there are no upticks. It is all just smash, as it is down 15% now for Novo, and I've been using that a lot the whole, I'm not gonna hit the flush again. Whatever, man. Like, I can hit that for 1 million stocks today, but Novo not looking any better. But they're gonna have some trouble chewing through a level like that, the 40 even, because the stock is under the uptick rule.
All right, AMD, man, 50 cents. We're ringing the register on this one. We'll see if we can get something. We said we're going to wait for 70s. I'm not waiting for 80s. We'll just take a fill there. I'm literally bidding 81s. And then we'll just wait. And then we can wait for this level here, 196.50 or so, and then hopefully we'll get lower. I mean, I don't really hope for lower. It's, I don't actually own very many shares of AMD in the own personal portfolio, but for as far as today is concerned, we'll cheer for a short right now, okay? There it goes. I wanted to show you this stock because, CrowdStrike today is getting absolutely destroyed. I mean, you're down another 10% here today on Crowd. So this is down to 350, so this is just like slowly, wow, yes, AMD. Oh boy, man. It's turned out to be quite a good day here on the desk. But there's CrowdStrike just bleeding down to 352 right now. Like, this name is getting crushed one more time. And it's just, they got hit there on Friday, made a move down. Actually, Friday was a move down, yeah, into 350 again. So for me on CrowdStrike, like I'd said, I really liked the space and never thought that it could be one that was taken down by, the AI and sort of the whole thought of, where's the jobs going, and maybe they're leaving and starting to develop their own sort of. I don't think you can ever trust a cybersecurity that's built by AI and not like tested the way these guys do. But CrowdStrike down there, we can see if it's. I mean, it's because the CEO is a little. I'm not sure where he came from with that comment, but let's see if it's happening with PW saying that basically. Claude,
he doesn't
tried
confidence.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So that's why I think that I'm going to probably look. I've already owned some CrowdStrike, but I've put, I didn't put any more money to work. But I think that CrowdStrike, I still like it. I like Palo Alto, and that's why I always go back to SIBR because. you know, this is the first trust. I guess that's who's managing it. You're gonna, okay, now AMD, okay, we already know about it's going down. We already know about that. This could be a space here where if you just wanted to pick up the basket and not worry about individual single stock risk, because obviously there's risk there, as we can see, in single names rather than, you know, the group of it. But we can check out Zscaler, Fortinet, stuff like that. But CIBR, a good little level there. AMD is kind of dancing. Like I'm gonna put. I don't really like this. The spread on this can get really spicy. Like, so I'll punch out some 85s there. Like, it was just, I was just in the money, you know, quite decently down there. This thing was at 60s, and then it just popped up into O's again. So, like, hopefully it goes to the downside, and we're sitting here to take some bids at 50, right? But you really want to be very, very careful with what you're doing here on AMD. We have, like, the greatest, not the greatest, but we have a pretty good hedge on, man. We're long silver and short the market. Like, look what's happening right now. You know, put your hands up in the air and wave them like you just don't care, because this is a big trade right there. We'll spin the money on this, on the sticky note again today. Long silver, silver, short the TQs at 49.50, which is what we have, and that's now $1.30 in the money. And the short AMD, which is now 70 cents. So it's been a pretty good day for us, other than that Google trade that just didn't hold. But the Nasdaq 100 is now near the lows, and we're short. So that's been good. I hope my guy Joey's short over there. I know he sometimes looks at the TQs, but it's been quite an interesting day, needless to say. We'll see if we can get something out here. They're starting to pop just a little bit. Good thing we covered some AMD down there. All right, Adair, what you got over there?
What I have over here is MSFT on watch. Nothing massive, but interesting comments here. OpenAI announcing that they're investigating elevated error rates for ChatGPT conversations for business and enterprise customers. So looks like there's some error concerns here for ChatGPT users, or keep an eye here as such on OpenAI investor MSFT. Back to you.
That's not going to be good. That's not what you want to hear. You're already getting picked on. I want to show that chart in a quick little second, but the first L of the day goes on that trend break on Intel. Broke the trend. The prior bar just broke. Okay, you know what? Actually, the prior bar didn't break, but then it did right after, so it doesn't really make a difference. Looks like it didn't break on my out because I got 2 cents better, but ultimately doesn't really matter. Just very quickly for Microsoft, this was already a flat bottom. Yuck. This was already, that's nasty. This was already a flat bottom break. Now all of a sudden you're just getting a long bear flag that's setting up. There might be another leg down, but the 15 level finally broke on Rivian. Another flat bottom break in here. So we waited, it didn't do it Friday. Like it didn't do it Thursday when we were waiting for it to happen. We just broke, actually got 99.5 here. It's actually pretty good. It's weird. Sometimes, look, man, you sweep the book. Sometimes you get like a midpoint print. But if this fills in the gap, first gap to about 80, 85, and then there's pretty much nothing underneath. It's still 14.50. But the only thing to keep in mind with Rivian is it's at the 200 period moving average. So it's actually sitting on the 200 period moving average, so it could bounce. Only want to give it to that 15.10 level. So we'll give it about 10 pennies or so. See if it can head lower. Bitcoin is starting to really stabilize at VWAP. So it's still down, it's kind of downward trending, but we haven't made a fresh low since the open. But it's holding underneath the volume weighted average price, looking for that low of the day here in BTC. And yeah, one name that'll end up being, to me, like the biggest miss, it's not even close. I mean, SoFi is now down 6%. This is a dumpster fire, unfortunately. And we showed what was going on with the XLF. It's just what, I can't think of a time trying to rack my brain for a time that I've looked at the XLF look like this at the open, and I can't think of it. And I don't want to say the obvious answer would be, yeah, well, remember the financial crisis? Well, obviously, it's nothing compared to that. But I don't remember ever seeing a chart like this off the open in the financial ETF. Like, it's uniquely bad relative to anything it's done before. So until you see any strength there, like SoFi is just catching the strays where it was already weak and it's more of a risk-on type of name, and it dumped after earnings because that's what they usually do. And of course, now you're talking about the financials looking bad, so it's like everything is sort of piling up here for SoFi. Yeah, nasty, nasty day. Like in a day where the market's not looking very good, to see the XLF, to see a JPM do what it's doing here, cannot be ignored.
Yeah, no, I wanted to, I mean, I feel the same way about this little move down that we're seeing here in the cybersecurity names as well. So I don't, yeah, very, very violent moves happening all over the place. Shreve, I don't know if you saw CrowdStrike and PanW and all that. Don't. No, you're more of a Pan W guy. Pan W is only down 2%. You know, I didn't even look at Zscaler. We'll go to her in a second. I just want to see what other names are getting hit because we just talked about CrowdStrike. Yeah, so Zscaler down 9%, CrowdStrike down 10%. You know, a lot of these names, FTNT,
4%
getting hit, down 4% today as well. So, you know, Cisco, we can check out what they're doing today. Must be getting hit as well to the downside, I would assume. Yeah, there goes Cisco down 2%. Everything pushing lower. Oh boy, and here it comes again, man. There he goes. Let's go AMD. Get lower, man. We'll see if we can spit some cash on AMD to the low side as well. As the future's low, silver, we got it, another piece of silver right there. It's been a really good day, man. What's up, Jay Lee? Right there, you want to talk about, we're going to go to Adair in a second, but Jay Lee, you want to talk about the Qs for a second there? Wow, 1,500 messages I missed. Okay, there it is right here. What were you saying, Jay Lee here? You missed when I got the short. That's okay, you just got to check the sticky note. But it looks perfect. Thank you so much. Great trades. I'm not sure when to take profit. Same. Join the club, my guy. But you just got to look at some different levels and try to do the best you can do, right, man? I mean, you know, I'm here to give some ideas. And where everybody gets out, I don't know. You just got to be careful with it and try to get out the same way you get in, you know, try to find key levels and play off that and don't be too greedy. That is for sure. But okay, good. Yeah.
Which is true. Oh, this is a good point because we were just talking about the financials. Private equity getting unusually hurt, KKR, BX. I mean, yeah, that's been the case. BLK is only 3%. I guess they like BlackRock more. Is that what we're doing here? BlackRock is just better. I mean, they're all so incredibly weak. Like I can't say that I remember a time looking at some of the financials look this bad and so clearly just no bid this morning on any of them, and they're really dragging the ES down. I mean, the Nasdaq's down. The Nasdaq's down as well, but these all really standing out. So again,
something just happened, man. Like, look at these TQs.
Yeah, we're now flushing more.
They're just absolutely flushing, man. This short is getting in, man, right now to the downside. Wow, there goes the TQs. That's $1.40 on the TQs. It's $1.25 right now on AMD, man. And again, like this is going to be a banger for sure. Let's just bid a little bit more on AMD. Now $1.40 in the money on AMD, $1.40 in the money on the TQs. Oh boy, it's become another special day right there. What's up, Salvador? What's up, everybody out there, man? Let's go. We're here, man. The traders are in the building today. Neil and I putting on some good ones. Let's see if we can go over to Adair, then we'll get what's for lunch. They'll throw it to the midday. What a day today.
Not too much of an exciting day for the U.S. dollar, even though it has been an interesting one for the market. The DXY continuing to run into this level of roughly 98 on resistance on this daily chart we hit. They're going back to early February, going there again last week, Thursday and Friday. Today, though, relatively flat, wicking a little bit lower, wicking a little bit higher right now, down 0.15%. So again, pretty flat move here for that DXY. Today, we did have some economic data, factory orders month over month, coming exactly in line with estimates. Core durable goods revised, a little bit above estimates. Now, I'm going forward through the rest of the week. We're going to get a ton of Fed speak. Tomorrow, Fed comments from Goolsbee, Collins, Bostic, Waller, and then Collins once again, as well as Barkin. So tons of Fed speak tomorrow. If you go forward to Wednesday, you're going to get Barkin and Muslim speaking, but no major economic data releases. You're going to get initial jobless claims coming through on Thursday. And then Friday, the biggest economic releases by far of the week, PPI and core PPI. So here's like a little window forward into what to expect later in the week when it comes to economic data. Other than the Fed-apalooza tomorrow, not a lot in the front half of the week when it comes to these numbers or notable Fed or releases or comments. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. And it's just it's more of the same in here. I keep trying to point out that there are like kernels of strength out there, and you know, and one of them is it could look legitimately. It's not all bad. Like it's pretty bad this morning, but it's not all bad. As we talked about earlier, Apple starting to look a little bit weaker. This feels like Apple's actually breaking trend as we speak. I don't want to be short Apple, so I'm not shorting this trend break, but it is worth pointing out as the market breaks down some lows. You are seeing one of the stronger Mag 7 names start to continue to break in. The only new position for myself was that Rivian 15 break, so that's now starting to go southbound. It's only 2% down, but it's finally starting to crank through that 200 period moving average. There is a key level on the daily here at 1475, so like the 3/4 mark. That's where we'll look to get a little bit more out. And ooh, I see you in the chat, Trip Q. Great name, by the way. I can't see, there's some names that are out there that I feel as if no one's come. I haven't seen the name Trip Q. Is such a great name in a trading show chat. How has no one ever done that before? And you're mentioning Rocket Lab. This will be the disappointing stock for me because I got myself out of this one here at VWAP. I don't usually put stop orders at the volume weighted average price. I usually have a rule against that, like give it a little bit more room off of VWAP, and I didn't in this particular case, and now it's back at the lows. So that's a situation where I can like it to the short, I can put on a short position, but ultimately execution, like where you place your stop and all that, so I was wrong on that one.
Okay.
So it's been a good morning, but unfortunately, it's like a stock that I had right, I still managed to get wrong there. But the other shorts have all worked out, so I can't really complain too much. Adam Jones is still abroad. Weekly SoFi. Weekly RSI SoFi close to all-time low in 2022. Yeah, yikes. Adam. So we spent a lot of time this morning talking about SoFi in the context of how bad it's been, but there's a bunch of names that are also not looking too good. What do we got today?
We're gonna figure it out. So today we have Greek flag. Greek flag is always a good flag to have when you're talking about food. Greek, Italian, that kind of food, right? So you're gonna have to watch out for most likely chicken. And we've had today a bunch of chicken dinner winners, man. So we're gonna celebrate those. We're now $1.80 in the money on AMD and $1.50 on the TQs. So we're gonna go, oh yeah, on those ones. We're gonna go, oh yeah, today, because to match the chicken dinner winners, and thank you again for all the positive talk in the chat, man. It really does good for me. I like seeing all that. But okay, silver's cranking lower, by the way. I just want to show everybody we're out. Silver, a very positive name for me today. So we're really happy with silver. But it is falling back in. Well, the whole market's giving up everything right now. Nasdaq down 1.2 and going lower. Herb grilled chicken, roasted vegetables, rice, Greek salad. That's what's for lunch. Sounds pretty good to me. Roasted potatoes, vegetables. Oh, no, not potatoes, sorry. Roasted vegetables, rice, herb grilled chicken. So a little bit of goodness there coming, I believe. So a little bit of Monica in your life. A little bit of Adam or whatever it is. I don't know what that song goes anymore, but
nobody knows. Nobody knows what's.
Sharif knows. Sharif was just singing, man. I got to say, shout out.
What was the name of the? Who the heck did that song?
I don't know. Sharif should be singing. Right said Fred. He's too sexy for his jeans. Too sexy for his jeans. Sharif looking fly over there today. I like the white shirt, man. This guy's always looking. This guy's always looking too sharp. I can't compete with this guy.
You know what? I got to give it up though. I got to give it up to Joe ditching the crutches already.
Yeah, man.
That's what I'm talking about. The recovery is on the way. For those of you guys that don't know, like George tore his ACL and had surgery and has been like moving around.
Yeah, man.
Nice, man. So we're happy to see that.
Like, that's
he's young.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the recovery time. Good job, Joseph.
When you get older, it's not the same thing.
Bitcoin cranking lower.
Hopefully the market doesn't necessarily. Yeah, everything's cranking lower. I mean, it is
$2.
I don't necessarily want the shorts to be shorting all day long, but they are currently. So I'm only in Rivian and Bitcoin. We're back into that one as well. With only 1 minute to go, I know Sharif is going to be talking about him, but it cannot be said enough that RXT, if a small capper makes its high in the pre-market and is making lower highs into the open and can't hold VWAP, that is a good rule of thumb for it to be a bugger off situation. This was on my radar this morning, I'm not going to lie, but it instantly gave it up and has not looked back. That said, it's showing some signs of life. So a little bit of life coming back into this RXT. That's a small capper to watch. Rivian puking. Pretty much everything puking to the downside. I see you in the chat, JL8, mentioning IBRX has been absolutely fine. True until about round. Like that just made another right-hand turn as well. And if I was looking at this, like there's your uptrend going into the open. It just broke the trend right here, right now on IBRX. Heck, if I had locates on this, I'd be thinking about it. We don't. I just double check. I'd be looking for that consolidation, maybe breakdown. So a bunch of even small cappers that were going this morning, even they can't seem to catch a bid right now. So it's overall red day, which is good if you've been short, which we have. We're going to enjoy our herb grilled chicken, I suppose. We'll see. I feel like when they say that, it's not always the most flavorful. So it'll be grilled, that's for sure, and we'll take that. And we'll throw you back over to the midday boys. We're back at 2. Peace.
Thank you, everybody.
You are not ready. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. And your boy on the weekend?
Oh, did he?
A brace.
Yeah, this is the new one, man.
There you go.
Dang.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It doesn't mean anything. What does this mean?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's the masked assassin.
Not everything has to have a meaning.
I'm sorry for asking that. I apologize. Shout out to JL82, Adrian Patterson, Gorev, Frostin, Jesse, Lowe, Joe. Shout out to Hangry Wife, Shock, Benton. That was an ass whooping we put on them, baby. Shout out to Danny Day, Trizzle, A Proper Dang Paradox, Christmas, Brown Lightning, Lead, The Conductor. Joey Gets Distracted, and Wampadilla. Pardon me, shout out to Jesse, Sahil, Moxie. We got Mike PD Ryder, Nikki KC, and Anurag. We got Georgie, Bax, Roger Noonan, Sit and Spin. Shout out to Shark and Water, The Auspicious Turtle. Byron Hall, Danny Patel, Kirk D, Joey's Vest. Oh, that's an awesome one. I remember that one.
I was going to wear it today.
Were you?
Yeah, I'm going to wear it.
Don't tease us like that, bro. Rise and Shine, Drop Systems, Noonan, 1320 Wolf, Parabolic FOMO. We got Papacito and Ben. Shout out to Richard, Strobe 9, man. All Things Trump. We got Dino Vinceri, PC Hoon. Who else, man? We got Indy. We got Manifest Codes Now. Noon, Loon, and Ronaldo. Good morning to everybody, guys. I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Good morning, brother.
Yes, short-lived. Yeah, guys, interesting weekend, that's for sure. A lot going on in the world of sports. Yada, yada, yada. Moving forward, let's take a look at what we got going on for today's trading. We're gonna kick things off with SLV. Oh, Assassino beat me to the punch. Never mind that. We're getting a strong pop. I was thinking we were gonna get somewhat of a continuation here in SLV. That hasn't been the case. We tried the breakout, and then I'm like, you know what? If we come back into the range, the volume did step in on the lower time frames here, and then we didn't get the continuation, and it came back in, and I'm like, oh no, that's not good. And then you essentially failed to establish a new high right here, forming a lower high, and then eventually you get that breakdown here in SLV. So we go over to on SLV, and then our next look was on Novo Nordisk to the short side here, guys. I was just checking here. This is the pre-market to see if I needed short, so that's like that's nothing, a handful there, small win, and then we get a break even here, and then this is when we really hammered it after that third test, and then we get that move to the downside. So I'm still sitting on approximately 40% of it. We go so far 1 for 2 and a couple break evens on that front. Let's see if we're gonna get a continuation and a break of that $40 mark. I know Neil was talking about it earlier. There is somewhat of a supply zone there. Nothing substantial in Novo Nordisk, but a strong pop right here, and I'm like, oh no, you're not going to fake me out here today. So hopefully we get a retest of this zone, and then what I have unrealized here is going to put us nicely green. Now, aside from that, guys, let's take a look at some of the tickers that we were going over. We went over silver at Novo Nordisk. We talked about the options chain this morning on SLV, and I was taking a look at NVO put side at that $40 mark. There is a little bit of open interest, so keep that in mind. $80 strike price, holding to a T, 79.81, and then eventually you get that downside pressure. And then through the 90s, guys, 95 here on NVDA, showing a little bit of size and supply. So we're struggling at those zones. Go with the flow. It looks like we're headed to the south side. And then again, guys, a pre-market rally on NVDA. I'm like, watch out. This could lead to some intraday selling, and that has been the case so far. So the Q sliding. We have Novo still sliding, silver, and NVDA to the downside, brother.
All right, guys, there's not a whole lot going today. The Russell 2000 is absolutely getting destroyed. The IWM Russell 2000 ETF is far and away the worst performing major average on the date, is down over 2%. The IWM is down 2.15. And as I see them, there isn't a whole lot in the world of small cap gappers. But let's get to the charts here, what we've got on the side, and talk about what we're doing. So as you can see, I've worked in the CETY. This one, to me, it looks like the best of the bunch, but it does have many different deficiencies, the most important of which is the volume. CETY is not doing a sufficient amount of volume, at least not by my standards, given the time and given the price of the stock. It's about 2.8 million shares. It's a 93 penny name, and it's done this at 11.05. So we'll wait and see. Why I got into this is what I perceive to be an ascending wedge pattern with some higher lows, and I perceive there to be a seller, a very, very staunchy, committed seller at 95 pennies. Alas, we've been up there multiple times, but look how quickly, Joseph, we've spent time.
I really like the way that looks right
above 95 pennies. Joseph, like every time we move up of 95, there's an instant instant sell order that comes in, whether it was at 9:45 or whether it was that 1040 candle that pushed us all the way down. So CETY, again, a lot of deficiencies with this one, but we're going to give this one the old community college try. GNPRX is another good one, but it's also suffering from very similar afflictions, which is volume. $2.25. Given 11:05, the time of the day, it's only done 3.4 million shares. Moreover, the volume profile is declining. So it's down and to the right. Those volume bars are getting smaller and smaller. That means the amount of volume participation is lessening. So I'm not saying that that's an immediate turnaround catalyst, but it is something to be on the lookout for. So 2.25 is where we're trading at right now. I like that 215 level for the 10 EMA on the 5. Moreover, I like that 210 level because that's where the volume weighted average price is. I'm also looking at SLS. SLS had a nice breakout above 4.5, just a little bit more than 4.5. It looked like the sellers were coming in generally at that 4.5 level, but not exactly. 455 seems to be a top as well. Getting a bit of resistance now at 4.75. It's up about 14%, but also suffering from that same problem that the others are suffering from, which are lower highs. We're going to pause for a second, and I'll go over the other ones that I've got on my chart.
Just keep an eye here on some of these cybersecurity plays, particularly Palo Alto Networks, as Nvidia makes a cybersecurity-related announcement saying they're going to be collaborating with companies including Palo Alto Networks, the only public company they mentioned, though Simians also comes up, to bring accelerated computing and AI to OT cybersecurity. So again, NVDA making an announcement here on cybersecurity and mentioning a collaboration with PANW as part of said announcement. Both of these companies, or both these stocks rather, Nvidia and Palo Alto Networks, near intraday lows as of right now, but just worth mentioning. Back to you.
PNDM is the other one that I'm looking at. This one was a big winner for me on Friday. This is single-handedly the reason why I finished flat on the day while almost being shut down, because we took a larger position on TNDM once it broke trend. Now, this one is suffering from the same problems that it suffered from on Friday, which is low volume and a prohibitively wide spread relative to the price. So I like the way it's looking right now. It's got a nice hold off VWAP. It seems to have broken trend, which was basically an uninterrupted lower high ever since that 27.92 high a day that we put in at 9:45. And now we seem to be getting some resistance here at around 27 1/3, 27 1/4. But we are putting in higher lows, and we're above the 10 EMA. If you're going to trade TNDM, you've got to adjust your trading style to account for the price, the spread, and the relative illiquidity. So GNPRX I've talked about. AULR, I'm going to keep this up here just for the time being. I really don't know how to approach this because it's basically straddling VWAP, neither from the top side nor from the low side. It is sort of the line of best fit. Look how VWAP, the white line on the black charts, always cuts through the middle of the price action. It's above VWAP, it's below VWAP. If I really had to choose an indicator off which this is finding support, it is the yellow line. And that yellow line will always be the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 on all my charts, okay? Because I won't be showing you anything on the black charts that's not the 5. So AULR, you could size in here at a little bit less than 1 2/3. I personally would give it to the $0.50 where it's shown, it's proven that it has support. Look at that double bottom at 9.55 and 10, and it hasn't been at around 9.5 quite yet, with the view to possibly taking out that 180 level. And you can very, very clearly see that the selling is coming in between 175 to 180, despite the fact, again, that you've been up to 198. That's a high of the day. And you were up higher in the pre. You're up into 222. That's a pre-market high, substantially higher. And by the way, that pre-market high at 9 a.m. was on less volume than we did at the open at 9:30. So keep that in mind. Those are what I'm looking at right now. But there goes CETY into my area right there. We're taking more on CETY. We got 94s. It's showing 97s. So I'm looking for continuation into 99.80. That's the high of the day, Joey.
Nice look there on CETY. When I had it up here, Sharif, I'm like, I was like, man, I don't see too much liquidity on that.
There isn't. You're right.
Yeah. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna avoid that. But really nice play on that one there. brother, because that was a good pattern forming and way to hold through that. For me, I kind of shied away from it just due to the fact of the lack of liquidity, but that was a really nice play. All right, guys, moving forward, let's see what we got there. Now, I've took the majority of my position off here on Novo. You can see we got that 40 break, and then I really started to piece it out. So I'm sitting on approximately 10% of my remaining position from up here, and we had double the amount of size, and this was just a tester to see if we needed to order anything. And then this one came back against me. We were nicely in the money, but then it came back to my break even, and then I'm like, all right, let's be patient. It did eventually head a little lower, but then it squeezed back up, failed to construct a new high, and then boom, flush right down, and the momentum really started to pick up as we started to head towards the volume weighted average price. So I'm like, you know what, let's reshort this thing, let's get involved one more time and double up our size, just due to the fact that we also took a loss on silver at the time as well. But this is what I want to pull up here on SLV, and then we're going to take a look at NVDA's options chain, guys. So on SLV, expiring February 27th, you can see at this $80 mark, this is really starting to grow in size. So we had a high of intraday high of 79.76, and then eventually the hedgies or whoever's going against the grain on this one is pushing prices lower because it's supply zone. You want this to essentially close OTM, right? So there it is, a nice look there on SLV supply. We were looking at that earlier this morning as well too when I brought up the options chain. Moving forward now, let's take a look at what we got going on with whoa.
What?
Okay. No, I didn't recognize that. So we'll do a little comparison right now, Sharif. I don't know if okay, so yeah, we were looking at the implied volatility here on silver this morning. I think it was around 80% or so, and now it's bumped up about another 20% from that mark now to 103%. So and the increase in volatility, very interesting, and sure enough, we did experience some downside here in silver. Now moving forward, we'll head back to NVDA and see what we got going on here, guys. Now there is some supply zones, I think 195. I was like, okay, we'll keep an eye out on this one, because if we don't break and breach this, then we might head a little bit to the south, and that has been the narrative. So 193.88, we ran into some trouble, and then now we're heading south. So whatever gains we had in the Nasdaq and some of these other players on Friday have now unfortunately been erased, but that's okay. Moving forward, let's take a look at our scan. There wasn't too much on my list, really. I had those two names. I had silver and Novo, and that's really what we've been trading here today. And that's all I'm going to be looking forward to. Maybe some Nasdaq. Nasdaq wasn't too bad for us last week, but I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife at this point. Katina Man's been short for quite some time, so we'll hit this for my boy over there. He was crushing it today, and this one there as he goes in, and it looks like he's hitting the gym now. He's going to get some swimming on as he's walking, putting his mic back. We can't get any. Can we get an angle of Katina Man getting ready to go lift some weights there? He's ready. No, we're not. You're not going to get it, Katina. That's all right. Now he's talking to Andre. Yeah. But other than that, Sharif, we're just holding on to 10% of our Novo. The market's still sliding. Silver stuck in limbo. So I'm going to be sitting on my hands for a little bit. We're still in a position.
All right. Shout out to Zen Zombie.
Yeah. Oh, come back. Where is he? Where's my boy? There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Wow, okay. Shoulder day?
Shoulder day.
I love it.
Shoulder
Get it,
day.
Joey. SGN, thank you very much, Zen Zombie. I'll cover that in one hot second. Let's cover the trade here on CETY. Scalped up into 98 2/3. We're in at 94, showing a little bit of resistance at that 97.50 where we've been rejecting basically all day. I'm going to look for that, just higher low trend to hold here on CETY. We'll give this one the old college try. I've also worked into GNPX. Pulls into that 10 EMA on the 5. Now it's showing me 20s. I got 19s on. There's the first print. There's the second print now. We're layering the orders here on GNPX, looking for a move above the $0.25. 24 pennies is the high of the day. We're going to give this one a try as well. Looking for the next print, 22s, 23s. There's 22. Let's see if it can cross. We'll get the print if it crosses. If not, we'll have to wait. But I also want to talk about SGN, because not just Zen Zombie, thank you for the super Zen for that, but a lot of you guys were yelling about SGN as well, so, and rightfully so. This has been a good looker. I mean, it started moving, I want to say, looks like it started moving on the 17th. Let me just flip to the 15 to see if it was making moves before that. Yeah, it looks like the 11th, it had to move on the 12th, calm down, then the 17th. So this has been a multi-day runner. So this is the 50-minute on SGN. So it's multi-day runner. It was basically 15 penny name back on the 10th of February. Now it's at 73.68 high. Let's flip back to the 5. Now, what's my move going to be on this? Well, I like this 2/3 of a penny level. Why? 8 a.m. price spike up into 2/3. 935, 940, price spike up into essentially 969, let's just say 2/3, okay? And then you finally get the decisive break at 5 to 11, 1055, and then you get the continuation candle into 11. So if we're gonna use that, let's just say 2/3 of a level as resistance twice, well, maybe, just maybe, it might use it as support. And it already shown you that it has. Look at this candle here at 1110. It dips down, it holds 68 pennies, and now we're at 71.50. So it's already tested that breakout level with success. Now, I would say the success really comes when you test the level and then you go on to make another high. And here it comes into 72. So SGN, absolutely agree with you guys. In focus here. We're going to be looking to execute on SGN, but it's got to be at the right price at the right time. Otherwise, we'll just be chasing it and it'll be a little bit risky. So that's my look there. Looks like GNPS, we got a couple of beak wetters, but it's coming back down into the 10. So I have to be alive to this one. And now the spread is opening up on GNPX from 1 penny into 3.18 on the bid, 15 on the ask. That's not what I'm, or sorry, the other way around. That's not what I'm looking for there. So I'm going to keep a close eye on this one, see if it wants to ride trend. I have my stop below the volume weighted average price, which is showing 211s. I've strategically placed it to kind of try to avoid some stop hunting, but we'll see what ends up happening with that, Joey.
All right, good look there, brother. So you're starting to experience a little bit of a pullback here in Novo. Trying to think if I should engage here in this short. We kind of got an over-under play, right, or an under-over support. You get this strong bounce back, and I'm like, oh, you dog, you. Oh. Excuse me, and I didn't take the long. But that's okay, because I essentially just want to go with the flow. But there's just so many things going on with this right now. It's like, all right, you have this higher low being established, but then this downtrend is still fully intact. So silver might be a little bit more of a tricky play, considering we were in some Novo. More, I would like to say straightforward, considering the fact that you have this massive move lower in the pre-market, and then you've just been bleeding throughout the intraday session. This has been more or less stuck in limbo. Trying to catch the bottom here on Nvidia. I wouldn't be surprised if we get somewhat of a bounce. But Gaurav and I, I'm pretty sure we agree on this on multiple occasions. This is one of the first things I wrote down here this morning as I seen Nvidia slowly grinding higher in the pre-market. I'm like, watch out for some intraday selling, literally saying that for quite some time now. So we'll keep an eye out on that. If you are looking for the long, instead of buying the breakout, you do obviously want to try and get as close to the lower end of the range as you can. That way you can really increase your risk to reward. If it does breach specific zones, then you don't have to wait. Because essentially, if you're buying the top, you're not going to be proving yourself wrong until a little bit south of this supply zone or this consolidation. So if you're closer to the lower end of it, then you can really increase your risk to reward. And that's where I went wrong here this morning on silver. We'll pull that up here again. Just the fact that, look what I'm doing, like I'm buying the top end here. I was looking for the continuation because that was some strong candles. Should have kept a closer eye on the volume, but I was thinking that, hey, okay, we're gonna go and get a retest of this high. We like that, and then we'll slowly take some off. We'll take the majority of our position off at the break of this high. That wasn't the case. But then I try again, and what Katina Man did really well here was just playing this ebb and flow within SLV. So he was in at a lower end of the range. I think he had 78.65s. So that gave him the ability to just kind of piece him out throughout this zone. But I bought the top end of the range on this volume increase, but we didn't get the move. Sharif, it sounds like you got something going there.
Yeah, it's okay. CETY just got into the high of the day, into 99.80. We wet the beak there into 99 and change. Now I'm posted at 102, 103. We're looking for the continuation above $1. My bias on CETY was ascending wedge flat top break. Let's see if it follows the rest of the assessment here and kind of has a measured move. That would be the distance, of course, of the wide part of the wedge, and then project that upward through the breakout area. We'll see if it gets into it. But I'm also trying to get into TNDM. I hesitated. I didn't want to punch in at highs, even though I saw a triple top on the 5-minute at 27.50. I said to myself, look, wait for this one to come back into the 10 EMA on the 5, which is around the quarter or now a third of a dollar. And that's why you see a dip trade there on TNDM unfilled. Because I was looking for that move back into the 10 EMA. Didn't give it to me. Now it's at local area highs, with prior bar high being 61, current bar high also 660. It's showing 61 on the bid. So that's what I'm looking at there. I'd like to work into TNDM, knowing full well that it's obviously very spready. And it's going to be a little bit dangerous for those who are looking for tighter spreads and fast action, because this one, it really doesn't have either, nor tight spread nor fast action. SGN is making a move here, guys. So I want to bring your attention to SGN and the possible flat top break that we could get. There looks like there's a lot of selling at 72, saving except for the candle at 11, which did find 73 2/3 as an area of resistance. But when you look at the closing prints and the wicks of the subsequent candles, they're all rejecting at 72. They are finding good area of support, as we talked about, off the previous area of resistance. So be on the lookout here. SGN could be a $0.75 breaker. And if it really gets going, man, who knows? It could hit the dollar. We're going to pause for a second. We'll talk about this when we get back.
Interesting look here for ASTI. This is Ascent Solar Technologies. This company trading higher after, I guess there is a photo suggesting that StarCloud, which is a group doing data centers in space, liked a post that claimed ASTI and StarCloud together could be a match for the heavens. So once again, StarCloud's official social media account liking a post about a potential partnership with ASTI, sending ASTI to the upside. It's worth clarifying there is, to my knowledge, zero confirmation of any partnership with ASTI and StarCloud at this time. Back to you. All
right, GNPX taking out some orders as well. This one could be headed up for the $0.25 break. It's a 24-penny high. It just flashed 23s. So GNPX looking good as well. So TNDM, CETY, GNPX, they're all doing well. And there goes SGN. Dang it, where's my SGN? I don't even have it up on a trading screen, Joey. Talk about being unprepared. Yeah, I pontificate about this bad boy off the black charts. This is Amex? It is. Oh, right away, it's under suspicion here. But there goes SGN, 73.81 high. I'm talking about pennies. I'm not talking about dollars. It is sub $1, but it just found support at the 10 EMA, rockets up. So be on the lookout for this one. And this one, if I'm not mistaken, is doing volume. Yeah, we got 120 million shares here, albeit on a 73-penny name and at about 20 after 11. But it's done ample amount of volume, and the spread is kind of tight, relatively speaking, Joey.
All right, brother. Good look there. I like how you feel about AMX, how I feel about the New York Stock Exchange.
Can I say I feel both of them are? I feel the same way. Can I say why? Because we can't see the tap.
You can't. That's
blind,
fair,
right?
That's fair, man. And NYSE stocks tend to open up a little bit later sometimes. Like you have like the Alibabas, it's like 5 minutes. It's like, yo, what is going on here? Like you've known every day of the week, every day it opens up at 9:30.
Show up to work on time. I'm like,
exactly. Yeah. Anyways, aside from that, guys,
point out somebody here, Joey, but we're not going to do it. We said like show up to work on time. We can point out somebody we're not going to do.
We're not going to mention any. We're not going to mention any names around
She'll
this.
Get mad,
She'll get mad at us. All right, Adair, what do you have?
Keep an eye here on MSOS. This is pushing higher a newsletter called the Dales Report, which is, I guess, focused on the stocks and business of cannabis and psychedelics, quote unquote. One of their reporters just posted, quote, based on my contacts, I think there is a good chance that the cannabis rescheduling gets finalized this week. So again, MSOS here, potential rescheduling being finalized this week. That reporter speculation sending MSOS to the upside. Back to you.
Good stuff. Yeah, so silver continuing to climb higher. There was a nice little print on the lower time frame on the 1 minute here. And I'm like, you know what? Is this going to be it, or are we going to really continue to the downside? And you know what? It was a bounce, immediate volume stepping in, and you can see the strength within these 1 minute prints. Absolutely insane. I want to take a step back here momentarily. Is NYC Urbanista in the chat? I'm going to see if I can find it. No, she's not. Anyways, if you are, and if you hear anything that I'm saying, Yeah, just tag me. I want to know if you're in the chat, NYC Urbanista. Moving forward, let's take a look at the overall market. I've seen a couple people go, hey, I'm long the TQQQs. I'm thinking about doing the exact same thing and maybe even heading over to Nvidia. But same narrative, guys. I'm talking about getting the lower end of the range and not buying the top end, just so you can really increase that risk to reward ratio. So I want to grab 189, maybe 70s at the most, I think I would be comfortable with, but you can slowly see that we're starting to form these higher lows, right? Now we're bouncing off of that zone once again, that 190 mark, and then we're climbing a little bit higher. I don't know about the TQQQs just yet. You did start to form a little bit of a base, holding 47.68, and then now you're climbing. So if this breaches, considering we have multiple touches on this, I guess we'll call it a tertiary trend line here, right? Because it's not a secondary trend, it's a trend within the, anyways, aside from that, if this opens up south of there, then I would look to get out and be like, hey, maybe the long isn't ready to be engaged just yet. And the same thing with silver. Is this the liquidity grab that is like in order for us to climb a little bit higher? Don't forget, we have a substantial supply zone there on SLV at that $80 mark. We're gonna move forward and take a look at gold as well. Wow, gold is just blowing past that. Okay, let's pull up the gold options chain right now. NYC, is she in here? Oh, maybe she'll come a little bit later in the day, or we'll find her sometime during the week, because I have some kind words for that individual. Yeah.
Nice, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. Kind words for the majority
You're
of you.
a kind man.
I am kind.
I'm setting you up for that, my boy.
I am kind, yeah. So the majority of people, my boy Gore, we got lost, shout out Xerxes, my boy Gore of Los Pollos, obviously Mike Peter Ryder, always positive, Nick W, 2NY, MF Dangerous, everybody in the chat, man. Don't forget, I didn't forget about you guys, GLD and everyone else. So yeah, moving forward, guys, let's take a look at gold, and we were talking about the supply. Whoa, okay, that kind of freaked me out there.
Okay, guys, SGN is going. That's all I want to say.
Okay,
SGN is going. Be on the lookout.
Okay, 490. So we have some room, right? We're at 480 right now. 490 might be a little bit of a magnet effect here. I thought we were blowing past. I thought it was like 480 or 485 or something along those lines on gold here. 122,000 on 490. Keep an eye out on that mark. And then back to silver's options chain. We are going to run into that supply zone right at that $80 strike, Shreve.
All right, Cloud King, BNAI is a little bit light on volume. I'm also not a big fan of the chart pattern. I'm looking at the 5 right now. It's up nice. It's 13.16. It's not a bad look for BNAI. I'm just not a big fan of the chart pattern. Guys, SGN is on the rampage to the high side. There it goes into the day high of 79.50. I'm talking about pennies, but it is now up about 50% on the day. It's looking real good here. I haven't had a trade on it, sadly. I'm involved in 3 others, and they're all doing quite well. GNPX, we just got into the high of the day with the beak at 25. What do we have on GNPX? Not much. 18s, but not a bad trade. Also, CETY continues to hold trend. I've got a bias that this one breaks through $1, so I'm trying to pack the patience. Moreover, I got into a new trade. ALUR, we're wetting the beak. I'm in at 67. The best print I have is 75. I see an ascending wedge pattern as well on Allure, ALUR. This one is a little bit more elongated than some of the other ones, but I think it's hard to argue with the higher low pattern here. Like if you start from after the 9 a.m. spike, let's go with the 9:05, higher lows, higher low. All these ones are higher lows with essentially, I don't want to say it's the exact same price for the flat top, but it's a range. Let's go 175 to 180 for the majority of the prints. I realize that 945 got higher. I realize 930 got higher. So I'm trying to build a position into this one, wet the beak on the moves up, and then look, we'll hold a piece for the dream, so to speak, for if it manifests into an eventual flat top break. So ALUR, CETY, and GNPX, we're doing it live on all 3. We'll see kind of what we get in terms of breakout levels. Now, when ALUR, not if, but it feels like when it comes down into that 60 penny level or the volume weighted average price, which is around 65, I think I'm going to be looking to get in a little bit more. I'm not going to go full size like I did initially, but we'll build a position on ALUR for a flat top break. We're going to pause for a second, guys. We got to go because we have breaking news.
PayPal is halted on volatility after Bloomberg reported that the company is said to attract takeover interest after, quote, stock slump. We know also they just recently had a CEO transition going from Alex Christ to Enrique Lores. But either way here, Bloomberg reporting that PayPal is said to attract takeover interest following its recent stock slump. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Volatility halt for PYPL. Back to you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, we'll keep an eye on PayPal and we'll let you know what the situation is. Thanks for that. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, I'm going to pull up PayPal here for the folks here at Trader TV Live. And we're looking at a top here of around $43.32. So PayPal is definitely on the move up without any questioning there, guys. And it's currently halted with a top now of $43.88. All right, so if you've been on the right side of that thing, then I don't know who's really. Have you been traded? Good call out, guys. I seen it in the chat relatively early. So way to call that one out. If you guys have been trading PayPal, please put it in there. I'm curious to know what everybody's been up to. I think
it might require a quick message now. You know, to who?
Oh yeah. Oh damn. Yeah. Get out.
Oh, that's so funny.
Buy more.
Here's the article or pseudo article from Bloomberg. Let's look over and read it out for those who are looking for the headline. PayPal is attracting takeover interest from potential buyers after the stock slide wiped out almost half of its value. People familiar with the matter told Bloomberg's Ryan Gould, Matthew Monks, and Dinesh Nair, as well as Paige Smith. The digital payments company has fielded meetings with banks amid unsolicited interest from suitors, and at least one large rival is looking at the whole company, while other suitors are only interested in certain PayPal assets, said other sources, who added that buyer interest is still at the preliminary stage and may not lead to a transaction, according to the report. So there you go, guys. You can screenshot that. That's the summary of the article that I have, and it's being reported by Bloomberg. Of course, we will keep you guys apprised should anything else develop, Joey. So interesting developments here in the world of PayPal.
Yeah, $45 top now. On PayPal. So you're in the money there, Los Polios. Yeah, I know, Gorev. That's what I was looking at here on SLV. I'm like, why didn't I just take it? Same thing here with Nvidia, guys. A little bit of an inverted, but I wouldn't go against this grain right now if the market's going to pull back towards the volume-weighted average price and slowly curl back over. That's what I'm going to be looking for, and I'm going to have to be patient to wait and see how we react around these specific zones. If it doesn't come into play, then so be it. I have no issues with it whatsoever. I just realized, I'm like, hey, I don't know why this platform, it won't show VWAP for quite some time. So what do? Being the genius, this is me being highly sarcastic. I finally read in what it tells me why it won't display the volume-weighted average price. And then sure enough, all I have to do is go back a little bit more, Sharif.
Okay.
And give it more data so it can calculate the indicator. So,
interesting.
yeah, exactly, right?
Good move,
so,
bro.
I mean,
it's a good figuring it out. You know what I mean? Like,
but I was going months with it just being like, oh, hey, I'm just kind of flying blind here. But then eventually, well, I mean, I wouldn't really call it figuring it out. All I had to do was hit a button right next to where it says VWAP and there's an exclamation mark. And if I decided to hit that and actually read what it said, I would have figured it out a long time ago. But I mean, everything happens for a reason, right? At the end of the day. So maybe, yeah. So there it is on NVDA starting to climb. Now we have silver right into the top end of this supply zone that we consolidated for almost an hour earlier in the day. We have a liquidity grab to the south side. It looked like the momentum and the trend was going to continue to the southeast, but that hasn't been the case. We get a strong rebound, but one thing to know, we got NVO heading right back to exactly where we wanted. A good reload opportunity that we did not take advantage of, but that's all right. We'll be patient and wait for some higher quality chances because we got NVDA running into a resistance zone potentially here as well too, brother.
All right, man. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Joey.
one more thing. So
Yeah,
it
man.
did. PayPal's back open here, guys. The top was 45.
See
It
it.
tapped into 45.52, but now it's slowly starting to come back in. Be cautious with this one. Don't go gung ho just yet. The volatility is most definitely stepped into this.
Yeah, watching that 45.66 high. Be on the lookout, guys. PayPal was halted. We just read to you guys the takeover interest. It's being reported by now Reuters, initially by Bloomberg. I'm seeing it on both news agencies now, so be on the lookout for that. I got into a new trade now, TNDM. We're in at the third of a dollar. There it is into the half. For the moment, we do have the area low, looking for continuation now above the $0.50. We did put size on this one, so let's see, because this one was a good one for me on Friday, but I am quite cognizant of the fact that this one did bamboozle me before I was able to make money on it on Friday. So let's be careful with this one, TNDM. Right now showing a 6-penny spread, and there it goes above the $0.50. Now we're going to take out more here as this one is running up. There it goes into 59.62 now. It's taking out all my orders, and we did put some size on this one, so let's see if it can take out that $28 at a 27.92 high, guys. Be on the lookout. We're going to pause for a second, Joey and I. We're going to send you to Adara for the crypto segment.
I'll be brief because there's lots of excitement, especially with PayPal, but I'll take a look here at BTC. Bitcoin, third straight day to the downside right now, actually below the 66,000 level, but above this intraday low here of around 64,200. Interesting story came out about 20 minutes ago. Financial Times reporting that the Board of Peace, which of course is led by U.S. President Trump and features world leaders from around the globe, they're reportedly eyeing a stablecoin for Gaza. Now, this would be a U.S. dollar-backed stablecoin to retrieve the economy of Gaza. This initiative is reportedly still in its early stages, but it would enable to, aim to enable digital transactions while limiting cash flow otherwise. Interesting look here for this potential stablecoin in Gaza. If I get more details, of course, I will let you know. Not a massive story, but I think an interesting one to mention, given that we're now doing our crypto segment. Now, in terms of Bitcoin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 weeks now of selling. That's right. If BTC closes red this week, it will be its 6th straight week to the downside, though it's holding up quite nicely compared to that drop going as low as 60,000 that we got to going back to Monday, the week of Monday, February 2nd. So we'll have to wait and see here if BTC can end this red streak or close the 6th straight week to the downside. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what are you looking at, my man?
All right, I got my eyes on PayPal here for the folks. So yeah, Los Polio saying $100 takeover price. He doesn't have to trade for a couple weeks. I then replied, if IBIT hits $500, I never have to trade again. Oh. So yeah, we'll hit that. We'll hit that one there. Obviously not, because we are nowhere close to that whatsoever. We'll hit this on the boy there. We'll hit that on Team Canada losing as well.
I wanted to correct myself, by the way. On Friday or Thursday, whatever day it was, I said I was out of the money on 2 positions.
Yeah.
Joby, what's it called? Joby, BMNR.
Yeah.
I'm out of the money on my IBIT. I
misspoke
on that.
Are you going to be allocating any more?
Yeah. I get little by little. I'm talking about the long-term account, of course. Yep. I don't get too aggressive at any one area, nor do I shy away from adding on up days if the trend is telling me
buying the strength too. Yeah, I like that for sure. But see how you mentioned that, like you're not really like being congestive, and what I mean by that is like buying a lot at a certain price, just like a little bit here and there, and that's what kind of confused me about strategy. Right? You know what I mean? It was like really congestive. And I'm like, hey, what was up with that? If that makes
sense. Is he buying at technical levels?
Like, I didn't see him any, dude. It was just like it's not doing anything. He's buying another couple thousand there. It's not doing anything. And all right, let's get involved here with a little short side on the SLV. I mean, this is gonna be my last attempt on this bad boy here. If it doesn't break down, then we're gonna have to just avoid it, considering we'll be 0 for 3 on it, and that means I'm just not in sync with what we got going on with this specific underlying. We have the supply zone over at 80. I'm going to try to catch the lower end of the range. And I mean, we're green thanks to Novo Nordisk. But if I'm wrong here, what I have on the unrealized side on Novo unfortunately won't mitigate that loss that we're going to take here on SLV. But I don't want to manifest the loss, kind of like it sounds like I am. But I want to get in at the right place, right time, and I want to size accordingly. All right. I mean, what are we here to do? We got to trade a little bit as well. And if it breaks up, then so be it. We took our attempts. Oh, see, see, there's a lot of ebb and flow right now. The price action a little bit more difficult for me to navigate here on SLV. There it is on PayPal. We're going to get away from this name right now, as it is slightly forming a somewhat of a bull flag. Very interesting. I'm going to keep my eyes on this and pull it up on a different time frame and charting, just so I can get a clearer picture. But yeah, that's what we got going on here. We're still in Novo. We're looking to get involved in some silver, maybe to the short side, but we'll be a little bit more patient on this front, because we've also gone over this on multiple occasions, is that this consolidation, you have this move lower, and if we consolidate for another 10, 15 minutes, this is a fairly bullish pattern. And we can go back on daily history and refer to exactly what I'm talking about, just that consolidation, V-shaped consolidation breakout. And it's Google, Tesla, and there's a couple other names that we used to go over examples with last year, which was surprisingly so, like early last year, maybe even late 2024. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. Novo Nordisk not doing too much. PayPal still hovering around that $45 mark, and silver, I can't really find a direction on it right now. So maybe it's just best I avoid it, but I still want to look for a quality opportunity.
Fair enough, Joey, fair enough. All right. I'm done my trade on TNDM. I'm happy with how this one went. I was, hoping for a little bit more. I was of the bias that we would get that 2/3 of a dollar break, but we did quite well on it. I took more size than I typically do at the candle low, so we scalped out. Now, if it takes out that 2/3 of a dollar and shows its, intentions of getting back up into 27.92, which is the current high of the day, let's just say 28, I'm going to get back in. That is, of course, predicated upon it taking out 2/3 of a dollar. Drop System says CDIO. Let me have a quick look at CDIO. A little light on volume, brother. 2.25 million shares on a $5.6 million market cap. Cardio Diagnostics, CDIO. This is a former convict. We know about this one quite well. It shows up from time to time on the scanner. Today, a bit of I want to say a bit of an inside day, ensconced by the highs and the lows of Friday's price action. So not a bad look. I like it in terms of the ascending wedge pattern. I think that's maybe what you're looking at for a decisive clearing of 3 1/5. But I don't think it's for me, but it's not bad. It's up 5% on the day, give or take. I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for that. I did weasel in to SGN. I didn't have an opportunity to get in before. I was joking with somebody in the chat. I was just focused on the other ones. We're in now. We're in at 74. We just wet the beak there at 75. We are still putting in lower highs, so I'm not that optimistic about the breakout coming in right now. But if it does break below the 10 EMA on the 5, which it has defended, I'm out. Simple as that. Okay. Here it comes into 76. I'm waiting at 76. Seller at 76. We're going to post on the penny. Let's go ahead and post at every penny here into 78 with a 79.50 high. If it gets up there, of course, we'll assess whether or not to get in a little bit more. But first and foremost, I'd like to see a decided trend break where we end the lower high trend that we're currently involved in. Again, into 76, aggressive selling by the shorts and the sellers. There it goes into 76 1/4, takes out a bunch of my orders. 27 obviously still unfilled, so we'll have to pack the patience on that. Grunfeld says FF, future fuel. Oh, okay. Up 11 3/4. Again, a little light on volume, about 2/3 of a million shares traded on the day, but it's got a decent chart pattern. So let's take a look at it there for the OG Grunfeld. So this is kind of what I perceive to be a couple of bull flags. First bull flag pop, retreat a little bit here into 4.5. That's a mini, let's call that mini bull flag. And then you get a bit more of a pronounced bull flag there with some lower highs. But as you can see, the chart is a little bit light on data as it's sparsely traded. Joey, FF. I was going to use a word for that, but not a bad look, brother. Not a bad look. 11 3/4, nothing to sneeze at. Does it have a catalyst? I don't C1 here experienced a surprise move. 22nd, does it have a catalyst from Friday? I'm not seeing catalyst going back for a while on this. What does this do? Diversified chemical products and biofuels operates 2 segments, chemicals and biofuels. No, you don't say. Chemical segment manufactures specialty chemicals for specific customers. Its custom manufacturing product portfolio includes agro chemicals, adhesion promoters, biocide, intermediate and antioxidant precursor. Okay, cool. Decent looking chart pattern, brother. Thank you for mentioning it. Hangry Wife. Thank you. I do appreciate you, Hangry Wife. Did you take any journalism courses, or are you just no? I'm just a natural shit talker. So it ends up just coming. It comes with the territory there, Joe.
Natural.
I'm kidding. Thank you, Hangry Wife, for the comment there. CETY trying to move back into that 99.80. Wetting the beak there, looking for a move, Joey, above $1, but there is a whole bunch of selling right south of that whole dollar, 99.80 high a day.
All right, brother. Good luck. I like what David Massey, I believe his name is in the chat. He's just like taking notes, just helps the brain formulate, and yeah, it definitely helps for sure. Because like what I'm writing down here essentially it's not rocket science. It's probably the complete opposite, that of a 2-year-old maybe. It's just like the most basic stuff here, down 15%, heading towards key support levels, stock curled over. It's just like the most simplistic material. But yeah. It does help with that a little bit, that's for sure. So, yeah, that'd be a worst case scenario. Los Pollos if Donald Trump gets involved, but I just don't know if PayPal's big enough.
In what?
PayPal.
Oh,
yeah. I just don't think PayPal's big enough.
Hold on. Did you see the Netflix saga over the weekend? Because one of the board members, Susan Rice, who I'm pretty sure she was Biden's or somebody's. I think she was Obama's actually. Ambassador to the UN. We'll fact check that, but I'm pretty sure she was involved with Obama. She's on the board, right?
She's on the board now.
So she made, I don't know in what context she made this pronouncement, but she's like, when the Democrats take over the House or Congress, let's just put it that way, if it's both, Senate and the House, in the midterms, there's going to be accountability for, the tech CEOs who are bending the knee to Trump. So Trump hears this, obviously, furious, right? He doesn't want to hear that at all. So now he's calling on Netflix to fire her or remove her from the board, right? What did you think he was going to do? Endorse her?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So there's more there coming, but we'll get to that on the news segment.
America just doing too much winning these days, man. Still too much winning, man. It's crazy. They just keep winning. It's insane. I don't know what to do with myself. But no, in all seriousness, there goes PayPal, a nice little bounce there.
They actually won on the weekend.
But that's what I'm
you know what I mean?
You guys are just still winning, right? And just too much winning going on for the poor old north side of the border's sake there. But aside from that, guys, here's PayPal looking to climb a little bit.
Got it, Joe.
Yeah, relax there.
Well, I like this though because I want to see the responses from people in the chat. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody has convictions in how they feel about President Trump. I mean, I don't know anybody who's just on the sideline about President Trump who doesn't have a feeling one way or another. I know how you feel. Yeah. I know very well. Hey, I'm pointing at Randy, by the way. You guys can see him off camera. Yeah, we want to hear it. We want to hear it as long as it
stays reasonable, right? It stays within a tolerable or reasonable conversation. So, let's see. These guys need a little A. I see what you did there at the A. But that's all right, man. We had the convoy. Don't forget about that. So you can thank us for that, if anything. There we go. Oh man, there goes silver. I think it's really gonna slide here. Let's get involved. It's pulling back right now, but we are getting that slow curl over. I didn't catch the top end of the range, which would have been around 79.10s would be more ideal. So again, I don't chase this thing, but I'm going to do it anyway, Sharif, because...
Is there a good setup, Joey?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good, but I'm going to get myself in at the right place.
All right, I respect that.
But you know what Drake once said, right?
What did he say?
You only live once, so you may as well, I'm not going to YOLO anything, but I will put myself in a high-quality opportunity. See if we get one more bounce.
You ever heard about reincarnation?
Have I heard of it?
I'm just asking, yeah.
I've definitely heard of it. Have I witnessed it or anything along those lines. I personally haven't.
Yeah, I personally haven't witnessed it either, bro.
So other than, unless you've watched Passion of the Christ, then you have, but then other than that, no. But there we are. See, you can see I'm at the top end of the range here on SLV. Let's see if we catch this fill. I don't know if it's going to. We are retesting a downtrend right now, but the way that we're just ebb and flowing, we might be able to catch that opportunity, but Novo Nordisk not doing too much right now either.
There goes SGN into the day high. Yeah, this one feels good because, you know, we're pretty close to bottom wick, and there's 80. We need 80 to cross to get the print. It is an 80 penny high a day. We got 74s on now. SGN looking real good here in the world of small cap gappers, and 80 penny on the dot high. Sadly, it doesn't cross. We don't get the print. We post at 82 for the next one. Going to keep a close eye here on SGN. I'm still holding CETY as I still like the possibility that that does flat top break through the dollar. Continuing to watch, though, SGN as the tape is really picking up here. Sorry, I had to kind of reset that. Come on. Good boy. All right, so topping tail candle now. This could be trouble here on SGN. Touches 80, so almost exactly where it touched prior to that, 79.50. 79.50, candle high at 11.25, excuse me, on the 5, and the 11.45 candle 80. So this could be a double top. I would say confirmation of the double top comes vis-a-vis, I would say, a 71 or a 72.50 penny break, okay? And let me make my case as to why I feel that way. Not like I would short it there, because I would short it below the volume weighted average price, which is currently at 68 pennies. But my theory would be, if this is going to be a double top, and I'm not saying it is, okay? If it ends up trying to be a double top and it drops back down, I would be looking for the short to break down below this very obvious key area of technical support. You have the 10 EMA on the 5 there, which has shown its basically intentions to be that support level. And you also have prior area resistance from this area crest over here, right? Area trough, area crest. Same general area though. So SGN, we do good on that one, but it's coming back in in a hurry. This could be trouble. There goes CETY into a dollar. Where's my dang CETY screen? We don't even take the dollar, Joey. You want to know why?
Why?
Because it didn't cross, my boy.
Dang.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to wet the beak here. We're going to cancel the dollar trade, and we're going to take the half penny less. We're going to move it into 103, and then we're going to move it into 109. All right, not actually 108. Pardon me. Okay, and so that obviously will be, you know, by definition, we'll only get the print if it clears that dollar and it creates new highs days. Well, Ram is on her own now, but when Assassino comes back, I'll ask Ram to put up the poll. Shout out to Eddie. Thank you, Eddie, for the idea there. I'll text you. I didn't get the opportunity to respond to you, Eddie. I was in the middle of responding, and then I had to take care of this. But thank you for that. That is a good idea there. Zen Zombie bought SGN at 70, sold at 78. Beautiful. That's my man there. That's my man. Great trade there, Zen Zombie. You were the one that actually called out SGN, and based on your super chat, thank you again for that. We called it out. CETY, it's at the dollar right now, Ram, and we want this to clear the dollar. See how it keeps coming into that dollar, Ram, and it doesn't clear. And so when it doesn't clear, we don't get the we don't get the print. There it is now. It's a 101 high now on CETY, looking real good. Can we get a spike? There's 103, Joseph.
Yeah.
It's a 103 high. We're looking real good over here. What do we got on this? 94. We're not even 10 pennies in the money yet, man. Calm down. So we'll wait for that 103 and then wait for that 108. But ideally, it clears the dollar by a sufficient amount. And I don't have exactly a predefined amount to say this is sufficient, this is insufficient. It really does come down to the day, the name, the time, the volume, so many different variables to digest there to say sufficient or insufficient. So we'll see. We'll see what we get here. So in a couple of positions still, guys, but we're looking for that move through the dollar and trying to pack the patience. Now, Cryptog, hockey is now American owned. Yeah, I knew that we were going to hear some chirps on the show today. And the reason is, I mean, it's just impossible to deny. Women's overtime, we lose. Men's overtime, we lose.
Yeah, I didn't.
And did you see what President Trump posted?
No, I don't want
You didn't see it?
No, I did not.
Oh,
What did he say?
no.
What did he say?
So the bird, I would say that most symbolizes America is the bald eagle, right? And then the one that I would say, would you agree?
Canada goose.
Was the goose.
Oh,
And so the eagle was just devouring the loony there, and the loony looked like it had seen better days.
It was the loon, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, at least I can. Can you do the loon sound with your?
I used to be able to, though. I used to actually be able to in high school.
How about them?
Good
apples?
call, you reminded me. Those were some days.
There, Mr. Trump, at least you.
There goes CETY, guys, into 104. The ascending wedge pattern is manifesting. Where it ends up finding resistance, I don't know. I'm looking for a move into 108. We still have some shares here. I'd like to ride this to its natural conclusion. If it clears the dollar by a substantial amount, Ram, and then it comes back down and tests that $1 again, I may be a buyer of this one again. So we're going to keep an eye. Lemon family. Sorry, Joey.
No, go ahead.
Joe, Sharif, don't worry. Oh, boy. You could get the silver in the cup. Oh, wait. Toronto can't win anything this year. Never mind. LOL. Oh, man. Yeah, and I forgot, of course, the World Series.
Yeah,
you know what
Canada's
President Trump did, too?
What did he do, man?
So, former Prime Minister Trudeau, I think February of last year, did the men's juniors, was the juniors on last year, February, right? Correct?
The World Juniors?
Yes.
It's on every year. Around Christmas.
Around Christmas. Okay.
Yeah, Christmas.
So Trudeau did post something like, you can't take our country, you can't take our game, something like that. It was about a year ago, give or take. So, of course, President Trump finds that tweet, retweets the current result, like just does everything, right?
He's doing the
kind of dunk on
Come on,
us,
man. Be a good winner at least. Come on, guys.
Come on, now, Joey. Can't read, bro. Can't read.
Congratulations to the United States. You beat us once in the Olympics for the first time in 30 years, so I can totally understand that you won it, right?
Yeah, the last one?
Yeah, there was something along those lines. So congratulations to you guys, but don't beat around the bush, man. It was a complete smoke show, a domination. It wasn't even, the game wasn't even close except for in the score. But aside from that, I'm glad that. Well, actually, I'm not glad. But anyways, it is what it is. Sharif knows where I stand on that.
I do.
In the Olympics and everything along those lines.
You were pumped that you wanted to see the NHLers back in the Olympics. I think you were most happy about that.
No, but remember what I wrote on my page the other day? Where I said why we're not very good anymore.
Yeah.
Right. From but that's where I stand, right? That's where I stand. Anyways, aside from that, there goes silver. We didn't catch that 79.13 mark that we were looking for. These are all dark pool wicks, and then sure enough, now we're starting to slide once again. So I'm not going to chase it all the way down here, even though the momentum looks like it wants to continue on that trajectory. Oh, why didn't we just take it right at the volume-weighted average price? Oh well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. There's going to be plenty of more opportunities. Is that going to fall into PayPal? Maybe. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on PayPal. A nice indecision print above the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if this move will be sustained. But there goes silver, continuing its downward trajectory right now. So this trend line coming fully intact. And sure enough, we're still holding on to a little bit of Novo Nordisk. You couldn't quite get to VWAP on the Nasdaq and the TQQQs. Obviously, one tracing the other. And now you're slowly starting to curl over on that front as well, too. So, man, oh, man. But this is a key neckline here, right? Double top with the support level. Even though you have this V-shaped style, watch out for this one as it might continue to bleed its own silvery blood. My boys are making a joke anyways that Team Canada, both the men and the women's, should just head over to the old pawn shop because silver is worth quite a bit these days, so you could get a little bit of something for that. You don't get that. I know other countries, you get quite a bit for winning medals, but I don't think in Canada you get that much, man.
I remember I watched a video on this before. They were talking about how much each person gets per medal and stuff like that. I don't even remember.
Yeah, I think you get like 20K a gold medal.
I remember it was under the Prime Minister Harper. So this was pre-15.
Yeah.
They had like this
golden days.
All right. You love to go there. Okay. No, but you know how I feel about Prime Minister Carney. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, there was this or not, it wasn't an event, it was a program called Own the Podium.
Yeah.
And it was like a collaboration between government and private industry to really fund the athletes to the best of their ability so they could actually train, medal, and we did quite well, I think, under that program. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. So,
well, that's the thing with the Americans and like the Chinese. They actually invest in that, and they have like
how about the Norwegians, bro?
Yeah, the Norwegians are absolutely insane, but they build everything, right? They have the institutes, like the performance institutes that you can go there and you can train, opposed to a lot of Canadians have to leave the country to go and train
and that seems to be happening a lot more, which we don't want, obviously. No. RXT says Zen Zombie, say less, my man. Yeah, look, GI 520, you know, I didn't vote for Prime Minister Carney, but he does have good policies on some things that I like, and I'm willing to give him a little bit of time to see them through. I don't think you have to agree, nor does anybody, but that is just my opinion, brother, and that's, I'm going to stick to that. Let's take a look at RXT.
I want to mention something quick here, Sharif. Makeru said something very interesting, and it'll be really quick explanation. So he's saying in August 2025, it was predicted that the top sell wall of the Qs would be around 635, and it reached it and has fallen since. Why can options predictions be that or be so good? And it's because it's almost an inside look at the book. You can see where the large participants are hiding out, and that's why we talk about call and put walls, right? So if you were to go further out into an expiration cycle and you see this massive amount of supply, then it can really gauge, like, and we talk about it literally every day. I bring it up every morning. It's just like, hey, this is where the larger participants may be hanging out. And I think that's why the ability to predict what direction an underlying or the overall market will be is because it's almost like a book map, right? Like you can see that activity.
Just before we go to Adara and happening now, thank you, Zen Zombie, for the $2 super chat. Here's a look at RXT Assassino, if we can go to the chart. So the reason this one wasn't in my purview today was because it was trading below the volume weighted average price. It looked like it was gapping up in the pre-market into that 210 level. It lost the bid and lost it quite aggressively at 9:30, as you can see, though. It is finding some general areas of support that it found on Friday in the afternoon, and especially the aftermarket. It did breach it by a little, but found support at the $0.50, coming into $0.75 now. The way that this gets in my focus, or gets on my side chart, I should say, for lack of a better term, is if it gets above 180. Now, I'm going to be watching 180 quite closely. Why? Because VWAP is there, but that's not the end of the matter. It will still put it below the consolidation area low of the pre-market, let alone the pre-market high, which is my rule. So we'll be watching it if it breaches that 180 level, but doesn't mean that I will trade it around there. RXT has been a monster as of late, guys, with that tie-up with Palantir. We'll have to see how this one trades into the afternoon. Joseph and I, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to send it to Adara at the big desk, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
So much on the market's mind today and this whole week. I mean, of course, later in the week, we're going to get earnings from Nvidia on Wednesday after the bell, but other major companies, including CRM, I believe Dell as well. We'll also get earnings from Snowflake. Again, Nvidia by far the largest, but another theme on watch this week is going to be tariffs. Now, we know last week, Supreme Court striking down the tariffs, or ruling against, rather, these tariffs from U.S. President Trump. Then he said that he's going to be raising global tariffs from 10% to 15%. And then this morning, we got not one, but two Truth Social posts in a 20-minute span right after the open from 9:30 to 10 a.m. on tariffs. The second one of these, you can kind of see here when he's mentioning that he does not have to go back to Congress to get approval of tariffs. But the first one, pretty interesting as well, basically saying that any country that wants to, quote, play games after the tariff decision is going to face huge tariffs, saying in all caps and 3 exclamation points, buyer beware. So lots and watching the tariff space here for the market. There's also this headline that came out a couple minutes ago from CNBC that I'm seeing some people post about, so I will mention it. CNBC's headline reads, and I quote, China's DeepSeek is set to release a new AI model. A rough period for Nasdaq stocks could follow. Now, of course, this is kind of conjecture and speculation, but this headline is circulating, so I do want to bring it up. Speaking of headlines, massive one here for PayPal. PYPL, a stock that has been quite beaten up, and we actually just recently heard about a month or so ago with their earnings report, they're getting a new CEO. Well, now Bloomberg reporting that PayPal is attracting takeover interest. I also want to mention here a lot of the weakness in this tech space, specifically stocks like CrowdStrike, CRWD on watch. We have Anthropic AI with a new cybersecurity tool, and then CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz posted on X that he asked Claude, can you make or replicate CrowdStrike? And Claude said that they couldn't. So I think he viewed this as a positive, market seeming to view it as a bit of, as Sean put it, desperation on Kurtz's part, and the stock at its worst was down roughly 10% today. So keep an eye here in CRWD after that, I guess, interaction with AI from CEO George Kurtz. In the meantime, we've got Neil, and he'll be interacting with you all with the lesson of the day. Neil, what do you have for the people today?
Thank you, Adair. We got some relative strength, and most importantly, I want to talk about relative strength off of major events, because I think oftentimes you can just simply look at, okay, are we up, are we down? Stock X is up 1%, the market's up 1%. Okay, it's moving as much as the market, but that shouldn't be how we always view things. And I was talking about this with regards to Microsoft, and it helped to put things into proper categories for myself this morning. Look, we had that big rally on Friday after we finally got a Supreme Court decision, and you had a situation where, you had the big turnaround in the market, and ultimately, the market was closing, kind of holding a consolidation. If you look at the Nasdaq up at top, and sort of the same thing with the ES, and you look at some of the bottoms that we had put in, down here, some higher lows. We're higher than the overall week. And what I was sort of saying to people is try to look at things that have a similar week. Like if it was trend up and had the same higher lows and was still holding those, and it's kind of relatively strong. But anything that was retesting the bottoms as you were getting sort of successive higher lows, those are the types of places where I would want to look for some weakness. Now, one of them was the gap down in IBIT. I'm going to get rid of some of these trend lines to make it a little bit easier. Like one of the first ones was this little gap down in IBIT to me, because the market was nowhere near retesting the lows from the week, and Bitcoin was. So that made it relatively weak. Now that's an easier one to say, I'm going to favor the short side of the trade because it's relatively weak. Microsoft was another one that I put into that category. Now, ultimately, I didn't take the flat bottom break in Microsoft. As you can see here, the market was trying to bounce and again, putting in some higher lows when you looked at it from the perspective of the week. But Microsoft was on the bottom, threatening to break. But there was one which set out, and we did wait for it all morning, which was Rivian. And this was another example of something that while the market had put in multiple higher lows, each of those support levels corresponded with the actual same bottom here on a downward trending stock. So if there's even a small breakdown in the market, you've got a flat bottom break on the weaker name. And this is where we try to find places where there's A, a good reason to execute, B, to have a good direction to go, and then C, there's room for it to fall. And the other side of that equation for myself, and why I discussed it in these terms, was, well, okay, if we're diddling in the middle in that NASDAQ and we only get to Friday support and bounce, then I want something which is already flushed through and has more room potentially to go. Like, I don't want something which is just going to hit the same resistance area. I want something which is falling, and if we break this, it's got the floodgates opening up, and if we don't, then who cares? It's already showing me trend down, and it should have a little bit more continuation, as opposed to, maybe something like an Apple or an Nvidia today, which, while still not the strongest out there, provided you with an alternate scenario. Like an Apple, I'm not saying you couldn't have shorted the top on Apple. You could have waited patiently for Apple to get up here and put on one short trade that would have been a scalp. But it was stair step up, right? It put in a higher low on Friday. Not that same low when the market was putting in higher lows. So it showed itself as relatively strong. Now, I'm not saying I was smart enough to be like, oh, I like an Apple long. That wasn't my attitude toward it. But it was enough to not want to fade this name. Coming in looking for shorts, I knew which ones I wanted to stay away from, because I wanted things that showed demonstrable weakness relative to what happened that week, and especially relative to what happened on Friday when we had that big turnaround. So a lot of times when we get a big event or a big market move or a reversal or a news story or an economic number, we get all excited because of that extra volatility. and what it creates, but we should take the time to differentiate between the types of movements in each individual stock that you're going to be trading. Which ones reacted a little bit more bullishly? Which ones were relatively weak compared to the fact that the whole market was bouncing? Put into that bucket, and there were some easier shorts out there today because of it. You don't always have to be perfect. You don't have to predict everything. But it wasn't that difficult to find some things to be biased to the short side because they were trash on Friday when everything was strong. And sometimes that's all you need. I mean, the other thing you apparently only need is to wait till the game goes to 3-on-3, which isn't real hockey, and a fantastic goalie, of course, that can stop everything. So with that, that's your lesson of the day. I can report on the lunch. I have started eating it. The chicken is dry, but there is a ton of protein with the lunch today. Like it was a hefty amount of the grilled chicken, but it was a little bit dry. So I enjoyed it. I'll give it a, I don't know, I usually give things like a 7.2% for the lunch today because of the quantity of protein. But make things easy on yourself, everybody. Identify relative strength and weakness when we have big events like the Supreme Court decision on Friday, and that's an easier way to start your morning with some bias. Even whether you like short, whether you like long, you can make the work a heck of a lot easier just by that one step. Back to Sharif and Joe. Go get them.
Thank you very much, Neil. Wise words as always. Great call out there. And yeah, it's been a headline-driven, I would say, year so far.
Yeah, absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Last, year to date, anyway. Guys, so let's update you on a couple of the positions, and then we'll give Joe an opportunity to rant about the 3-on-3. Oh. Because I really want to hear what you have to say about that. Yeah. Anyway, CETY. Look, it bamboozled me, right? It dropped in to the volume weighted average price. I wasn't alive to that support level there, namely because it hadn't tested VWAP at all, so I didn't have a bias that VWAP would come in as support. It looks like it double bottomed at 90, so I did get stopped out. Less than break even, so I made more than break even, excuse me, on the last remaining amount, but I feel that I've missed a possible entry opportunity here at 92, 91 pennies, as it did rocket back up to about 99, showing 95. It's showing 96 right now. So CETY will continue to be in focus for me. I'm all out of Allure, even though with ALUR, I still have a bias here that we could see a flat top break. And the reason I continue to have that same bias is that we have these higher lows. And there it goes, right back up into 170. But now, we are also putting in, I would say, quite obvious lower high, right? I mean, sure, you don't have that very clear area crest before that double top at 10.15 and 10.20, so you're having to kind of connect them with the wicks, but it feels like it is a bit of compression pattern. Now, most of the time when something's up, like Allure is on the day, about 55%, the compression pattern will resolve in the direction of the trend, and the trend, easily to know, it's 55%, so it's up. It will resolve in that direction. That hasn't been happening all the time lately, and I don't have the data, but I don't think it's more than 50% of the time. So I am kind of concerned about some of the names that are continuing to kind of pull back. SGN is losing the bid, so I was right. This is a double top. That's what we were talking about, that double top at 80. Now my bias goes with this one. If it loses that 72 to 71 penny breakout area that it defended multiple times, then I'd be looking for a move back into VWAP. Now, I will likely be a buyer at VWAP Assassino around this area here. Okay, rather than looking short. Initially, anyway, I'll be looking to buy between 70 to 68 pennies, really depending on where the price action ends up bottoming out. But if it loses 68 pennies or wherever VWAP is at the time, I'm out, and I'll be looking short. So here it comes. It's coming into that 72 penny area. I have a bias that the breakout area is between 72 to 71. So let's see what SGN has to offer here. I don't mind trading it in whichever way it'll go, but for the moment, guys, we're in no positions. I think we were in 4 positions at one time today, but right now I got to stay clear. Zen Zombie, another super chat. Thank you very much, Zen, for the umpteenth super chat on the day. He's saying YMAT. Let's have a look at YMAT, Joey. Okay, nice breakout there. Looks like this has been moving though since the volume came in at about 950. This is YMAT is the ticker. Let me throw in the ticker, and then we'll discuss a little bit about the name. So YMAT, J-Star Holdings, about a little bit less than $11 million market cap. They're a Taiwan-based company engaged in development and commercialization of carbon fiber composite materials made from carbon fiber. Can you believe it? Carbon fiber composite materials made from carbon fiber. What's this world coming to?
I thought it was from something else.
And resin, as well as resin system technologies, designs, manufactures a variety of lightweight, high-performance carbon. Okay, great. Do they have a headline? They do. Signs an exclusive distribution agreement with PSSB. That's as much as I'm going to go into that headline. So there's a headline. It's a new. I don't want to say new. It came in at 9 a.m. Hence the price spike up at around 9:20. It did find a price spike up at 9 a.m. But the volume was super light. Anyway, the volume participation came at about 10 to 10 at about 9:50. It did lose VWAP. It's trying right now to get back above it. I'd say, let's break this downtrend here. And that's a very clear downtrend. And I was telling Joey on Friday, I'm like, I feel these breakouts that have prolonged downtrends that are unbroken, and then they end up getting broken are the A to A+ setups. And the beautiful thing is, if they're gonna break the trend line and put in a lower high than the prior area high or prior area crest, you're gonna have notice of that because it's gonna give you a 2-3 candle pullback and a rounded top and a lower high. So another area crest, but a lower area crest. So that's why I like these ones. So first and foremost, look for a decided break of that lower trend line on YMAT. And if you get that decided break, be ready, that it could take out area highs, but also be ready that it could put in a lower high. And that would be the way that I would approach it. So thank you for that, brother. Notorious Dingleberg. I can read some of those letters, not all of them. I see Jia is the third character there. I know that first one, that 4 and the 0. Dang it, where's that? I forget the name. I forget that though. I'm gonna have to copy and paste that. I'm gonna have to find out exactly what that means. But yeah, thank you for that. And Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
Just looking at the overall market and all our good American friends being really nice to us considering we lost. And everything along. We got called the ambulance. Going on there. Canada sucks at hockey, essentially, pretty much. USA is the best. Boy. Just stay in the corner and just really, really good winning mentality there from our good friends south of the border. Yeah, call the ambulance. No, I'm only joking anyways, guys. It's all fun and games. It honestly has no effect on me whatsoever. Obviously, we would have liked to win. Aside from the 3-on-3, I don't really have an issue with it.
Let's talk about that. First of all, why is it not 4-on-4? Because
if you're going to do that, I think it's just kind of mimic the NHL. Yeah. When Sydney got the golden goal in 2010,
it was 5-on-5.
I'm pretty sure it was 4-on-4.
Was it actually?
It was 4-on-4 at that time. I don't really have an issue with it. I think it should, especially the gold medal game, it should be 5-on-5 until someone scores, because eventually somebody will score, right? You're just going to get tired. That break will happen. But if you play 3-on-3, at the end of the day,
shift, man. What's the excuse with hockey? Like,
what do you mean?
I mean, in soccer, they play 2 halves and then they push penalties because you can't shift, right? There's 5 substitutes and that's the end of that. And there used to be 3. Yeah. In hockey, you can shift to no end. Why make it less?
Why make it?
So you can end the game quicker, right? I'm assuming
that's essentially what it is, right? Because these guys someone's gonna score eventually. But at the end of the day, we have the best 3 players. I'm gonna say, if you were to line up every single individual in that gold medal game, from Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, the top 3, those guys are gonna be the top 3, and then maybe you'd have the Charlie McAvoys and then the Austin Matthews and everything along those lines. But yeah, I mean, they lost the game. Our best player didn't close it out like he was supposed to, essentially, and that's just the narrative of how it is. So, kudos to, no, seriously.
I'm not laughing at you, brother.
It's just really how it is.
You're speaking sense. I'm just laughing at some of the comments.
Well, Storm J, I don't know if you watched the same game that I did, but the skill and the talent was, there's a drastic, and listen, you guys won. And I'll say it for the women, the United States women are significantly younger and better than the females, right? The Canadian females, right now. But as for a talent pool in Canada, USA men's, you can still see it lopsided. Even though the game went in the United States' favor, we had 42 shots. They had like 20-something. It wasn't close. They played the best game. Canada played the best game of the tournament, and they didn't win. You can't come down 3 times in a row. But aside from that, congratulations, obviously, to the gold medals. You guys beat us. There you go, USA, USA, USA. But our other friend from the USA, King Rai, putting on a stellar performance.
That was
well
a stellar performance.
Yeah.
I'm a Ryan Garcia fan.
Yeah.
I like his character.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, he's a young dude, and, you know, all young dudes, they go through that, you know. Let's just call it a phase.
Exactly.
And he got a couple of pennies in his pocket, a couple of dollars in his pocket. He ran wild for a year. He paid the price. And now he's back. And the ass whooping that he put
on Mario Barrios, man.
And Barrios is a title holder, too. Now, the title is split between 4 guys.
Yeah.
So I want a 147 or 147. I want a 147 unification tournament. You got Haney holding a belt.
Yeah.
You got Rowley holding a belt.
Yeah.
You got Ryan holding a belt. And there's somebody else. Who else? There's a 4th belt out there.
It's not Tio anymore.
It's not Tio.
It's not
Tio.
Shakur.
It's not Shakur.
I don't think so.
And I need to see that unification tournament. That is a healthy division,
out of all of
bro.
those guys, though, I'll give Ryan Garcia the most credit because I think he's fought the biggest names out of that talent pool.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
exactly.
He gave Devin Haney a butt weapon. He went up against Tank. No one really ever wants to fight Tank, right?
He
fought
got
Rowley.
He
fought Rowley, and now he fought Mario Barrios, who, I mean, is a debatable champion at the end of the day, but shout out to him. To add to your point, at least he's not going like the Gervonta route, right? Like Gervonta's got the money. He's getting into a lot of trouble.
In the kind of trouble that you know you may not be able to clean up off your record. You can't have domestic issues and then think people are going to look the other way.
It's like time and time again. You know
exactly,
what I mean?
right?
So aside from that, I'll get back into these markets.
Yes, sir.
This is why. Yeah, Ryan, there you are, my boy. I was trying to tag you earlier in the day. What a great performance by our boy Sean Strickland over there, getting the knockout. But we have a $10 super chat. From our boy Danny Boy. All right, greetings from Blizzardy Boston / Planet Hoth. Can you take a look at the chart for NB? This one has put a hurting on my feelings lately, but it is looking like a probable bottom to you guys too. Let's take a look at NB and see what we got from a technical standpoint. NB Neocorp. All right, we'll head over to the daily. Yeah, I mean, so what I'm seeing here, and I think what we got from a technical standpoint, is you are heading towards a key support level. I've gone over this on multiple names like Netflix, which I am a holder of, and Bitcoin, is that I would be waiting for this trend to be broken instead of trying to catch the actual falling knife. If you head over to where we peaked at this name, $12.62, you're down 56% from that level. And is this support structure enough to hold it up? I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be enough participants engaging in order to push this price a little bit higher. So again, if you are in at the lower end of the range, then you do have a key support level that you can use as a stop, and if it breaches, then you can just get out and then re-engage at a different time. But if the pattern's looking like this until we're on the opposite side of the trend, I would be looking to avoid it at all costs, in my opinion.
All right, guys. I don't like anything that's happening right now. There's a couple that I'm waiting on to see, how they end up looking. Let me bring in the side charts. The first and the foremost is one that we were involved in, and my biggest winner on the day is TNDM. Again, looking very ascending wedge-ish, where it had an initial price spike up, and now we've got all these higher lows. And with that same, I want to say, general area of resistance, which is, of course, that 27 2/3. I realize that it's been up to 27.92, but it spent all but no time there. So the higher lows and that flat top is what's catching my attention. Moreover, this was an aggressive mover, as you can see on Friday, right? I don't know exactly where it closed out at. Let's just say it closed out at that 1850. It looks like that's where the closing print came at for there. From the top to the bottom, we were up about 40%. We gave back some, though. We ended up closing about 32%. And then from Thursday's closing print to today's high, we're up about 50% over a couple of days. So TNDM looking real good, but it's got a lot of issues in addition to the, the great chart pattern here. The issue is the illiquidity, the declining volume profile, and the spread, okay? So trade it carefully, try to look for the A+ setup. And then also SGN. This one also kind of broke down. So we were talking about that double top. The double top didn't manifest. It ended up holding that general area support, right? So then we've got basically a 72, 73 penny area low. Those are the wicks. If you're looking at the prints, more around 73.5 to 74, with I would say about 77, 78 to the high side. Those are, again, the closing prints, not the wicks. The high of the day is 80. But SGN still setting up in a not so bad way, but I don't think it's at the most ideal point yet in order to get in. GNPX, this one did break down. It did lose VWAP momentarily. I think I had my stop a little bit too close to that volume weighted average price. Otherwise, we would have ran up with that 228 print. Alas, the best print I got on GNPX was the $0.25, and it didn't let us in. And then last but not least, ALUR. I'm really keeping a close eye on this because the price action is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Look how wide it started, and then it's narrowing both with the lows and with the highs. So let's see where this resolves. Now, let me tell you about something here, okay? Even if this resolves in the direction of the trend and breaks above 175, 180, be careful with the bull trap, okay? I've seen this before when something compresses for that long, right? And, a lot of people observe what I'm observing there, and they're looking for what I'm looking for, only to be kind of sorely disappointed by the big money movers who can actually move this thing with big size. And so what ends up happening sometimes is you'll get a decided break. It'll trigger a lot of orders, or people will, punch in quite aggressively as they see the price action developing. And then the bottom absolutely drops off because there's a seller waiting. I'm not saying they're waiting there. I haven't seen the tape. I have no idea. Just experience at 85, 80, waiting for those buy orders to come in so he can just wipe them all out, right? So that's what I'd be looking for there. Now, you don't have to be first to this, right? You already have a pre-market high of 222. You have a high a day of 198, so let's say $2. So if you get that 175, 180, 185 break, you still have some potential upside, into the pre-market high, or even into the regular trading hours high. So don't be, super impatient with this one. Allow it to develop a couple of candles, whether you're charting on the 1, 3, or 5, just to see if the bull trap is coming in, right? I mean, I've seen this a lot before, so be careful with that. Yeah, so anyway, I'm keeping an eye here on TNDM because it's coming in right back into that 2/3 of a dollar. And if it breaks above that 2/3 of a dollar quite aggressively, I think I might weasel into this one for a $28 break. TNDM, Joey, keeping a close eye.
Good look. So yeah, I'm still really indecisive here with silver. So I think at this point, if we're trying to navigate this and we're not finding any quality opportunities, aside from this break here, but you're coming back to retest this zone. So if I'm thinking, in my opinion, if I'm going to be logical about something and it's this difficult for me to find a definitive direction in silver, it's probably best that I avoid it. All right, just so to save yourself the mental taxation and the mental capital. Ooh. So we'll head back over to what we got going on here on NVO, and that's been working for us throughout the intraday session. There was a reload opportunity right at the volume weighted average price, the P8, the Pro 8 volume weighted average price. So we have an uptrend right now that's starting to be forming essentially. If this breaks once again, maybe that could be an additional add opportunity. The more ideal entry would be right at VWAP at 40.30, but we didn't get that. So AK Joey Quality, yay, thank you very much. Hangry Wife. So it's starting to move lower. Silver's going to the top side, and if this breaches and we get a 1-minute candle or a 5-minute candle on the backside of this trend, then maybe we'll get somewhat of a continuation to the low of the day. It doesn't look like any form of buyers really want to engage in this name right now outside of the opening drive. Nvidia isn't doing too much. We're getting another rejection there on silver. I think
Joey, can I mention something?
Go ahead.
Allure broke the top here, guys, and this is what I'm talking about. There it is. It breaks through the top. 185 high. Now watch, okay? Are we going to get a false breakout here, or is this the real deal? Because we were talking about the compression pattern on ALUR, just moments ago. Then you would get the breakout into 185. I'm not seeing the type of price action that you typically see if it is a bull trap. Usually it resolves quite aggressively to the downside. So this could be something here. Watch it a little bit longer. I'm definitely keeping an eye here on Allure. Joey, sorry to interrupt you.
No worries whatsoever, brother. Let's see how this is a double espresso right here.
Me espresso.
Yeah, so let's go over some of these bigger names and see what the big boys are up to on today's intraday session. Other than Nvidia, haven't really looked at the Apples of the world. Okay, so we're starting to climb higher there. Shorting the overall market with Apple on the upside move is a little bit more difficult. Forming a base here on Microsoft. We've been over Nvidia on multiple occasions. Tesla continuing to slide. A nice consolidation. This is textbook stuff, right? Like move lower, consolidate, reject the volume weighted average price, and then you form this absolutely massive leg lower. And the deeper we get within the trading and the lower that we go, these moves are a little bit more difficult. So within leg 1 and leg 2 is more ideal. Leg 3, get a little bit more iffy, and the probability slowly starts to cool down as Meta is starting to slide, continuing to slide, forming a consolidation zone here on goggles, even though it received an upgrade here this morning. Same with Meta. So those names not performing too well. We're back down to 130 here on Amazon, or sorry, on Palantir. AMD was bleeding earlier in the day, but a strong recovery in advanced micro devices. So keep an eye out on that one. I was going over some of the quantum names. They're just absolutely getting destroyed. So there's really no point. We're down to $36 approximately here on IBIT. Oh, wow, and the momentum is really starting to pick up. Look at the volume increase here on Bitcoin, guys, as it breaks through some of these key levels. Yeah, we'll hit this one.
No good.
And on the old Bitcoin. Here, IBIT continuing to bleed its own blood. CrowdStrike not looking good whatsoever. So your boy probably on the picks continuing to slide, as I seen on Sharif's charting there. We're down like 35% on the year in CrowdStrike. Robinhood down to $72. Once again, a nice print on the 5-minute right around these lows. And that's, yeah, it's really tough. And then Walmart to 125.
What is happening with these cybersecurities? I mean, you can't tell me that the street thinks that every company is going to repatriate IT security in-house. I just can't. That is not possible in this kind of short term.
I was looking at the anthropic thing, but no, I know it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But see, that's the thing, right? This is what the street does. It over-exaggerates, and then once they find fair value, once again, like, oh, we really underpriced this thing, right? It'll rip another 20-30% past the high. So yeah, it is crazy stuff. What has DoorDash been up to? If anybody was curious about that one, or ordered DoorDash this weekend, I did not personally, so it's not really that relevant to me. But the Starbucks continuing to perform half decently well. So other than that, guys, I have this one trade on right now. We tried multiple attempts on silver. I'm not finding anything that really giving me that conviction, but we have plenty of time throughout the session to get involved in a lot of these names. Actually, let's do this right now.
Let's do it,
and we're going to pull up the options chain and take a look at some of these cybersecurity names. We're going to start things off with CrowdStrike. And see, like, what the heliante is going on with this stuff. And this isn't really a popular option. Like, you don't see too much options activity within these names. But there's no real activity in which I'm seeing right now that is alarming aside from 360, so $10 away from where we're currently trading at. That's not substantial size whatsoever, and the open interest is somewhat comical. I don't even know if that's real. So there's no options activity on that one. Moving forward, let's take a look at PANW, P-A-N-W, and see what we got going on that front, if there's anything that stands out to us. No. So from an option standpoint, Zscaler, we're not going to see much either, guys. But the volatility on Zscaler is up substantially to 150%. It's almost like earnings, Sharif, but that is not the case with some of these cybersecurity names.
Honestly, bro. All right, guys, we're in an Allure. I've scalped up all the way into 85s. That's current bar high, 84, excuse me, current bar high, waiting at 86s, 88s. We have 77s on, comes back in to 78. I put in my stop. I'm not going to allow this to bleed, but I am still concerned that this could be a bull trap. You break through the downtrend line, and now you're putting two topping tail candles. Let's cut the crap. The 1225 candle, topping tail, and at least for now, this 1230 candle also is topping tail. We got 4 more minutes, though, before this bad boy closes. 175 is current bar low. Prior bar low substantially lower than 169. You could give it to current bar or prior bar low. You could give it to current bar low if you want to be a little bit more aggressive with the price action. But I also want to mention TNDM. We had a bias that this one was going to work into that $28 area, especially with a 27.92 high a day. And now current bar high is 83s, 27. Sorry, it's showing 88s now on the ask. So this one, I should have had another entry on this one. I hesitated. That's on me. But this one is heading to the top again and may breach 28 before all is said and done. A very, very strong price move on Friday. Another decent one today. Not as strong, of course, as the Friday price move, but one to keep an eye out nonetheless. All right, AULR is coming back into current bar low, into 75, 76. I've got 77s on. Got half the position out, but I don't want to DCA into this. It's not going to be one of those trades. I'm going to get out here, break even, and if it loses 75, fine. I'll look for another entry, possibly around 70 to 72, 73. Let's see what this one does at 75. Ends up defending current bar low. I'll just get back in. I had 77s anyway. Keeping an eye here on ALUR, looking for a possible continuation. Geez Louise, TNDM. There is the high of the day break on TNDM. It takes out $28, 28.07, official high, showing me 10s on the ask. The spread is still quite wide, not a bad look. So keep your eye out on this one. 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit south of that $0.75. I want to say around 60 pennies. That's TNDM. With the flat top break really being at around that 2/3 of a dollar. So that is something to look out for there if the price does come back in. There's a lure right back up, so it holds 75 pennies. So here's the deal. Now I know there's a buyer at 75. We get in and we give it to a little bit below 75. Now that I know that the buyer is stepping in there, let's see if we can scalp up a little bit more into the mid to high 80s. Let's put in those profit takers. So if we do get an aggressive price spike up, hopefully I'll get filled. Let's throw them in there. So we're going to risk a little bit here. We're going to risk about 5 pennies on ALUR to try to take out that high of the day. Let's see what it's showing now. So prior bar high, by the way, just to give you an idea, is 185. There's 2s, there's 3s. Looking for continuation. Now let's see if the buyers are going to step in here, or the sellers and or the shorts see the lower high that I'm seeing and they want to take advantage of that. So packing the patience here, Joey, looking for a move above that 85 penny high.
All right, Just Kicking It. I like that name, man. I had to read it a little bit. Just Kicking It. Thanks for reminding me. I mean, that increase in volatility on Zscaler up to 150%. I mean, it makes sense, right? So we will run into some earnings. We'll go over. There goes Nvidia cracking through the south side. How being dragged the market down. There was a shelf being formed. I'm like, oh man, do we play this? And dare we short Nvidia? And then sure enough, you break through that support system at 170, at 190.79, and then you're heading a little bit lower. Let's see what silver gets up to around this neck of the woods as well, guys, as the market is continuing to bleed, giving back all of what we had and gained on Friday. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a look. Did we get that poll up that I want to get everybody engaged here. Everyone's doing such a great job.
Oh, Joey, sorry to interrupt. There goes a lure into the day high. 207 monster break.
Bro,
we caught that.
Zoom in on that for me.
Hold on.
Right.
Joey. We're not even done the trade yet, Joey.
All right, no, expand the price. Expand the price there, my boy.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a minute, Joey. Let me set up some beak wetters over here, my boy. All right, let's set up something at 9. Oh, first of all, let's see what we got here in terms of share size. No, we're going to hold on to this one. 207 high. Sorry to interrupt you, brother, but it was an aggressive price spike up there. I thought we were going to halt.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a nice move up, but it came right back in. So
it did come back in, yeah. What do we got? We got 80s, so it's showing 92s, but the move is still there, guys. Let's see now. Does it come back into that? Well, let's look at it this way. Current bar low is 180, so it's what I've got on. Prior bar low is 175. That's what got me into the trade, right? We saw the buyer at 175. The sellers or the shorts couldn't take the 175 buyer out, so that was my backstop, right? We got in 180 with that 175 as our ultimate out. And then there was a price spike up. Stupid of me, I didn't think that it was going to resolve in this way, and it ended up rocketing into $2, $2.07 without me having any resting orders. So now it's $2 resistance, Joey, even though it's a 207 high.
Good luck there, brother. Gaurav mentioning there's a lot going on right now. Sharif's got breakouts here. T-Money saying we need a moment of silence for Bitcoin, which I find
I thought I laughed at that.
That's it, yeah. So there it is. Like the momentum in the market is really starting to pick up here, guys. But I like this. Why? Because at some point, we may find exhaustive volume. And what do I mean by that is essentially all the sellers have cooled off their shares. They're like, hey, we're done. And I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but we're done selling, and then you can find somewhat of a rally. But what I want to do here is add some shares on to this Novo Nordisk short, considering it's been working for us, and why don't we just continuously stick with things that have been working for us? I'll add some. 40.30 is going to be my out on this one to see if we can go and test the low of the day as the market is continuing to bleed here, Sharif. So we may as well start to participate, add a little bit more shares, whether it works for us or not. Then so be it. I'm willing to risk my unrealized gains on this potential continuation in the test of the low of the day. So there it is. What's my average now? 40.09. Okay, I didn't want it to be there. So maybe I added a little bit too much as it's getting a rebound and did not want that whatsoever, but that's okay. We'll keep an eye out on this one to see if we're going to get any form of continuation, indecision prints. Silver, that short came into play exactly how we wanted it. Nvidia continuing to slide. So the market definitely headed to the southeast, guys. So let's not pay too much attention to what we got going on Novo Nordisk, because if it comes back to my break even, we'll have to get out of that one, just risking the unrealized gains. But let's go take a look at Bitcoin, because someone is writing its obituary at this point, and I don't know if it's Michael Saylor and company, but yeah, it's not looking good. 36.54. So T-Money and everybody, moment of silence. Kathy, we're trying to go through a moment of silence.
Stop calling, bro.
Yeah. I mean, who's calling my phone?
I love that one.
Yeah, so yeah. Anyways,
Is it Stacy?
Yeah, no, it's Kathy. Get it?
I love it. Yes. Is it Kathy?
Yeah,
my
so
man.
We're trying to have a moment of silence, but yeah,
Get it,
Bitcoin
Tony.
not looking too good. 36.52, momentum to the downside. Nvidia heading towards a key pivot level as well, too, guys, and the market just continuing to bleed. So we added on that one. Let's see. It was really, really delayed. This ad was not good and not necessarily what I wanted, but if we break this trend and open up on the backside, then I will have to just give back the unrealized gains on that front and just accept the trade for what it is and look for some further opportunities here, Sharif.
All right, guys, shout out to Texas TX Jet fan. Calling out GNPX, one that we were involved in earlier, into the high of the day. It goes. It's a 232 high. Again, not a lot of volume done on this, but a great looking chart pattern. So if you were able to kind of stomach some of the initial price volatility on this one, losing VWAP momentarily, quickly reclaiming it, you were rewarded. So good on you guys. I don't have a trade on it until it gets back in to possibly 222 or 225. It's pretty close to 225. The reason I'm earmarking that 225 is because we used it as resistance for a long time. Look at this is 225 right here. Look at all the prints that reject. And even when we did clear it at 1208, 1209, it quickly dropped back into 215. So let's see what it does now. I'm certainly watching GNPX. It's one of the better movers on the day. And, given that the Russell 2000 is down 2.5%, we should just be thankful, at least I am, that there's some small cap gappers to trade. The most important of which, at least for me at the moment, is ALUR. Look, we're well off that 207 high, but when I look at the chart pattern on the 5, Assassino, it is unbroken in the higher lows that it's been putting in, so this keeps me in the trade. And we haven't put a red candle since that 1220 candle. It's 1240, so 20 minutes of greenery, despite the fact, of course, that we did get that topping tail candle into 2, but, there's going to be a lot of profit taking, a lot of short selling north or around that whole dollar level, so be on the lookout for that. I'm still holding here with a bias that we test that 207 high. If I get really lucky, we'll get into that pre-market high, which is around 222. So keeping a close eye here on ALUR, looking for more entries on it. IBRX is losing the bid in a hurry. In fact, this one seems like a Luis Barbados special, right? Where he looks for the loss of VWAP, and shout out to him, man. For the loss of VWAP on a small cap gapper, only to do what, Joey? To come back in from the south side to try to test VWAP from the south side, to try to reclaim it and then reject. I think that is a great short candidate. Moreover, you're still getting those lower highs. Look how many opportunities, you guys, anybody got for that short off VWAP. You got it on a 2-3 candle basis over here, 11.15, 11.20. You got it on a 3 to 4 candle basis over here from 12.15 to the loss at 12.30. So good look here for the shorts on IBRX. I haven't looked short on it today. I'm looking long on ALUR and TNDM. TNDM, if this one comes back into 25, 75, 25, 27, sorry, and 2/3, I'm buying. That's, of course, predicated upon losing $28, but I like that 10 EM on the 5, 25, 27.75, 27.65 is a buy area for me. Let's see what we got over here. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on PayPal. I've got it on the top screen. It is very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's bring in PayPal, and then we'll cover the news item on that for those who are just joining us right now and who didn't hear the earlier call out. So this is the 10 EMA, as it always is, the green line. It looks, moreover, that it's breaking trend. It was putting in lower highs, and here comes PayPal. So the high of the day is this prior high, 45.67. We're getting into 45.25. We didn't spend barely any time. That was after the halt, of course. This was a halt right there. We opened up at around, I want to say 45.90, 45.80 something, and then we topped out, as I mentioned, on that 11:30 candle on the 5-minute chart at 45.67. We're breaking trend. We're also holding the 10 EMA on the 5, so good look right now for PayPal. This one is not on the what's it called? The news, because obviously it broke up later. So I'm just trying to find the article for you guys so that we can kind of just go over it here very quickly. Just allow me to find the right article, the one that's not that long. There it is. Okay, so let's bring that in, Assassino. We're going to zoom in. So here it is, guys. In case you're just joining us, shares of PayPal are rising. It says we're rising after Bloomberg's Ryan Gould, Matthew Monks, and Dinesh Nair, as well as Paige Smith, reported the company is drawing takeover interest from possible suitors after the stock slide wiped out nearly half of its value, according to people familiar with the matter. The company has filed meetings with banks amid unsolicited interest from buyers, with at least one large rival eyeing the whole company and others only interest in certain assets, sources told Bloomberg. Also, there's a longer one here. Let me just load it up, and then you guys can view it. Here it is, and you guys can screenshot that if you want. Go ahead and read that. That comes, I believe, vis-a-vis Reuters, but this was broken by Bloomberg. So good luck, obviously, for those who are holding PayPal. They probably needed some good news here, Joey, and it's up 8.25 on the day. Block, XYZ, I haven't looked as a possible sympathy play. Block, let me just check my FinTech watch list over here. XYZ is still down, I believe. Yeah, it's down almost 4%, so didn't really find any support there. And guys, look, here's my watch list, Assassino. So look, FinTech, DeFi, that's my watch list there. There's only one name that's green, and that's PYPL. Everything else is decidedly red and high to mid-single digit red. So that's kind of the kind of pain that the market is putting in today.
Absolutely. Yeah, just listen to a little Deirdre right now. See what she has to say on this.
Oh,
Bosa? Thing going on. Yeah.
I know you're a fan.
Yeah. We can call it that. Big fan of Deirdre. But aside from that, yeah, Sharif, it's not looking too good in the overall market today. We thought that we'd see a little bit of a rally, maybe a sustained one at that, from all the news that we heard on Friday, but that hasn't been the case whatsoever as the market is continuing to slide. We got all out of this Novo Nordisk trade, guys. I just came back and I'm like, you know what? This was a really bad ad, especially if we didn't get the continuation, right? So we just get out of that, lock in, whatever. And then it's slightly green here today. Nothing to write home about, a couple of cups of Joe, and that's it. So yeah, so the Qs, we got our eyes on the same names here. There was a nice indecision print off of the lows, but it wasn't large enough in order for me to really engage for potential long. But I was saying momentarily, not too long ago, the fact that is that when you see that aggressive, it's kind of like, it feels like almost like a final push to the downside where the volume really steps in. You're getting a bunch of individuals stopped out who are going short. You have that last squeeze, and then you somewhat recovery rally, and I'm saying an exhaustive volume standpoint. So I have a little bit of a feeling that that's going on. I'm not saying that's going to be the case because you can see silver is continuing to slide, Bitcoin. But I'm more or less referring to the tech names. Yes, silver really continuing to the south side, but it consolidates, makes an additional leg lower, consolidates a little bit longer, has a little bit of a move, and then sure enough, it just continuously makes the next leg. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Novo Nordisk, we might have been out prematurely, but that's fine as it came back into that 40.18 level. I added too much because my average came from 40.56 or something along those lines all the way down to 15 or to 10s, and I wanted it to be around 30 right at the volume weighted average price. So I put on too much size, and that kind of just ruined my free roll method. I didn't calculate, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have ran into that issue. Aside from that, let's head back over to our watch list and see what we got going on. If there's anything attractive to us that's been selling aggressively and we might be able to find somewhat of a bounce. How's my friend TKO performing today? No liquidity, but selling off on today's session. Warner Brothers Discovery, not too much going on that front. Paramount Skydance here as well, too, guys, is continuing to slide. Speaking of that, let's take a look at where Netflix is. Starbucks, Netflix, where are you? $75, okay. Not horrible, but not great either, as this downtrend is still fully intact. People were asking me, like, hey, Joe, I'm really starting to get attractive to the Bitcoin price. I stand on the same narrative, right? This is a waterfall type move in IBIT, BTC, whatever it may be. Adair brought to us this morning that we're 6 weeks consecutive to the downside here in Bitcoin. Until we hold and we form that consolidation and sit on the other side of this trend, I don't know if I'm going to be engaging just yet. I'm okay with higher prices with more conviction opposed to just me trying to catch a falling knife. Applied Digital, a name that was performing really well, guys, is continuing to slide here with a high of around $42. You're now down 30+%, 33 to be exact, from that previous pivot high on Applied Digital, a name that was standing out for quite some time. Doesn't seem to be the narrative right now. So a lot of bear market territory and a lot of big time names. And we broke that support level on CrowdStrike and some of these cybersecurity plays. Not too good of a look whatsoever. We'll head over and see what we got going on. 40% off of that high. That is insane on a name like CrowdStrike. Adair, what do you have for us?
I just want to let you guys know here, MSFT, very minor headline, but I am seeing this circulate, so I want to mention it. Microsoft 365 announcing that an issue that I guess they had was resolved after a third-party multi-factor authorization provider deployed a fix in its environment. So I didn't even hear about this issue. Sometimes I'll hear if there are issues, but either way, MSFT announcing that an issue they did have with 365 has since been resolved by their third-party multi-factor authentication provider. Back to you.
Go ahead.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So essentially what I'm getting at here is you have these big names starting to really slide as well. Like there's Microsoft down 30% off of its highs. That's insane. Okay, so I mean, I shouldn't call it insane. It's nothing. It's not like it hasn't happened before, but it's not a good look, right? Especially in it sucks in the long-term portfolio or whatever you're swinging or trying to grab the bottom, and then you have the BM&Rs and the MSTRs who are down 60-70% off of their highs. We'll take a look at what BM&R is up to. I thought that it would have had this breakout here, right? But that wasn't the case. Sharif and I were both looking at this quite in the summertime, I think. But you're down 87% in Bitmine immersion from that previous $150 high, $155 high. We head back over to the MSTRs and see what we got going on that front. And it's not any prettier, right? Like obviously this is almost a leveraged Bitcoin play. The previous peak of $546, you're down 77% in that, and there's no sign of a break in the trend. I don't know if this is going to be a better gauge than using Bitcoin, but I like this trend. And if you happen to sit on the backside of it, you obviously want to correlate it with Bitcoin as well to see like, hey, are we ready to turn around? But if and when it does happen, I think that would be a good solid play, especially at these prices here on MSTR Street.
All right, guys. Keeping an eye here on AULR, prior bar low 82. We're showing 87s now. Watching here for a possible move of hold of prior bar. I'm getting in here for a little bit more, so we're adding to the position. Let's see if it runs up again. It had a good move into the 90s, but it stalled out a little bit. So we'll set up some profit takers. So we've got 86s on now, but the stop moves from the prior area, which was below 75, into prior bar low, which is 82. So let's go ahead and do just that. Give me a second here. There we go. And now we have to cancel the prior stop on this monster so that we don't have anything trigger accidentally. Let me just make sure that I put all those ones in. Good. So the one that is active is the one that I want. So looking for ALUR to kind of retest that $2 area. If it doesn't, if it loses prior bar, that will be the end of the trade for me. But it was a good breakout. It was a good breakout, but we'll see if it ends up holding some technical levels. Thoughts on DPRO, says Florida man. Let's DPRO. Let's have a quick look. Very consolidative day, only up 0.5%. He's talking about Dragonfly, $178 million market cap. This is the kind of look, by the way. This is PayPal here. Assassino, let's show him PayPal. This is that's a bull trap there if I've ever seen one on PayPal. Be careful here, guys. This is PYPL. It breaks trend with that candle to make a local area high, and now it's coming back down. Watch for the gap fill to VWAP is 43.75. Sorry to digress there, but that just caught my attention. DPRO, yeah, this is too light on volume, Florida trader. If you're talking from an intraday perspective, from the daily, I like that 6.5. I think I've commented on this one before. That 6.5 is a very obvious and a good area of technical support, where you also get a lot of technical resistance at around 8.5, with the outlying being 10 to 10.5. 10.5 the wicks, 10 the closing price. That's assuming, of course, you can get above that 8.5. This is DPRO, the ticker you're looking at right now. Who else? Bovin, NCI moving up. Let's take a look at NCI. Yeah, not a bad look, Bovin. Let's have a quick look. So this is the daily on NCI. So it's been, that's NI, excuse me, NCI. This is the daily on NCI. So a couple of good days here under NCI's belt. It looks like it started running on the 11th of February with a local area high of just shy of 11. Let's go to the intraday. On this one, I don't like it because it's suffering from that unbroken downtrend that takes us to Friday's aftermarket price action, which got into a little bit shy of 11. Pardon me. And then basically you've had unbroken lower highs. If you were to connect the 2 days price actions together, so Friday's continuation into today's lower highs, and we take out some key area lows by, mind you, like that $5 area was important in the pre-market. It was important on Friday, and we took that out. Now we're well above it. So we did lose it into 350. Now we're at that 650 area, but it doesn't change my opinion because we're still making lower highs. If we can break that lower high trend by getting above this candle here at 1035, the high of which is 806. So let's say like an 810 breach, that changes my opinion. But until then, you know, it's still suffering from that downtrend. It looks like the sellers are in control. We'll have to see how that goes. Thank you for mentioning that one. So ALUR, I'm currently holding this one. Prior bar low, as I mentioned, is 82. Current price action, 86. I've got 86 with the add. So we're break even now. I'm looking for this one to hold prior bar low, to try to test some levels in the 90s. If it loses prior bar low, I'm out. Knowing full well that the 10 EMA on the 5 is right at that 180 level. But I just don't want it to break trend. I'm not willing to hold it into the 10 EMA. It's got to hold trend. If it doesn't, and then it sets up again, that'll be my my invitation to enter. Until then, I don't. Now, this is a new bar now. We just opened up a new bar at 1255, so prior bar low is 84, current bar low is 84, but I'm going to still base my exit on the 1245 5-minute candle, again, the low of which is 82, Joey. So keeping that in focus there. GNPX also coming back in after making a 234 high. We were talking about how 2.25 could be a possible area of support. Give that a try as well, especially with the 10 EMA on the 5 also showing support at that level. So that's my look there. What do you got?
Good stuff there. Just going through some of the comments. I have no idea what that means. Genistic, whatever that means. And then Mike Peter Ryder asking us if we want to know a fact. There ain't a week that doesn't go by that he doesn't have at least one red day. Not every, the majority, you have one or two, maybe one or two a week at least, right? But it's just a matter if the winners are a little bit bigger than the losers. So long IBIT, 5-minute candle. Let's take a look at IBIT. Oh, wow. Great print there. I like that a lot, Gorev, on Bitcoin. So a nice move, 36.56. Let's see if we can get a move a little bit higher. I think this could be a good target, 36.96. So any form of a pullback here on Bitcoin, maybe we look to engage. Really good call out on that one, my brother. And it's on the lower time frames. Oh, no, that was the 5 minutes. Let's head over to the 1 minute to see if we can get a little bit more detail. Started to form somewhat of a base, additional liquidity grab. So any form of pullback and a hold of these 36.50 levels, I'm going to engage on that one. So really great call out there. AI, what are you up to? C3 AI, something we don't really talk about. ONDS, that was hot for quite some time, but doesn't seem to be the case currently. Circle continuing to slide on today's intraday session. Pretty good print right here. Not too bad, but you can see that you run into a little bit liquidity issues. I would rather find something a little bit more liquid. Aside from that, I wanted to talk about this here briefly. I believe Wednesday after the bell, pretty star-studded lineup if you ask me. Nvidia, the Trade Desk, Salesforce, Snow, IonQ. I like this. Synopsys also reporting after the bell. Zoom, new holdings. So these are a couple plays that I definitely have traded on earnings, and that's what I like to see. So not too bad of a look coming Wednesday. And then what do we have Thursday morning? QBTS, Celsius as well, reporting, and then Baidu reporting in the morning. And then what do we have after the bell? There's typically nothing unless you're trying to hide your reports on Friday. But Thursday morning, or Thursday evening, we have CoreWeave, Rocket Lab, Dell, Marathon Digital, SoundHound, Zscaler, Duolingo. Are you still on your Duolingo, Sharif?
Every day, bro.
Every day. Good job.
Day,
nice, man. I can't say the same for myself. I've definitely been lacking on the chess front and on the Espanol.
I'm going to say it. Tabu hoisho sibenyayu. That means you can't speak Spanish.
Oh, wow. Thanks, man. I can't anymore, man. I can't anymore. I freeze up.
Tabu hoisho.
XYZ block, and then TerraWolf as well, guys. So a lot going on. I'm not in any positions right now. Long 36.54 says Gorev. Nice print up there. Nice little move back to the top side. So NVDA breaking through some key support levels, but continuing to climb a little bit higher. But if we really break things down, look at this wedge that's starting to be formed on silver. Okay, so this is a 5-minute time frame. We can head over to the 10-minute. And if this is going to be the case, eventually, if price continues to compress, maybe we're almost at 1 o'clock right now, only a couple minutes away, but I mean 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, if we have more of these prints and it stays within this wedge that we're starting to form, then maybe we can find a definitive direction and look for a solid trade there on SLV. As soon as we get the green light to go, we're going to hear Adair, what do you have?
Just be aware here, keep an eye on CVX and some of these other oil plays. I am seeing some headlines with regards to Iran. Axios reporting that Kane, which I'm guessing is referring to General Dan Kane, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs of the U.S., again, reportedly warning U.S. President Trump that an Iran strike could have, quote, significant risks. So once again, Axios reporting that a top U.S. military personnel member is warning Trump that a strike in Iran could have significant risks. Back to you.
At Adara, so SAS, okay, Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, breaking everybody, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not a good.
It's hurting everybody right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good look right now. I want to hear curious of what Deirdre has to say, so I'll listen to that. What?
Sorry.
I'm serious though. I'm serious on that one. I legit want to hear what she has to say. Anyways, so there it is, QUBT, guys. This is quantum computing. The quantum space not doing too good. So these are everything. Even we did see somewhat of a rebound in the staples. So, oh, speaking of, that reminds me of something. Sorry for bouncing around everybody, but we haven't done this today. And we haven't done it too many times last week. I don't know why I have so many chats up. But what we are going to do, you know it, brother. So let's see who's the best performing here today. And I think it might be the staples. I might put a little bet on that. Oh, did you see what's going on in Mexico right now as well, too, Sharif?
Yeah, it's out of control, bro.
It's
out of control. And then President Scheinbaum this morning posted something to the effect of like everything is calm.
Everything's calm.
Yeah,
I mean, it's nothing really. It happens all the time.
But people are stuck there,
yeah,
bro.
But it's typical,
the
right?
Canadians can't get out.
I feel like you hear about this once a year, like in Mexico.
Well, you heard what happened, right?
So they got
a main guy. I don't even know his name.
Mencho or something. El Menchi or something.
Which cartel does he lead?
It's like the new generation.
Okay, so it's not one of the main ones that we heard about.
I mean, that's crazy stuff there. But
there's a lot of Canadians that are stuck.
Because the West Coasters go over to Puerto Vallarta.
Exactly.
And yeah, so I mean, it typically happens more on the west side because you have Guadalajara that's close to there, Sinaloa, the province, right? So that's where all the
that's
really
on the Pacific,
right? So that's where the real hardcore stuff.
Makes sense.
I feel like they got it more under control on the east side for some reason. I don't know, but
so Quintana Roo is where
Quintana Roo is
Playa,
yeah,
Coon, and Tulum, right?
Yeah,
all of them are in Quintana Roo.
And it's the Yucatan Peninsula.
It's the Yucatan.
Yucatan
That's it.
Peninsula.
Yeah,
So, but one of those problems. But so it doesn't seem as hectic, even though a guy, dude, the cenote. So the cenote that Selena and I went to, like a couple days after we left, someone got eliminated there, unfortunately.
They got offed?
Yeah, and it's a really nice place. You would never guess that would happen, but it's Mexico. So aside from that,
oh my days.
It's Mexico, dude. Is it anything?
But
can
like
happen
Quintana Roo's pretty like
it's calm, right?
It's
like
calm,
you
right?
just
Like,
have the
there's
odd
not too
guy
much
coming up
cartel
on
activity,
the jet ski, right? And
yeah. But that's
buddy
normal,
because
though.
of the beach, right? The guys are working out on the beach there, and then sure enough, they'll have. We'll get to that super chat here momentarily. Look at the overall market down today, guys. We have the Nasdaq down 1%, the SPY down almost 1% as well, too. IWM 1.6% in the Dow Jones. As for the past week, guys, we're going to be pretty much a lot of negative, but just holding on by a hair is the SPY and the triple Qs, I should say. IWM down 1 1/3 and the Dow Jones down 1.4% roughly. But the top performing sectors here, we have consumer staples 1%, so you can see a little bit of a rotation. We're not going to call it a flight. Healthcare 0.8, a little bit more, closer to 9. Energy sector up 1/3, and then the utilities are the 4 green ones. As for the financials, down. Wow, I didn't even take this into consideration. Was it Danny Boy who said something? Oh, is it a super chat?
Hyatt Trader. I think, what's his name? We know this guy. He changed his name.
Who?
What was his name?
Who is it?
That guy. I forget his name.
Oh, yeah. That's
I forget his name.
That's our guy.
Yes.
The dealer.
Yeah, I forget his name.
The distributor.
Man.
Something the distributor.
Hey guys, but you don't have to super chat again. But he's trolling us, so I don't even know why I've asked. Eddie? Everybody's saying it's Eddie.
Eddie the dealer. Yeah. Eddie the dealer.
Eddie the dealer says MF dangerous. Oh boy. Thank you for the $5 super chat. If you guys were to become the 51st state, y'all have the gold medals too.
Yeah, these Americans, man. Love rubbing it in, man.
All right, thank you for the super chat, man. Yeah, that's a touchy subject around here, if you haven't noticed, Eddie.
I'm cool with it, man. I've come to terms with this situation.
Yeah, I realized. No, I'm not talking about the game.
Oh.
I'm talking about 51st state. Like, rubs people the wrong way here,
I was prepared for them to be like, yeah, you guys, I wouldn't even get, I was going to say if we won, I was going to say, I'm not even giving you guys province status. You're going into the territories, my boy. Like, yeah, you guys could be, what is it, our fifth territory or whatever it may be.
We take Cali.
Yeah. So
all right, guys, we're going to start the news here in a moment, but thank you for the individual in the chat. Let me shut them out. Gudo 2330. Calling out criminal. CRML is getting a move here, and it looks real good. Look, it's not a big assassino, only 1.4% on the day, but the chart pattern looks, this is Apple, excuse me, CRML. Criminal is up 10.25%. CRML, rare earth stocks, not seeing a headline on this, but obviously could be something specific here. CRML, nothing coming on my blotter, but that's a nice breakout into the day high of 10.03. Let me throw in the ticker for you guys. You could trade this similarly to a small cap gapper. It's no longer a small cap gapper. It's now 1.17 billion market cap, but that's a good looking chart pattern. And I'm taking a quick look at MP, and you're not seeing anything related in terms of chart pattern on MP. That's MP right there. Let's check USAR. USAR looks a lot better. So this is, it looks like it's excluding MP here, and the mineral names are getting a move. Criminals up 10, USAR is 6.85, and MP, unlucky for me, is not moving at all. So the mineral names are all getting a move, so keep your eye out on that. Play this on your way home, my man. Temeli Mike, bro, are you kidding me? Come on now. I'd have my Egyptian card revoked if I didn't know that song. It's Amr Diep, my boy. All right, thank you for that, Tony. I appreciate you, brother, for that suggestion. It is a good one. I have nothing bad to say. Shout out to VWAP. $5 super chat. Made a quick handful of Benjamins in the first 10 minutes of the market. Now I'm just enjoying the banter. Thankful for you guys. Watch every day. We're thankful for you, man, and that's the truth, because we're not here for ourselves. Clearly, right? We're here for you guys, and the kind words, they go a long way, and trust me, they are not lost on us, and I can speak for everybody on the show.
It's nice. Yeah,
that.
it's
Yeah.
nice. It's nice making a handful of Benjis right out of the gate, and then just.
It's all
relax
about
them
the
a little bit.
Benjamins, baby. All right, let's get to the news, Joey. That's the news here, and what do we got? We got a bunch of different upgrades today, especially for the Mag 7. And Wells Fargo was chiming in a lot. We'll start with Apple. Apple is far and away the best performing Mag 7 name, knocking the door of 267 from how I see it. It just got into the day high. And they have an event coming up. So let's get right down to work. CEO Tim Cook, apparently, according to this article, is increasingly highlighting what they're calling visual intelligence as essential to Apple's AI roadmap. The feature initially debuted, of course, on the 16 Pro back in 24 under the much maligned at the time Apple Intelligence, allowed users to analyze screenshots, photos via ChatGPT, Google reverse search, that kind of thing. But that's kind of like that's small potatoes here. Apple apparently is developing its own in-house visual models, and they intend to embed this capability into AI wearables, as we've been talking to you guys about. It's widely speculated, and underline that word, it's entirely speculation, that the next version of AirPods is going to have cameras on them. We got some information about, infrared, this, that, and the other. Some say fisheye. We'll have to wait and see. With Apple, you never really know. Planned devices may also include smart glasses with multiple cameras with higher end materials than competitors, plus contextual AI functionality. Apple previously explored as well cameras equipped on the Apple Watch, though they kind of neglected that. They're also planning, and this is the most important part for me anyway as an Apple shareholder, a 3-day launch window. It's going to be the 2nd to the 4th of March. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, instead of a single keynote day. And at least 5 products are expected at this launch window here. It's going to be the new low-cost MacBook. It's speculated to be at about $799. It's going to have the same aluminum casing, apparently, as other MacBooks, so you're not going to get plastics here. What you won't get, though, is an M-series processor. It's widely speculated that you're going to get... What is that sound? You're going to get something like an A19, basically a mobile processor, okay? You're not going to get the M-series chips. The iPhone 17e, which is a cheaper version of the iPhone 17, you're also going to get an updated MacBook Pro, MacBook Air models, and the iPad Air M4 chip. I just got my Mom Duke's, the iPad Air 11, and it has an M3 chip, so this would be an upgrade here, as well as your entry-level iPad, which my old man has, that has the older iPhone chip, the A18.
Mm-hmm. I mean, with the great success, obviously, of the iPhone 17, the product blitz, I think it's going to be pretty good. The new iPad Air, we were talking about that, the thinner MacBook as well, too. So a lot going on here with Apple. And I don't think this was really anticipated, considering we thought a lot of this move in AAPL, and considering how strong it's been as of late, the iPhone 17 really driving this name higher and higher. And I think that's going to be the narrative. The 17e, they typically do that with their phones. They come out with that secondary or that next level upgrade before they release the 18 coming probably next year. So yeah, it's interesting. Is it going to drive more sales, the 17e? I don't think so. The new low-cost MacBook obviously going to be reduced in features, which it typically does. But what these guys have in their product, they typically do this, Sharif, is just like they release a product and they have this slow upgrade, and then they come out with that new version of things. So one thing that I like about Apple is just they haven't been spending as much as the other hyperscalers and the other big names. So they're just releasing their products to steady upgrade. So I have no issues with Apple whatsoever.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. We're going to talk Nvidia. Alethea upgraded Nvidia to a buy from hold, and they assigned a $250 price target. Their argument here is they're positioned to capture the lion's share of value creation in accelerating AI compute spend. They also estimate that there's going to be an industry-wide compute spending of about 75% year over year, bringing that top line number to about $530 billion. And they say that's going to reinforce Nvidia's dominant position as, that leading AI chip maker, of course, ahead of AMD. and some others. The analysts see the stock as too cheap to ignore, especially heading into earnings on Wednesday, and they think that there is a favorable risk to reward at the current levels. They expect Nvidia's Q4 results to top expectations and potentially serve as a catalyst. And they're saying, look, with the stock consolidating below prior highs, earnings could reset the momentum if the guidance here confirms continued AI strength demand. You know, you never really know how Nvidia is going to report, but when you look at some of the other players who have reported, the Taiwan Semis, the AMATs, the ASMLs, you can kind of glean what to expect from Nvidia and what demand they're going to guide. And I think it's pretty good. Whether or not the market reacts positively or whatever, we'll have to wait and see, but we won't have to wait long Wednesday after the bell.
No, we're not going to be waiting much longer. And I agreed with this upgrade here today. I think they have such a good head start on everyone else. And we know that some of the other companies are trying to make their own chips as well, Sharif. But one thing that I will note is that I think they have a 5-kilometer head start in a 10K race, essentially, because they were first to market and they really can drive things. We're going to take into consider the China sales because we're still in limbo with that. So this could drive this stock to a new price. And this consolidation, Michael Noss was talking about it this morning. I thought we would have seen more of a breakdown than what we already have, but this could just lead into a potential move. And we talk about the options chain. We never got that rollover in size and open interest. So what this tells me is that a lot of this supply can be absorbed, and maybe we break out. But at the end of the day, I think in the longer term, NVDA is going to hit that $250 mark. I think it will continue to climb. There's no slowing down on it, in my opinion.
No, yeah, it's been consolidating for a while. It's been all that hold and see kind of.
Because like yeah, exactly. And I think we've just been in this position where a lot of this AI trade doesn't really happen without NVIDIA.
No. So. It's this whole thing doesn't happen without NVIDIA.
Exactly.
Let's talk about Meta. Wells Fargo, one of many different comments today on the mag. They raised the price target on Meta to $856 from $849. They maintained that same overweight rating. And the call centers on compute capacity, according to Wells Fargo, becoming the key determinant of long-term AI success. And they see Meta as structurally positioned to benefit from that AI-driven demand, which they have a bias will materially outpace the supply in the near to medium term. And that's something that we really haven't seen too many people say about Meta, that they're going to be able to monetize it, and not really worry about how they do it. Guys, we know that the 97% of their revenue comes from ads. So it most likely will be ad driven in the short to intermediate term. What I want to personally see is the device angle here, right? Where they start incorporating AI on their wearables. But when we talk about Meta wearables, we talk about, that same complaint that a lot of people say is the quality of the product is not that great. Moreover, the use cases, like right now, if even the glasses that you can wear that project some, AR onto the lens, it's super limited in its ability. I think you can see messages coming from Messenger as well as like navigation, some text messages and stuff like that, but no like real use cases like you see. Well, obviously, it's not the same product with the Vision Pro where you're able to kind of use it like a computer. I think that's where people want to see wearables go, where you're able to have screens, augmented reality in its full form. This is kind of like augmented reality light. Anyway, they go on to argue that hyperscaler compute capacity could double to 98 gigawatts by 2027, and their annual capex is now projected to rise for AI, not Meta's, $860 billion, reflecting the scale of the build-out. The firm believes AI-driven cloud growth will run meaningfully ahead of consensus, which will be an advantage for Meta. And they say AI demand is expected. They say this a lot, by the way. AI demand is expected to materially outstrip supply in the near term. This is a bias that they repeat on most of their upgrades or comments today on the Mag 7.
Yeah, it's very curious. So the way that I've been thinking about this, Sharif, is we've been talking about Meta having these issues with monetizing their cloud, obviously, or whatever they need to in order to subsidize for the amount of spending.
Sure.
But could they monetize it in a way where they're renting out cloud space as well too, like the Googles and the Amazons, like create a Meta cloud? They're already doing that?
No, they're not.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
And
But could
I
they
would agree.
Could they take that step? Because that would be massive. We know we we've seen the growth within
Meta Cloud.
AWS, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Azure, we've seen Google. So could Meta, considering the amount that they're spending on infrastructure in a way to monetize this, could they not rent it out and kind of steal the share from some of these guys?
I would say it'll be great.
Almost put CoreWeave out of business, because now you have these big boys really starting to rent out their cloud space, and Meta joining that because they already have the customer base, right? They're getting the digital ads and everything along those lines. So I'm curious if Mark Zuckerberg is looking at that as a possible route.
I haven't read anything to that effect, but I love that because it would change my opinion, right? The reason I give Amazon, Microsoft, and Google the nod about monetizing their AI capex in the short term is because they have cloud and neo cloud. Whereas with Meta, they're I don't want to call them a one-trick pony, but they almost are. When 97% of your revenue is dependent on ads and digital.
But you are
a one-trick pony for all intents and purposes,
exactly.
right? So that's why I haven't had the same bullish look. But look what Microsoft's got decimated as well, probably for different reasons. But
it's like, let's be real here. Like, paid Instagram tiers aren't going to subsidize for the amount of spend that they're
no way.
Through, so, right?
Goodness gracious, no way. And that's B2C too, and B2C is lower margin. Let's go on. Wells Fargo upgrading as well. Alphabet calling capacity is king. That's their AI thesis here. So again, capacity versus supply seems to be Wells Fargo's running thesis when it comes to these Mag 7 names. They upgraded Alphabet to overweight from equal weight. Why the hell was Alphabet at equal weight for so long, bro? And they raised the price target. From 354 to 387. They argue Alphabet possesses leadership in 3 defining traits of an AI winner. First, they've got the customer data. Second, they have the distribution channels. And 3, they have the compute capacity. Because of those 3, they're calling them the AI winner. The upgrade also reflects increasing conviction that Alphabet's infrastructure will translate into durable AI monetization. Seems to me one can assume from that it'll likely be Google Cloud. Wells projects as well Alphabet's compute capacity to expand to 35 gigawatts by 2028. That's up roughly from 15 gigawatts that they had at the end of last year. The firm's thesis is quite clear, and I keep repeating this. Capacity equals competitive advantage in AI infrastructure build-out. They are gung-ho about capacity, and they say, look, Alphabet's ecosystem is untouched. It spans search, YouTube, Android, cloud. It gives it global distribution scale for AI product development. I happen to agree with almost everything that they said there, but I don't think it's exclusively, except for the YouTube and search, Google specific. I think that's where they really do outdo Microsoft and Amazon in terms of the quality of AI, because they're able to index almost everything. All their websites go through Google. And so they've got all that index off which they can train, off which they can build, pick up on patterns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I remember we've had these conversations on the fact that we thought that Google was going to be the leader in this race just due to the mass amounts of data that they actually have. It took them a while to catch up in Gemini, but now you're starting to take that substantial lead, I believe, in this race. We talk about the monetization, they have Google Cloud, but just the ability to collect everything from the YouTubes, from Gemini, is what really puts them at the forefront of this race. And we've been saying it for quite some time. Google is going to lead this race. Is there an end to it? I don't know, but they do have the most data, and that's why I think this is the ultimate tech ETF.
My only beef that was left with Gemini was the fact that they wouldn't let me put pictures of people. I wasn't asking for compromising pictures. I was just like, I can drag and drop this from somewhere else. But look, this is this morning's morning note thumbnail. And President Trump coming in very clear, right? It's not giving me weird versions that look like President Trump.
So for me with Nano Banana to generate the images, it will implement like false data.
Really?
Yeah, it'll put like false numbers in there, and it'll just make things up. And I try to tell it like, hey, don't implement that.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't listen. But quite often it'll just put in like random numbers, random strike prices, volume, and everything. Yeah. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's not good there. Let's talk about Amazon. Amazon was kind of, I don't know. This was a bit of a backhanded upgrade. Could we call it that? They didn't really upgrade it. They maintained overweight. But anyway, so Wells Fargo trimmed their price target on Amazon. I think it's more symbolically or based on technicals anyway, to 304. It was at 305, guys. They maintained that same overweight rating. The minor target cut, price target cut appears technical rather than thesis-driven, as the firm continues to emphasize that long-term AI is the AI infrastructure tailwind here. The core message, though, remains unchanged. Again, a running theme here. Compute capacity is the key success factor in the AI cycle. I feel like they've been talking to Altman or something, you know, or Elon, because that's basically been Altman's thesis, that he's got to build out compute. He doesn't have enough compute. He needs more, and whoever doesn't have it is going to be left behind. Wells seems to be echoing that sentiment. They expect hyperscaler capacity to double, as I mentioned, to 98 gigawatts by 27. The annual capex across the industry is projected to reach $860 billion per year. Not quite yet. AI-driven demand is anticipated to materially exceed supply in the near to intermediate term. Again, echoing that same, belief, thesis that the supply here will definitely the supply will definitely be less than the demand, and they believe cloud growth could run meaningfully faster than the current consensus estimate. That's obviously good for people who are bullish on AWS.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talked about the capex spend between these hyperscalers is putting a dent in actual GDP, which is insane. AWS, we've been talking about that the growth still substantial. I forget what it came in at, but there was a slight miss on it, but it's still double-digit growth, and I think it's going to maintain that way. We don't really talk about the e-commerce side of Amazon anymore because it's AWS driving this name, I believe, higher and higher. Once we get this tariffs noise cool down, I think we'll see a little bit of uptick. And then you also have to take into consideration the strength of the consumer when it comes to Amazon Prime, or not Amazon Prime, the e-commerce side of things. But AWS is going to be at the forefront of this name as it's continuously growing in revenue and starting to catch up to that specific segment.
NVO is getting smacked today, Joey, and it's down almost 16%.
Short that, John, all day, man.
Here's what happened. It was down 15 in the pre, so a little bit more now, after its next-gen obesity drug, CagriSema, failed to meet its primary endpoint of demonstrating one very specific thing, that it was non-inferior versus Eli Lilly's trizepatide after 84 weeks, and it was inferior. So patients on a 2.4 milligram dose of that CagriSema, they achieved 23% weight loss compared to those who took tirzepatide at 15 milligrams. They lost 25.5. More on that in a second. The miss is significant because basically Eli Lilly's already overtaken Novo in U.S. prescription count, so they're already selling more. Tirzepatide's stronger weight loss data reinforces Eli Lilly's leadership in the GLP-1 obesity drug market, but Novo, they had positioned CagriSema, which is a semaglutide plus cagrilintide combo. So had two things as the next-gen product capable of reclaiming that momentum that they had lost in the States to Lilly. Now, here's the deal. They're planning additional trials, which could include higher dose combinations. So we'll have to wait and see whether that unlocks further weight loss potential or ends up, less or more inferior than Eli Lilly's. Management still believes they could become the first GLP-1 amylin combo to reach the market. We already talked about Eli Lilly's retatrutide, which is being abused or used in the bodybuilding fitness community already. It's coming in from China. It's in phase 3 trials. That one uses 3 doses. It's GLP-1, an amylin combo, and something else. So that one, my understanding is, should be ready within the next couple of years. I guess Novo was trying to beat them to the punch with this dual combo, but it feels like it is Eli Lilly's world, at least in this area. Go on here, Joey. Earlier guidance suggested that 2026 sales and profit growth could decline between 5 to 13%. And Mike Dustar, he's the CEO of Novo. He acknowledged that they're in the reset phase, signaling investors should expect near-term weakness before recovery. Joey, I think this thing's been beat up a lot.
Yeah, near-term weakness is a tough statement there, Sharif, because how much more weakness would you want to experience in this thing? It's down substantially, $148 to $40. That's 66%, even a little bit more than what we're 73. So it's been disastrous for quite some time. And then when I seen this news come out and Shreve was talking about it, I looked it up, and it's just a couple of percentage points, not even. It's one you lose 25%, the other one's 23, something around those neck of the woods. But this is disastrous because why are people going to take less for even if it's less money as well? There's like, no, you want to lose as much weight as possible. Yeah. So that's what I'm just like, hey, fade this, because that's not good news for a name that's already been bleeding and down 76% off its previous highs.
I want to know when one of these is going to come out with something that's an anti-catabolic for muscle tissue, because it seems to be basically just ripping, or not ripping, but dissolving muscle tissue in addition with fat. I mean, to me, that's just a non-starter right there. So there's got to be some sort of an anti-catabolic that kind of prevents that. Anyway, Adara, give us your take on NVO.
My take on NVO is, unfortunately, this CagriSema story is new day, same kind of catalyst. And I'm going to try to go back because I believe it was December, mid-late December of 2024 when we got our first update here on CagriSema. I'm going to see if we can find it in the chart. The stock did not react particularly well. And here we go. It's this big gap down here as of December 20th, 2024. And that wasn't, again, they didn't even necessarily prove that there was no weight loss. There was some weight loss. There just wasn't enough or as much story as was expected. So every time we get a CagriSema update, as far as I can remember, and again, now this is going back to well over a year, this stock does tend to gap down. It's not super shocking. It gaps down again. What is shocking is that this is the hill that the company is choosing to die on, for lack of better terms. So, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. I think if they do ever, that being said, I think if they do ever actually surpass Eli Lilly in terms of results with this CagriSema, I think it'll be a great look for the company because it will be, as our friend Obi says, distinctly different. Now, if you look at this, a stock and a company that continuously misses with a specific treatment and gaps down, if you start to see a change in that behavior, I actually think that could be a really nice long-term catalyst for Novo Nordisk. In the meantime, I've talked a lot about how I don't like this name as someone who trades a lot of weight loss stocks. This is not really a fun one to trade intraday, and why? Chop. Chop, 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 chop. So, I mean, yeah, I think if you can get that, I know Joe mentioned trading it. I think if you can find edge in it, I think that's excellent. For myself, I find, especially given that now this gap down story in CagriSema is kind of old news, just something to be aware of and be careful about.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you guys seem to be saying good things about Reddit there in the chat. Shout out to CityBoy305. He's all about that life.
Said it made him quit drinking too.
Well, that's what another off-label use is, substance abuse. And we've been talking, I think, about this for a couple of years, that it's being studied for substance, specifically the one that I know it's being studied for is alcoholism. It seems to have an effect on that. And I think that on its own could be a monster market. Yeah. Forget about weight loss. Weight loss is huge. I'm not trying to say or diminish the significance of that. As well, but, you know, substance abuse is a very big problem in North America. Let's cut the crap. All right. Thank you guys for the comments there. Guys, there goes SGN. This one is headed back into the day high. Be careful with SGN, though. It has had some resistance here at 80 pennies. This one just barely moves. Yeah, I see it, TT Mass. Thank you, brother. Through that 80.66, so 80 2/3 pennies. That's a high of the day, but it's a good-looking chart, but just be on the lookout. There was resistance at 80. Let's talk about Netflix now. Interesting development over the weekend. President Donald Trump publicly called on Netflix to fire board member Susan Rice. He threatened the company. Threatening the company should it fail to act. Susan Rice previously warned, I think it was like a video interview she gave, that corporations, quote, these are her words, bending the knee to President Trump could face accountability if Democrats regain power in the upcoming elections. As we know, the Department of Justice is currently reviewing Netflix's proposed $72 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers, excluding, of course, the cable assets like the much-loved CNN. The Department of Justice is examining whether the deal could reduce competition or harm creative talent markets. But now there are also reports suggesting that the regulators are evaluating whether Netflix's historical acquisition practices and negotiation tactics with independent contractors were foul. We'll have to wait and see, Joey. But your look here, Netflix, down big, 3.25.
Yeah, Netflix is going to continuously slide here, I think, until they either come out on top or this deal gets done with Paramount Skydance. This name, I don't know if it's too beaten up. I think it is, it's one of the it is the largest in the streaming world. That is, if you're going to go with the Primes, the Disney Plus, the TS. It's not looking good. It's not looking good whatsoever. And I think even though it's tough, it's somewhat of an apples to oranges comparison. But remember when we were talking about it, we're like, man, we didn't put enough weight on this with Google and the fact with the DOJ and the antitrust. This is the same scenario. I think this is just a massive weight sitting on top of Netflix's shoulders. And once it's resolved, whether they win it or Paramount Skydowns comes out on top, I think it's going to help relieve the selling pressure within this name, and then it can find somewhat of a recovery.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think the negative pressure here is the acquisition or the regulatory kind of oversight, or a combination?
Yeah, exactly. It's probably a bit of both, right? I'm not just going to put the weight on one side of it. I think I would say it's definitely both, considering, and I think what it is, it's the battle. It's the battle between Paramount Skydance. It's like, is it going to get done? Because at the end of the day, if Netflix wins this, they're going to have such a massive catalog. They're not going to have that like creative block, right? There's so many spin-offs that they can do. There's so many rights that they have now, and they also get the studios as well, which I think is absolutely massive. So maybe not as much spend there, but it's a combination of both. It's the regulatory and the battle within Paramount Skydance that I believe is holding this name down. It's just a negative sentiment looming, right? Like, how much are they going to have to raise their bid? How prolonged is this going to be? How much are they going to be spending in lawyers to get this done? So I think that's really, really weighed on.
Let's check the latest poly market, because we did this. Netflix, let's check. All right, here we go. Let's do it live, Joey. Well, no, Netflix, let's put Netflix, WBD, Netflix, Warner. Let's see, comes up there. Well, yeah, there we go. So it's still, let's look at the chart. It's down a little bit. It's not down much. I think this is what we looked at on Friday, right? Like, it was basically the same thing.
So a lot of people are saying we have
23% chance that they're going to close. Yeah. So I remember we saw this. I remember we looked at the Supreme Court as well, and it was the exact opposite. It was like most people thought the Supreme Court was going to rule against them, and it was absolutely right. So interesting how these prediction markets work. Adara, please give us your take on Netflix.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways to go on this. I think one thing that's interesting, too, is this is not the first time that President Trump has actually weighed in on the potential Netflix acquisition on social media. And I find that now this is the second time in a row that I can remember that he's weighed in on social media based on an article or post from somebody else. So in early January, he reposted, an article, mostly an opinion piece about how Netflix shouldn't be acquiring Warner Brothers. He just kind of reshared that. Now, in this case, these comments that he made were actually a quote tweet of sorts from a tweet from Laura Loomer, who is a well-known, I guess we'll call her an influencer and reporter of sorts on X. So this initially came from her post. So once again, I mean, like, Trump posted these words himself, but usually these inspirations that he'll kind of get for these posts do come from other users, so keep that in mind. We know Trump said that he wasn't necessarily going to weigh in any further. He's going to let the DOJ handle this acquisition, but his putting, I guess, his foot down here, for lack of a better term, is, I think, certainly of interest. Now, furthermore, the actual Laura Loomer post that he quote tweeted makes another accusation about Netflix, basically saying that because it actually has deals with Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, of course, former president of the United States and former first lady, calling that political content in and of itself from Netflix. So that's an interesting angle if the DOJ does choose to investigate that. I just want to, in full interest of disclosure, kind of read out all the details here. But here's another thing. You have to wonder, Costco has, of course, a former member of the Biden administration on its board, Gina Raimondo, who is, of course, in the position that is now held by Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, COSTL also randomly just getting a nice bid here, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens here with Costco. I think, unless you're making comments on podcasts or interviews like this, you're probably fine. But either way, this is, I think, an interesting look, and it'll be interesting to see if we get any other kind of posts or comments from Trump in this regard going forward.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next topic. Taiwan semi in focus as President Trump takes aim at Taiwan after the whole tariff reset. So he criticized Taiwan's chip dominance. He's been doing that for a while, and he quickly rolled out new tariffs, of course, under his revised legal authority. He imposed 10% temporary tariffs, but then he raised them to 15% within a couple of days. Taiwan had previously pledged, as we know, about $500 billion in U.S. investments in exchange for lower tariffs. It was the 20% originally issued on Taiwan, which were dropped to 15, of course, in exchange for that investment. But that framework now faces recalibration. We'll have to wait and see. Trump directly referenced Taiwan Semi, the world's largest contract chip maker, of course, for their dominant producer position of advanced AI chips, and obviously competition with Intel, which the U.S. government, as we know, has taken a stake in. He argued Taiwan, quote, came into the chip sector and stole our chip business, close quote, framing tariffs as a competitiveness response. U.S. economic data shows Taiwan semiconductor exports to the U.S. Joey, listen to this. Taiwan semiconductors exports to the U.S. reached $24.7 billion in December. China, as a country, 21.1. One company against like one of the biggest exporters in the world, obviously, with dwindling, I would say the number is probably not up after the tariffs. Gives you an idea how important Taiwan Semi is here and why he's so fixated on it.
But that's the thing, right? Like the investment you talked about, but now this is why we're going to see Taiwan building factories in America. You're going to see that export number come down a little bit here.
Exactly.
Right? So that's the idea of things. But Taiwan Semi continuing to climb higher. This thing has been an absolute beast. TSM, let's pull up TSM.
Did you hear?
See what we got going on from daily. Man, this has been a great investment. When we're kind of stuck in this limbo with the Nvidias, AMDs, and other names, it's the maker, right? So this is a massive, massive move from those April lows, and you're only a couple percentage points off of that all-time high, less than 3%. I think Taiwan Semi is going to continue to climb here.
Sorry, 1 sec, Joseph. Give me a sec to go. Yep, let's go on to the next story. What do we got? We got Nat Gas. Is it still up or is it getting clipped? Because you guys got a monster storm in the U.S., which we thankfully did not get. 2%. Yeah, I know. That's
when did this happen?
Oh, it's happening.
Oh, yeah?
They're getting clipped right now, Joey.
Take a look at the maps.
Let's take a look at this guy in his radar. He doesn't even look at anything. He's like, look, go straight to the source. You look at the radar. No, so Nat Gas is down. UNG anyway is down 2%. Let's talk about this. A major late winter storm, yeah, I know, right? Impacted roughly 35 million people across the U.S. Northeast under blizzard warnings. Forecast called for 1 to 2 feet of snow. Oh, don't say it ain't so. We didn't get it. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour, and in the coastal flooding is obviously nothing to laugh at. We hope you guys are okay. March Nat Gas futures rose about 2%. The move reflects expectations for short-term heating demand spikes. But we're going to have to wait and see whether or not the cold sticks, because if it doesn't, this is weather-related, not supply-related. So if it's weather-related, that tells me it's transient. Airlines canceled thousands of flights from Virginia to Maine, waiving change fees, and traders will monitor storm duration and temperature persistence to assess whether the rally extends or fades. Something tells me this is going to fade, Joey, as typically, small cap or UNG is, the widowmaker, bro.
Yeah, it's a seasonal trade, really, I think, right? Just typically uptrend in the wintertime. Obviously, you're seeing a little bit of a pop of it right now. So that's where I stand on it. It's summertime, things cool down a little bit in natural gas.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. Bitcoin fell as much as 5%. Where is it at right now? I think it's a bit lower because you guys were saying that it was selling off. Bitcoin is barely holding on to 65,000 with the low of day, 63,879. At least it is on my chart. Moving back now into 65,000 territory after President Trump announced plans to raise global tariffs to 15%. I don't think that that's the reason, but I think Bitcoin is just weak as it is. The move comes amid renewed trade uncertainty and escalating geopolitical tensions. Bitcoin is now down 26% year to date and roughly 47% from its October peak of above 125,000. So, Joey, we've got more bleeding because we're probably going to go down to 70 and 80. That's my bias, that we continue to that 70, 80% retracement that we've been following since 2013. Analysts, though, they cite weak liquidity, low conviction, and midterm election uncertainty as ongoing headwinds. 10x research suggests that the current step setup, resembles a typical bear market phase, potentially targeting $50,000 before a durable bottom forms. Another thing that we have to consider is if the midterms go against the Republicans in a decisive way, or say the Democrats reclaim both houses in Congress, we could possibly be looking at, crypto regulation or crypto framework really getting put on the back burner. Something that really isn't focused on. Not to be fair, I've seen bipartisanship on this issue with certain exceptions, right? With certain limited exceptions. So what do you think about that? Do you think if the Dems retake the House, or sorry, in Congress, let's just say they take Congress as a whole in the midterms, that we can kind of put the kibosh on crypto for another 4 years or 2 years?
Maybe, possibly. It depends on their focus, right? Like, it depends on the main focus.
Fair?
I don't know if that's going to be necessarily the case, because you got to think about it. When Joe Biden was in office, look at the run that Bitcoin went on as well.
Dude, he debanked the crypto industry. He was quite aggressive.
The Chinese did as well, but it was still relatively strong. I'm pretty sure. So we go through it. Like COVID, it went on a run, didn't it?
Yeah, but COVID started under President Trump, right? Remember, and then
it moved.
And then January 2021.
Pull up the actual chart.
Yeah, January 2021 is when President Biden took over. And then I think we had the bull run in early 21, late 20. Have a quick look. You know a bit better because that's your world, but
23. So I mean, like, think about it. So from 20, so 23 all the way, when was
November 24,
right? So I mean, there's a two-year run right there.
2-year run.
I don't know how much it's going to affect it. What I feel like with Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency, it's just like every excuse right now, whether it be what you mentioned from a political standpoint. We know the Chinese dropped this from quite some time. It's just a little bit fuel to the fire. In the long run, I don't know if it really matters. The whole point of this is to be decentralized, and we know how much of an influence America has on it, but it's not just America in a whole, right?
No.
We know it's massive in Asia. You can see the Asian market right in the Middle East.
Huge.
So you can really see starting to grow in popularity in Africa, these are massive continents.
Interesting.
So it's just not America, who obviously is trying to dominate within the space, that can really manipulate and move this thing. I think just because it's so focused, you have the release of the ETFs and everything along those lines, is that like, hey, it has a massive influence, but don't forget, you can get participation in a wide variety of places and spaces. And I think that's one thing that can help drive Bitcoin if it is going to somewhat recover, which I do believe it will at some point.
All right. Just before we go to Adara, here's the BTC chart. So let's take, if my bias, about 70%. So Joey, if we go to 70 off that October high, that means we're going down to 38,000. 38,000. What do you have there? You have about 38?
Same thing. Same 37,
thing, All right. Well, we'll have to see.
I mean, the 80%, I can see it happening. There's no sign of this thing cooling down. Adara mentioned we're on a 6-week losing streak. Well, how about 1, 2, 3?
Is that the weekly?
This is the month. This is the weekly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6
they're
weeks
all
straight
negative,
to the downside.
And they're all lower highs.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this doesn't look overly promising. And that's why I said I'm waiting for, we talk about the multi-month consolidations. Look how Bitcoin turns around. It's not necessarily always a V-shaped reversal.
Not at all.
You find bases. And when you have a trajectory like this, I don't think there's going to be a base anytime soon.
Fair enough. Adara, give us your take on crypto.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Sharif, it's not necessarily 100%, of course, that crypto is moving, especially on tariffs. There can always be multiple catalysts, especially for something like crypto, and a lot of times it's technical. That being said, I do want to go over some of the posts made about tariffs this morning from President Trump. He did release one around, I think, like 7:05, 7:06 a.m., but I want to focus on the ones he released right after the bell today because there were two between 9:30 and 10 a.m. So the first one basically saying that any company that wants to, quote, as he put it, play games, in quotes, with the, quote, ridiculous Supreme Court decision, especially those that have ripped off the USA for years and decades, he says those countries will be met with a much higher tariff and worse. And then says, buyer beware, all caps, through exclamation points. Now, then he followed that up. Oh, ads, okay. And I guess it's gone. But basically, like 15, 20 minutes later, Trump then comes and says, with regards to Bitcoin, that, or not Bitcoin, sorry, with tariffs, that, you know, he doesn't need Congress's approval to go with these tariffs. So I think the tariff uncertainty will continue. And I think, again, this is another test of, is Bitcoin, and is crypto in general, going to be behaving as a safe haven asset, or is it going to be behaving more like equities? Now, here's the IBIT chart. This is like, you know, one of the prominent charts here for these crypto ETFs, the QQQ is not looking too dissimilar right now. And if you look at SLV and GLD, both of these near intraday highs. So I think this right now kind of continues the look of, if we have uncertainty geopolitically with tariffs, et cetera, GLD and SLV are going to be more of these safe haven plays than the likes of IBAT, crypto, et cetera, which does continue that look as maybe we don't quite have that Bitcoin safe haven trade quite yet.
Thank you very much, Adara. Let's go on to Gilead Sciences. Big acquisition today, $7.8 billion for Arcelex. Oh, let me say this. So Gilead, get it, Katina, man. How's the food, brother? Is it good? No? Dry, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, put some
Katina, man, was not happy with the chicken.
You put some tahini on that?
You put some tahini on that bad boy or no?
Whatever. Or the tzatziki.
Tzatziki, because it's Greek food.
Yeah, well, tahini, tzatziki.
Yeah, I think tahini's for us.
That's you guys over there. The tahini, right?
And baba ganoush.
Baba ganoush. What's
Get
that?
my ARAP card revoked
halloumi.
for calling it baba ganoush, because it's not how
I like
it's said.
halloumi.
Who?
Is that
Halloumi? Yeah, that's not how we say it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we're talking Sharif's world there.
Yeah, let's do this one, Joey. Gilead Sciences will acquire cancer therapy partner Arcelex for an equity value of $7.8 billion, deepening the collaboration that began back in 22. They're going to pay $115 a share in cash. That represents an eye-watering 79% premium to the close on Friday. That's what I was telling Neil when he came in this morning. I'm like, must be nice. You know, you're in this stock, you wake up, you're up 50% right away. And if you hold on, you're going to be up 80% from Friday's close because you're going to get 79% premium. Shares surged about 78% in the pre. Gilead did slip about 1%. That typically is what happens when the acquirer dilutes. There's dilution concerns with the acquirer. The deal centers on Antiocell. It's an experimental CAR T therapy targeting multiple myeloma, a blood cancer. CAR T therapies use patients' genetically modified immune cells to identify and destroy cancer cells. You got to love this headline. I really do hope it works, and it works well. Gilead's Kite Pharma unit was already co-developing and commercializing the therapy with Arcelex. This move consolidates control and strengthens Gilead's position in the next-gen oncology cell therapies. Just to give you an idea, the FDA is reviewing this Antiocell with a decision expected by December 23rd of this year. So, you know, about 10 months from now. If approved, management expects the transaction to be EPS accretive starting in 2028 and beyond. So that's when they expect profitability to come in. I'm assuming revenue is going to come in earlier than that. Profitability gets kicked down the road. Gilead's also going to pay another $5 per share contingent on cumulative global sales reaching $6 billion through 2029. The structure signals management's confidence in meaningful commercial uptake if approval is secured. I'm assuming you get some sort of cancer, I don't want to say curing, because that's probably not the right word, but some sort of cancer therapies out there, you're likely going to have a large TAM, at least on the world stage, even if the cancer, you know, that you're curing is a little bit acute. You know what I mean?
Well, big time, for sure, man, for sure.
All right, let's say hi to Adam. Adam James. He dropped 5 in the chat. Here's a good one. If you bought AMD 2 years ago this week, you're now down money. Had my first green day in days, so I'm out. Peace and love, my lads. We love you right back, brother. Thank you for constantly trolling me on Instagram. This guy, bro.
Yeah.
Anytime City wins or Arsenal doesn't have an ideal result, I'm hearing from him immediately.
He's in the DMs
immediately.
Right away.
I get trolled. So shout out to the prickly one, I call him, Adam James.
Adam
Joey,
James, yeah.
What's your take here on Gilead and ACLX?
Yeah, very, very interesting stuff. I mean, if we talk about names with relative strength, here's another one. And we're not going to call these necessarily flight to safeties, but not the typical tech trade, right? Like that you can get outside of that and find strong, steady names. The acquirer typically sells off on the initial, opposed to the acquirees. So not too bad of a look. And I think on this current trajectory, a strong breakout, a strong channel to the top side. I wouldn't be surprised if this move is sustained. And like you said, the TAM on cancer drugs can be absolutely massive. Right?
Yeah, there is issues with this though. Think about this, right? The look. You would have, it would be super bad optics if you made it way too expensive. That's one. So
like Martin Shkreli?
Yeah, like it's not a good, especially with cancer. Yeah. Right? If you're gonna put it way, way high and most people can't afford it, I think that's super bad optics for the company.
Absolutely.
Second of all, you've got now this push. I don't wanna say it's just in the United States, but you have a push now by governments to bring down the costs of drugs, right? And what does that mean, Joey? That means it's going to eat into the margins. Let's just cut the crap, right? Somebody's got to give up that money. And so, with these new drugs, even though the TAM could be great, maybe the margins hit a little bit going into the future.
I think it really depends who's behind everything as well, too. What is their objective, right? Like, what is it? Are you there to make money, or are you a genuine individual? Obviously, it's a business. You're running a business, but if you can keep somewhat stable margins and then make an actual positive impact, there is those individuals.
Yeah, I really hope so, brother. Let's talk about Domino's Pizza, up 4 3/4. They delivered strong fourth quarter results, marking the 32nd consecutive year of international same-store sales growth. Good look. I haven't been to Domino's around here in a minute. Company-wide profits also 9% year-over-year bump, while total revenue increased 6.4%. It was really driven by pricing power, higher franchisee profits, and steady traffic trends. Interesting. Shares traded nearly 6% higher at the moment, but they parsed some gains now, down, as I mentioned, a little bit higher than 4 3/4. It reflected really solid top-line execution and capital return strength. More on that in a minute. Let's talk about their same-store sales performance in the U.S. That U.S. same-store sales number was up 3.7%. International, though, international comps increased 1.9%, with total quarterly sales reaching $1.54 billion. That's a 6.4% increase year over year on the quarter, and roughly about $20 million higher than analysts were looking for. They continue to gain market share in the U.S. with their QSR pizza category. What the hell is this? QSR pizza category? No, I need to know. I need to know. What is this, Joey? Quick service restaurants. Highly competitive, convenience-driven, market dominated by, okay, I see. So it's like one of those little ones then that you're just going.
It's like what Pizza Hut did.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
pizza, instead of having all those things, now they just have those, just those in and out essentially. Right. You order it,
smaller
you go pick it
overhead.
Up, exactly.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go on. Talk about this part of the report: earnings and capital allocation. As I mentioned, the unadjusted not adjusted Q4 profit. Unreal, $5.35 a share. What are these guys selling, like air? How are they making $5.35 a share on the quarter? Some people make that the entire year. That's up 9.4% as well. And for some reason, it was below consensus estimate of $5.39. Geez, talk about the greedy street. EPS growth was driven by higher net income and a lower weighted average share count due to the 80 million shares they repurchased during the, okay, that makes sense, okay. Domino's raised also its quarterly dividend by more than 14%, which reinforces, the company's got confidence in their cash flow durability. Margin dynamics, this is what I want to hear about. Rising insurance, labor, and food costs apparently pressured profitability in the company-owned stores. U.S. company-owned stores gross margins narrowed, bless you, Neil, 540 basis points to 15.5%. However, overall gross margins, that includes international and franchisees, expanded 50 basis points, about 40%. What? Their gross margins are 40%. Is that good for food? I mean, to me,
think that has to be really good.
That's really good.
That's really good,
right?
Man.
40%.
That's really good.
The franchise-heavy model continues to provide structural margin stability versus pure operators. Joey, give us your take while I find out if that's good for food or not.
Yeah, I think it sounds pretty good. If
To
you
me,
ask
it sounds good,
right?
yes.
We know that obviously with the restaurant business slightly lower margin, but Domino's is in significantly more countries than I thought, right? I went to Jamaica. Domino's is popular.
You're right.
They're in a lot of places, right? So very interesting stuff here, and I'm pretty sure they're big in Asia as well too. Mexico they're involved with. But one thing that I found interesting is Domino's holds approximately 23.3% of total U.S. QSR pizza market share. I think that's substantial considering how many pizza places you are in the States and even here in Canada, right? 23.3%, that's a big amount of market share, and I think that's what's helping them drive the growth as well. You can see it globally, they're growing, internationally is growing. So yeah, a lot positive going on here. Carry out up 5.8%, 8.7% in Q3 of 25. So there's growth across the board, but it's really that market share of 23.3%.
All right, so Gemini has a different opinion than you and I. It says, no, 40% gross margins for fast food restaurants are generally considered quite low.
Okay.
And they mentioned that QSR thing again. Yeah. In the world of quick service restaurants, a healthy gross margin typically sits between 65 and 70. Who do these people think? They're Nvidia, bro?
Yeah. How are you going to get that?
What are you asking about 75% gross margins?
What are you paying your employee at that point?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Typically, you're paying, at those restaurants close to minimum wage, if I can just be fair about it, right? So I'm assuming that's not where they're paying.
But maybe a little bit of, because like you got to think about it, Domino's and a lot of these QSR names are on Uber Eats, right? So you got to pay. You got to pay for that, so that can be added expense as well too.
My brother-in-law is constantly about that. Because he has a milk and honey. It's like a Starbucks.
So he has to pay.
Constantly. He's got all the food delivery people coming in, and he hates them because they're taking so much off the top. Yeah. Right? Winston, I just took a swig just for you, my man. I saw your message earlier.
You drink water.
Yeah, he's like, look, man, your Trader TV Live bottle there has been sitting untouched for a hot minute. And I do apologize about that. All right, JP Morgan. Let's talk about this one. Where are they at? Because I heard, oh man, 4.5%. JP Morgan's getting clipped. Let's talk about this one. JP Morgan acknowledged in court filings that it did close more than 50 accounts tied to President Donald Trump and the Trump Organization in February of 2021. The closure occurred shortly after the January 6, 2021 incident following the end of Trump's first term. The accounts included Trump hotels, housing developments, retail shops, and his personal private banking relationship. The bank did not provide a specific reason for the mass account termination in its court letters. Let's go on. As we know, President Trump filed a lawsuit naming our friend Jamie and JP Morgan, alleging political discrimination and blacklisting. The complaint claims the bank sought to distance itself from Trump's conservative political views. JP Morgan previously described the lawsuit as without merit and stated that accounts are typically closed due to a legal or regulatory risk. The bank is seeking to move the case from Florida state court to federal court in New York. So 2 jurisdiction changes there. One, the change of state, and 1 change of government from state to Fed. Interesting. There's obviously got to be a reason for that. The issue has gained broader national attention amid President Trump's push to crack down on what he calls debanking. Talked about that with respect to the crypto industry. Bank executives have used the political momentum to advocate for looser enforcement of reputational risk regulations, and the situation raises questions about regulatory discretion, reputational risk frameworks, and politically sensitive client decisions. I'm not saying, obviously, that JP Morgan is down 4.5% as a result of this. I'm looking to see if there are any other I'm looking at any other reasons for this. Citi Research warned AI agents could cause 10% unemployment and 50% white-collar job losses by 28, potentially triggering 38% S&P decline. Banks face risk. Okay, so this is taking a completely different look. What do you make of this whole debanking thing? especially as it relates to JPM?
I don't know, man, because isn't this what you wanted at the end of the day with using the AI trade, just make things more efficient? Obviously, going against or shutting down some of Trump's accounts, not going to be good. The street's not going to like that. But I thought we would see a little bit more of a rotation into the banks. I understand that right? Like you would think, hey, JPM being the largest bank on the planet, you would get some rotation, considering it's safe. You got all these hyperscalers throwing money around as well too. So someone's going to get some of that transaction fee. So whatever's going on with JPM, I quite can't wrap my head around it, nor am I going to try to. But I think at the end of the day, the bank needs the financial system, or America needs the financial system to succeed, and that's going to be the case. This is all noise, in my opinion.
All right, fair enough. Equivocal perspective there. All right, guys, it is time to send you to the big boys, but we're going to send you to the big desk with Adira. She's got news, and then Neil and Sean will be on. I'll see everybody at the big desk momentarily.
I'll be brief, but keep an eye here at some of these IT names. Anthropic announcing that their Claude code can automate COBOL modernization. So CTSH, that's Cognizant Technology. This is one that's going to be on watch here. Other ones I'm seeing mentioned here include DXC, which is dropping. That would be DXC Technology, GLOB. I believe that's Globant. It is Globant, dropping a little bit here. IBM reportedly also want to watch on this, and IBM dropping probably the most sharply again. The story here is Anthropic announcing that their Claude code can automate COBOL modernization, I guess proving a bit of a threat for some of these tech and IT computing names. I also want to mention here for the overall market, I'm just seeing a headline now. Senate Democrats reportedly releasing a bill seeking the tariff refunds for the Trump administration's tariffs. Now, again, if there is any kind of tariff refund or payback, this could impact the market and the economy. So just be aware this is now floating around as well as we send you over to kick off the afternoon show.
Always thank you, Adira. Never a dull moment. There's always news coming out. There's actually, there was also just at the same time, Senate Democrats released a bill seeking Trump tariff refunds as well. So that's also hitting the wire. As the last conversation we heard the boys talking about was J.P. Morgan, but it wasn't just them. It was all of finance here today. Market's been weak today. Crypto's been weak, and there's a lot of things that were down. But I think one of the things that did stand out would have been the financials, given how bad they were doing here today. JP Morgan breaking that $300 level. Even looking at the ETF, when we were talking about that earlier, breakdown on the ETF, losing major, I'll say significant support at about $51 and looking a little bit nasty. Bitcoin, again, having a weak day, but you know what? It's going to be a good day regardless. Why? Because we are one day now away from the Trader TV Academy launch. That will be exactly tomorrow. We told you guys Tuesday, February 24th, and that is exactly what it is going to be. So we're psyched and locked and loaded, ready for that to hit the wire.
Yeah, it should be a big one. It's funny because we're long Nvidia and we are short AMD and we're short the market. I mean, if you guys rolled with me, there's the AMD short. Here's the TQQ short. And then right when we left you guys, Nvidia came back into these levels and we just went long on Nvidia. We went long again right here again, but that was another banger trade. Wasn't here to reload it there, but all the way up, held it, got some out of the 200 period, got some more out at VWAP. Couldn't break higher, trying this 200 period. If we lose it, we're out. But yeah, what a banger day. Today, SLV, we're still up on that name, and that was really fun to trade earlier as well. We'll be back on that front pretty soon right now. But like you talked about, we just talked about IBM and what some of this Claude bot and all these kind of things are doing. These names are pretty interesting. I bought some Palo Alto today over lunch, but CrowdStrike down 11% today. Like that's just an absolute monster move. And I don't know if someone sniffed it out on Friday or whatever either, but like you were down on Friday from 420 down to 390 basically. And then, that extension move happening here today. So some names, getting hit. We talked about IBM as well to the downside and the IGV there, this ETF. I mean, if you believe in the, in the over sort of, I don't know, maybe we're getting overexcited a little bit about what all this AI is going to do and how it's going to revolutionize everything. But here it is right here. Whoops. There's this software. And you can go over here and we can find out, ask ask Claude, which ones are in, what the major holdings of this ETF are, but you're right again near a big spot here for IGV. So I don't know, it's just pretty bad. Probably stocks like Palantir. I haven't even looked at that yet. Again here, I'm waiting for 100 anyways for Palantir. Oh, 100's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. But yeah, these are the names that we got to have a look at right now. Still long Nvidia, trying to hold out to see if it breaks that bottom. My stop right now is at 190.74. We'll see if that can get going. And then yeah, bank names not so good here today either. So yeah, a lot of back and forth and a lot of push and pull. But at the end of the day, it's not great. IBM, Intel near the lows as well. So yeah, just holding most of my shares close to the chest and not selling anything in this downside move, but it's ES and Nasdaq today that are both getting hit. Nasdaq,
Everything is.
Yeah, Nasdaq down 1.3 and ES down 1.09. All right, Neil, here we go. Shorting for ALAB. Could you give your thoughts? Yeah, well, if you have ALAB money, then you're good to go. But
you know the joint there, Nick Dubs. I know what you're talking about. Look at the weekly chart. First of all, I've actually never done a swing trade. I don't swing trade short. I've only ever swung long, personally. But I see, look, I always know exactly what you're getting at. It's always breakdown of a big level or breakout from a big level, or it's gaining or losing a major moving average, Nick. So I'm not surprised if you look at ALAB. There's your 50 on the weekly. That's the time frame I usually look at. We'll start from, if it's much longer term, monthly, weekly, but then I'll go weekly, daily, if we're talking about a swing. Like, you are losing the big buy level from last year, which is like the 140. You're losing the 50 period. The confirmation that you held under was last week, and that held true. So, it makes a lot of sense to me. It's a trend break as well for ALAB, and there's just a bunch of names which are doing this. We just talked about, now there was just a question now about IBM. Well, not a question, sorry. There was just a story about IBM. It's not a question at all. On volume absolutely dropping. But if you look at IBM on the daily, even look at this. Like, that broke trend last week as well and is making a further breakdown. And you just start to see a pattern among, and it's a host of stocks that we've seen do this, where we're sitting in like multi-year uptrends that are breaking down on weekly charts. So when you see it happening, yeah, these things become shorts till they're not, and ultimately that's what ends up happening. Is you see, like, when you have that, the longer the uptrend is, when it breaks, the nastier it can absolutely get. And I'm not just picking on IBM for no reason. This is the one dropping the most that we're looking at in here today. Or even look, like I could have said, like CrowdStrike would have been another example here as well. Like, we could look at a CrowdStrike. That was also breaking a pretty long uptrend, losing the 50 period. But even if you just do something like draw those lines together, you can see it probably breaks down right in here. Momentum would tell you, until it gets to a major support level, maybe it's at 200 again, at 290. Who knows? But again, short till it's not.
And it's tough because, like, I know you bought some CrowdStrike on Friday. I bought some PNW today. Like, you don't know where it's going to go. You just got to try to buy the good names and then figure out.
Well, I even said on Friday, man, I would have pulled, if I had an order out from last week on that order, and I had it further back down, and then we bounced higher after PNW's earnings. I'm like, oh, let me move it up. And then I got notification when the news hit of, whatever, there was that negative news, Claude. When that news hit, I would have pulled a bid for sure, but I got the notification that it happened after I got filled. And of course, you want to react to stuff like that on the ground. If something is breaking trend and I'm looking for a DCA, if I see a bad piece of news, would I pull the bid to move back further? Absolutely. But sometimes, at lunchtime, I think I was actually getting up for a walk or something. I'm like, oh, I got filled there. That can't be good because it was trading higher. But that's the nature of the game that we're in. And so you have to understand the momentum is where it is. The one thing I'm looking at is that 15 breakdown on Rivian. It actually might get back to $15 after that flat bottom break. So I'm looking for a reload at that volume weighted average price. It was a flat bottom break on. It was the last thing I left you guys with, but we're pretty close to coming back and retesting that $15 level. So I am gonna like it. And ZZ, no one talked about coin short today. A few people in the chat this morning were talking about coin, I do believe. There were plenty of people mentioning coin. We were short Bitcoin earlier, and I know lots of people were looking at this, or maybe even like BMNR. Robinhood, we mentioned, was looking incredibly weak, down 7%. Bitcoin got smoked today. IBIT's been a short pretty much all day, and this is what happens. Momentum's going in the other direction, especially in crypto, because even when we're strong, this is weak.
All right, here we go, man. We just took out some more Nvidia. I mean, it came into the 21, 25 period moving average. Just trying to scalp it out in what has been a down day. Obviously, we'll try to hold. You can see we're holding the shorts a little longer than we're holding the longs, but a nice move up there on that reload. And our stop on this name is 74s. So it doesn't matter. My price is going to keep changing up because remember, it gives you first in, first out. So, it was giving these prices and then you average in. It doesn't necessarily give you an average price. Every single time I'm getting out, it's going to get closer and closer to this price. But this fill was 90, so it was 15 cents worth of risk. So we just take 30, 35 to the upside. Let me take out one more piece right now at 08. Okay, there it is. We punch out. And now we'll wait to see where Nvidia goes. Still the same stop for NVDA. All right, he's ready. He's in the back. His name is Sharif, and he has the rundown right now.
Welcome, everyone. The afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every single afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on this afternoon rundown, you have to join us in the chat and you have to vote every day, but make sure to throw in that $ before you choose the ticker that your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages, and I have seen better days, gentlemen. All four are in red territory with the NQ down 1 1/3, the triple Qs down 1 1/3, the SPY down 1.1, the Dow down 1.6, and the worst of them all, the Russell 2000 ETF IWM 1 3/4, but it is off the lows. This one was down about 2.5 midday. The first name, as decided by you guys, no surprise at all there, Nvidia. And this one is reporting on Wednesday, and multiple analysts chiming in today about Nvidia, with D.A. Davidson maintaining the same buy rating on Nvidia and the same price target, actually $250. They also say that they're expecting strong earnings from the AI bellwether. KeyBank Capital also reiterating their overweight rating on Nvidia and maintaining the same $275 price target, with Wedbush as well reiterating their outperform rating on Nvidia and maintaining that $230 price target, boys. So Nvidia up 2 1/3. Multiple analyst agencies chiming in.
Yeah, multiple analysts chiming in, but none of those analysts could push it through that 94 top. So it's another day, and it's basically the same story for Nvidia. It doesn't really break through the highs here. I mean, the good news is it's relatively strong, right? So it's up into a down market, helped by some of those upgrades. I mean, the understanding that, let's be real, they're going to have big numbers. They're going to have big numbers on Wednesday. I don't think anybody is denying that. But somebody's selling it every time it gets up to 93, 94. And there were probably more, I don't know, I thought there were easier stocks to go short because things were trending down this morning. Like, what would you rather short this morning, Bitcoin or Nvidia on strength? Like, sure, Nvidia turned at 194, but you had to sit there as it was screaming to the upside if you wanted to grab that. And since then, it's managed to hold a 90, which is a good sign. But I think all eyes are going to be, can it break out post-earnings above this 94? We've been coiling for so long on Nvidia at this point that you've got to feel like it's that sprinter in the blocks, right? Like, just give it a reason. If it gets past 94, it's going to be a popular breakout level. My guess is you don't get that breakout trade, because if we're going over 194, we're gapping over on Wednesday afternoon is what I mean.
Look, we had exactly what we talked about we would do today, and that was buy 190s, and that's exactly what we did there on Nvidia, and it's the biggest stock of the show, and there it goes, man. Nvidia upside is what it is. It's a huge trade. We bought some 189.50s or so there on Nvidia, and it just looks like it's turning out for us right now. So yeah, we're really obviously satisfied with this move there. I was saying we want to go long into earnings, and I'm still doing that. So we're still trying to buy this stock into earnings. Still feel like it'll be a good report there, regardless of what the stock winds up doing. The last time, we had earnings, we were up here and then down. So it's like, a couple good days and then flush. So I could see us definitely reaching. I mean, look, last earnings season was right here. So boom, there's the move up and there's the move down. So it's almost setting up to basically be the exact same trade all over again. So not rocket science here, man. Nvidia's a long. You wait until the earnings report. It gets up to 210, and then you probably short it. So I'm just sitting here doing what I do, and that's, trading. And there's Nvidia right there. Like I said, man, big, huge stock. for me today, and yeah, really happy. It's exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to get that 190. It came in, and we talked about it earlier on. Here's the 190 right here, as clear as day. We always used to have like the trade of the day, and this would be it. I mean, it came right into the level that I wanted, and boom, it hit it, and it went to the upside. I mean, the TQ trade is pretty epic too in the morning. Maybe we'll get to that after, but at the end of the day, I really like this move here for Nvidia off of 190. It's really nice when the plan works out. So there it goes, man. It's God's plan, Sharif. Let's go back over to, shout out to Drake. Let's go back over to Sharif at the Big Des.
God don't need to trade.
No,
I put this on the headline, guys, but the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Pentagon is flagging risks of a major operation against Iran. So watch out for some geopolitical headlines. That just coming in now via Financial Juice. Let's talk about silver, up 3 3/4%. The highest it's been at more than 2 weeks. Silver prices gained, according to this article, as the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against President Trump's tariffs and sent the dollar lower. Guys, in any event, gold and silver, they're both up today.
Let's double check. Oh yeah, it is the J contract.
Yeah,
checking oil futures there, and I wanted to be sure. Like when I don't see them moving around, I'm like, oh, maybe that doesn't actually mean all that much. Sometimes we'll actually get activity in the futures market, oil futures there. But silver, it is on a nice. Before we get to silver, come on, got to get here first. We have Repress has just sent 20 Trader TV Live gift memberships. So if you are in the chat, you can see everybody in the chat that's been gobbling them up there. So Old Wise Trader, Chris Light gets them as well. Rainbow Key also getting some free memberships. Mike the Rider. If you're in here, remember, to get the membership, you actually have to be in the chat. So it's a subs-only chat. Hit that subscribe button, and then you can be in the chat. You can ask questions. Hey, you can get your symbol in the rundown. If you're interested, put that $ in there as well. And if you're asking, Neil, or anybody, what exactly do you get with said membership? Well, what you get. You get Sharif's morning note. See, today's date, February 23rd. I don't know how many pages. It's 15 pages today of hot fire information. You can start out with Apple, and we'll scroll down. We got Microsoft, and of course, Nvidia with multiple upgrades going into the earnings. You had Meta, Story, Alphabet. And so again, it's not just giving you the data and the information, it's doing it in a quick and concise way so that you can prepare your trade every single day. So it's $5 a month, essentially. When you think about it per trading day, I would say it's a phone call in a phone booth back in the day, but nobody uses them, but that's about a quarter. So it's a fantastic value, and to all those that got the free memberships, congrats, and thank you very much to our viewer, Repress, for donating those memberships. Back to silver, this is a breakout trade. Sentiment has definitely shifted a little bit here in SLV. And again, I had one little scalp trade in here, like late, because it didn't really pull back into the prior day high, which is what I wanted to see. But ultimately, this is only stage one. Like, it's gapped up and then realistically barely moved. Right? Like, out of the last week, this is probably the smallest intraday that silver has moved, but it's a consolidation higher. And a consolidation higher is not a bad thing. That's almost like accumulation. So it needs to take out this 80, which it couldn't do today. And then you got room into 83. As long as it holds these prior highs from last week, like the 77 level, I think this is a long into at least that 83 zone. I was in it just now trying to break up, but it just could not find its way to strength past 79.5 or so. So I'll look for the volume weighted average price this afternoon. There's a lot of support there earlier in the session. If we do get a dip opportunity, I'm only really looking long over 77 here in silver. And silver just doing better percentage-wise versus gold, but they're both good. Both are doing fine.
Yeah, we have we had some good trades today on silver. Silver was one of the top ideas here on my note today, and we took it, man. We tried to get longs, and so we wanted longs lower, but didn't really come into play today. We are looking at the 200 period moving average on this move down. We started it at small at VWAP, then it came in. This is the kind of trading that I'm trying to do. So brings it right back into the 200 period moving average. Takes highs. We bought some more there as well. Took some more out. Tried again. I'm assuming that was the 200 period right there when I tried it again, and then it failed it, and we went downside. So silver, well traded today for sure, and it just was one of the. It's a top stock. It's not like crazy top or anything like that, but here it was right here on today's note, and it was just silver, 76.77. You know, global tariffs, they jacked up those to 15%. You know, money going to metals with all these geopolitical worries. I could see silver, gold getting upside, and you can see right now on some of that geopolitical worry, we do see silver all the way getting back to some of the day's highs again for SLV. So we did lose out. Nvidia came all the way back in. We stopped out right there. Could have gone longer, but that was okay. We stopped out at that spot. Still, number one stock for me here today is going to be Nvidia. But I love the silver trade, and I think we'll be back into that very, very soon.
And taking advantage of opportunities like the volatility in silver, or managing risk by having your trailing stops or getting into position. All of the things that we learned are all in the Trader TV Live Academy. And we are 1 day away from the launch, everybody. The wait is officially down to, heck, less than 24 hours now. February 24th, tomorrow, the doors are open on the Trader TV Academy, and they are swinging free for everybody. After all the teasing, the building, and the perfecting of this program, the Academy goes live just tomorrow. It's the path that we all took here, and it's been refined and ready for you to step into. Countdown is over, everybody, so check those notifications and clear your schedule out. We want to see you in the Academy. Shout out to all of those that put a lot of hard work went into this, and of course, we've been teasing it for quite some time. So doors open tomorrow. Will be more to come, just like we're going down the line in the rundown. Ooh, I forgot to cheat, so I'm just gonna, we just did Nvidia, so let's not, I don't think it's gonna be silver. We already did. IBRX, maybe, that small capper?
We have, yeah.
Neil, you are close. That one is next. You know, they're constantly changing voting positions as more votes come in. So we're going to talk about SanDisk now, up a little bit more than 4.5%. No specific catalyst today for SanDisk, but widely speculated. You know, the removal of tariffs removes that 25% importation charge. Also, SK Hynix Group Chairman vows to boost AI memory chip output. That is a report that came in this morning. SK Hynix, of course, one of the top 3 global manufacturers of RAM, NAND, and DRAM. 2 out of South Korea, Samsung and SK Hynix, and the other, Micron, American. Guys, SanDisk, up 4.57.
Well, just another one, repress here, 40 memberships today, so 20 plus another 20, guys. So, you know, go get it. Grab Sharif's morning note, and thank you to Repress. We were wondering if it was somebody that's changed their name. So let us know if you're in the chat there, Repress, because we don't recognize you. But thank you so much again for that. I did see that you mentioned that we had changed sort of the way you trade and everything like that. So that's awesome news for that one. Yeah, Nvidia still making the moves back to the upside. SanDisk, yeah. So, yeah, SanDisk upside. I said that Micron, I thought, had a good chance of getting back to all-time highs. Micron's I didn't look at SanDisk yet. I mean, I'll leave that maybe for Neil. But all-time highs there for Micron, 455.50. I think it actually gets there on Nvidia. It had a nice move higher there. Obviously, with this market bleeding down, you're not going to get much going on right now with, you know, chip names or the Nasdaq names in general, unless your name is PayPal. But for right now, upside goes Micron, and I think it does get back into this 450 to 455 area. I'm not sure. My guy Joey Options over there might know how expensive those are. I'm going to sneeze in about 1 second.
Bless you in advance.
I didn't do it. I muted my mic, but I didn't do it there. Anticipate. Fake sneeze right there. How you like that? But yeah, right into there. If you like the bids, you got to take it when it keeps showing support. So down here, 417, 418. We may not get that today, but we can write that down tomorrow and look at this in the morning. I think Micron's along. I mean, if the Nasdaq was up today, I think this thing has 4 or 5 points to it, but it's not. So, you know, boo-hoo. But right now, Micron, I like the stock. I think it gets back to 455 Wednesday or Thursday, and we traded off of that. So, you know, Micron upside for now, no, but I like it, and I think Nvidia will tell a good story of demand. So yeah, I do like Micron.
Yeah, and well, as far as SNDK goes, relative strength is obvious today. If you're up 5% and you're in tech space, when the Nasdaq's down 1 1/3, it speaks for itself. It's almost as if all the strength in Nvidia and the demand that everyone's going to expect to see is just going to boost the memory space again, because we know that's where the buying has been. Like, that's where the dip buyers have come in en masse, and it hasn't ended yet. So I'm not saying that these are going up forever, but the last quarter did justify some of this growth, whether it's talking about Micron or SanDisk. I think you could say the same about both of them. But for now, SNDK seems to be the stronger of the two. It's the one that was able to break through those Friday highs, which is significant because when you have a market rally like we did, it was kind of a turnaround rally. You want to see, is there a continuation? And some names had that continuation. Apple had continuation today. SMDK had some continuation today. You're still above last week's tops, even with it pulling back. But there was just a question. I'm just just a segue because there was a question about where you place stops in the chat or like protecting losses or whatever it might be. I think it comes down to like what is your trade and what is your reason for the trade. Like if you were somebody that was looking at SanDisk and saying, hey, look at this bull flag on the 15-minute. I like that bull flag as a long entry point. Well, then you have to identify, okay, if it loses 675, somewhere under 675, that little support on the bull flag, that would be the out. Now, for some people, that might be give it to 174. Maybe for some people, that's give it all the way to, 674, or maybe 670. But you have to make that determination where your out is. If your reason to be in is this consolidative support, when that is gone, you've got to give yourself, my reason for being out is it closes underneath on a 15-minute or something. Or it just simply breaks the first even dollar, or it breaks the first $5 on an SNDK because it's a $600 stock. And then once you have that, you can think about where you're out. You can think about your entry point, but you've got to know where you're getting out first. That's one thing I see all the time. And when I used to, as a for risk manager, one of the things that would be infuriating is you'd go over a trade with somebody and they'd say, okay, well, I like this stock to the long side. Okay, well, I understand why you took it long. And then when you were talking about it after, and it's like, well, where was your out? And they didn't have an answer. They're like, I'm like, so you didn't actually have an out before you got in position, and they couldn't sufficiently answer the question. Like they try to answer that question after they got in, which you should always try to do before. Okay, so next on the list we now know is going to be that small capper, that IBRX. Sharif.
I lied, Neil. I lied. It's SoFi. But we'll get to that one, I promise. Before we go to that one, new coming in from Amazon. It's not really moving on the stock, but they plan to invest $12 billion in a Louisiana data center. It's set to about open 540 full-time data center jobs and an additional 1,700 positions. They also plan to invest about $400 million in local water infrastructure. Just coming out on the wire now with respect to Amazon. But next on the list here is SoFi, really getting hit. Like a lot of these financial stocks today, 5% plus. Shares of these financial service firms took a hit today, with investors parsing through the possible impacts of AI on many things, including payment processing fees that bring in billions of dollars for the industry every year. The sell-off was kind of based here on this report from Citrini Research that predicted an economic calamity based on the widespread proliferation of artificial intelligence into the economy. It can go on more, guys. You can go ahead and read that, but SoFi is down 5.25% on the day.
Yeah, getting smoked. It's sort of getting hit from all sides, right? Like relative weakness in the financials, growth stocks getting beat down, and then you just have like the old AI crushing trades left, right, and center. So SoFi gets all of that into a flat bottom break, and I like silver long. The note had silver long, IBIT short, but that was specific. And then Rocket Lab was specifically at the 71 level, and then SoFi was specifically off the 19 level. So it didn't really give you a chance to trade into 19 today. Well, because it basically died at 9:30, like right at the open. It didn't have a bid, and the bid didn't actually come in until like the end of this massive like reversion candle. So like that was the first shot to actually get some kind of a pullback was in here at about $18 after it had already flushed $1.50 and bounced back in. So this turns into a short till it's not scenario where you've broken a major support level here on SoFi. Time to break out the higher time frame chart, which means I like to look at a weekly when that happens. And when you pull out the weekly, you got about 16.5 would be the next level, like this prior high from 2024. So all systems would say that's where we're headed next here for SoFi. Maybe you can find some strength in the space, but until it shows you a reason, I don't see I can't see why it couldn't head lower. So I'm going to favor shorts in SoFi till at least about $16 to $16.5. Yeah, not looking very good for them, but you know, they were never really going to have a chance. If JP Morgan's getting smoked and the XLF is losing major support, like what do we think SoFi was going to do? It was already selling after the earnings report, and when the entire space loses contain, SoFi is just going to get the worst of it. That's how it works.
Yeah, Robinhood also about to lose it right here, down to that downside. So this looks like tomorrow's trade today if you're going to do it. Look at this break of $70. I mean, this is cut in half. SoFi's almost in half. I mean, SoFi's high was near that $31 or $32 mark. So you're almost cut in half there as well. So some of these fintech names, we saw PayPal catch a little bit of a bid here. We'll talk about that story once we find out a little bit more about it. But yeah, SoFi, not great. SoFi's 32 high, yeah, down to 18. And Robinhood's high is 155 down to 70. So Robinhood's already cut in half. Yeah, not great there at all because one thing that no one's talking about with these stories right here, as of late anyways, crypto, like this keeps getting hit. Like as long as crypto goes down, man, these names are going to go down. And, you want to talk about all your crypto trading and how you have all these assets to be able to trade. Well, now no one wants to trade them. So, you are going to get lesser on the volume spike, right? Everyone's so smart when stocks are going up. It's when it goes down when you have the problem. So yeah, I mean, things were great 6 months ago, not so much no more. I mean, same thing with crypto, right? Like this thing's going to the moon. You got literally people out here calling crazy numbers. And right now it's like, oh, well, now it's down to 50 again, or now it's going to 50, now it's going to 40. So when you have that kind of talk, it's not going to be good for these kind of names. So PayPal upside today on some kind of a buyout rumor here. We'll get more on that maybe with Adara when she's back here. But this is one of the fintech names that's actually working today. And it's more to do with, like I was just talking about there, its price already being so destroyed and possibly someone finding some value down here. But PayPal down to $40, what a name. That's also been cut in half from right there. Not cut in way more than half from its all-time highs, but that's the same thing for SoFi and for Robinhood and all that stuff too. So anyways, I like the fintech space, to be honest with you. It's just for today, not really. Like, I don't even want to look at Webull. Let me see where that one is. That's probably $4. Yeah, $5. So, this was a name that, again, it's got to 28 or something on its IPO, something like that. Yeah, 18, there it is right here. So that went to 61, but it IPO came out at 34, goes all the way to 61, closes that day. The very next day, down to 41, and it's never had basically a bid. I guess it had a bid right there in July, but since then, man, just straight to the downside for Webull. So a lot of these names just getting absolutely clocked out, and I think you just got to wait for them. I don't know. I don't really want to be in anything. I've been buying SoFi on the way down. I've never bought any Robinhood. So, all right. Oh, Sharif's still there. Okay, one more, I guess.
IBRX, guys, Immunity Bio shares a hit 3-year high after Q4 revenue beats expectations. The clinical stage immunotherapy company logged a 5-fold increase in fourth quarter revenue up to $38.3 million, and that beat the street's expectations of $37.9. The top line gains, boys, were driven by a surge in sales of its drug Anktiva, which was approved back in April of 24, up 12.25 now and off the highs of $11.
A small capper making the list without, you pull up the daily chart here, it doesn't suck, it doesn't look like a habitual line stepper. It just looks like something which is, believe it or not, breaking out. Now, the only thing when looking at this daily chart is how weird this ends up working out today, because the high is exactly $11. And if you look at the daily, the last consolidated bottom was like $5.50. So it's almost like the consolidated low, it's exactly a double from there, which made the top. So I don't know, maybe someone's like, well, if it doubles up from the support level, that's where we're taking the profit, because it got to that $11 and has been losing it ever since. And unfortunately, we kind of flagged this when someone in the chat's like, oh, no, it's breaking down. Once these things lose VWAP early, and I'm just loosely talking about small cappers that are gapped up, oftentimes that can be a bit of the death keel. It has a chance to maybe do something this afternoon, but it's been all lower highs. It's not the opening range bottom, but I guess right before the open, support is held at $9.50. If volume can start to pick up, maybe there's a late charge into VWAP or something. But it's not a bad looking daily chart, but not for this afternoon. I would imagine there's got to be some small cappers that look a little bit better here. A for volume and B for the chart. This is a downward trending chart since about I'll call it 940 or 950. So I'll keep the ear to the ground. What's weird is the number one, it's not what I would have expected. Like the number one ticker on the trade rate, like you've got the SPY, you've got Nvidia, Tesla was just actually at number one. I was like, oh, really, Tesla? I actually thought IBM with that recent Cloud Smackdown would have been up there. But you do have some of the big cap names that are going to be up at the top. Like no small cappers have made that list. I saw Novo on there as well. Here's ominous for Tesla. Forget about 400 today. There wasn't even any buyers at the 400 level. Back down into the mid 390s for Tesla as that continues to head toward its 200-period moving average. And you have a lot of stocks which they're heading to or breaking major moving averages. When that happens, people start looking to take profits off. Like if you were long this thing from anywhere early last year, well, you're like, oh, look at it break away when it broke that 200-period moving average. But if you were like a swing trade or you didn't trim anything, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of money that if they didn't take anything off the top, when you lose that 200-period moving average, then suddenly you're going to have some sellers en masse. So eyeballs from myself this afternoon. I don't see any small cappers I like. Silver is not really dipping into VWAP. It's just kind of chilling out at the highs. It might go for a breakout of the top. I'd rather buy the next available dip in SLV, up 4%. At least you got some bull market in metals.
Never mind going back to silver. Go back to something that you've traded well today. Might as well do that with some silver. But yeah, IBM's its biggest move down since 2020 is happening today. So that's now down 11% and was down 12% at its lows on, again, more Claude bot stuff. I don't know exactly how, I don't know enough about the intricacies of IBM or anything like that, but I don't know exactly how that bot or whatever would be affecting their business, but obviously there's something here with it today on a new introduction. And yeah, downside there for IBM. I mean, it's coming for every business, so you got to be careful. I wanted to look at IBM because its PE, I don't think was super high to begin with yesterday.
Sorry, Sean, just quickly, so the specific headline that led to this big drop, as you can see in IBM,
23.
was that Anthropic announced that their Claude code can automate something called COBOL modernization. I guess this specifically was a thread to IBM. Cognizant, so CTSH, I believe is the ticker. A couple other of these, like, you know, computer IT type names also dropped.
It's an old school computer language. It's like used a lot in finance, that COBOL, and like government stuff too as well, which is like, that's IBM's baby.
I guess so, and that's why, yeah, like, so it only has a PE of 23 right now, so that's interesting.
No,
so
better now.
We'll have to wait to see what's going on today with that because, yeah, downside. I really do like IBM. I don't know if it shows the dividend. I think it's only like 2 or 3% rate on dividend yield. Yeah, IBM, 2.6. So it's a 2 or 3%. Give me 2.6% for a win right there. But yeah, so that's what it is. This is the news feed out here. PayPal stock up, takeover interest right there on PayPal. So we can have a quick little look on that one.
Only because then I'll cop to this. I remember we saw that in PayPal. I don't recall hearing a rumor as to who might be buying them.
No, as to Dara, yeah, there's no rumor.
It's no,
on
like
that.
there's no. A lot of times you'll hear, especially it'll be like, oh, like Merck is considering buying this biotech name. Who would be interested in a PayPal right now? That's what I want to know. Ultimately, look, the stock has been beaten down so far, but usually I'm just used to hearing like the speculation as to who might be that buyer. Unfortunately, it hasn't really followed through. What I would love to see is this. See that little, well, it's kind of like a, what do you call that, a pennant? I don't know, whatever you guys call this. I'm not the charter market technician, but it's like the downward trend into like the flat top, flat support, right? So like in and around 44, it's been trending down into that. You can maybe break back higher, holding VWAP, so I could have drawn a line of VWAP, but like this would be an interesting one if you catch that little bit of a bounce. We're still in the speculation point, but the stock's been so badly beaten up, realistically, like it's been in absolute free fall for a while. This is a solid breakout, and the breakout has the floor of, hey, there's a chance that somebody could pull the deal. And there was something Sharif was talking about. You wake up and you own this company, and boom, all of a sudden it's like 50% higher. I just want to warn, because it happened today with something. Everyone always assumes that if you get bought out that it's going to be a good thing. But like there was, like if the rumor has been around a while and the speculation has been around a while, then it might not be a good thing. So there's this really small cap stock, UHG, which there had been like rumor and speculation and odd blah, 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 blah. And it went from like $1 to $2.50 in a few months. And when somebody finally bought it, they bought it for $1.18, and it's down 51%. So you can have some of that happen too. It's more rare, and it usually tends to happen with small companies, not large ones, but it is something to note, especially if you're in like some small capper which has these rumors around it. I mean, if it doubles up, and usually premiums are like 70%, and it's up more than 100% on rumors, it's not a bad idea to ring the register. Thank you for the super chat, JKL. App to reclaim 380 to 385 this afternoon. Your thought? Well, that's your thought, I suppose.
App loving.
I haven't looked at App loving. That had a decent bounce last week.
I mean, these are other names. I just keep on getting hit with with this whole Claudebot thing. I mean, everybody's coming after everyone else's business right now, which is I think these guys got inducted into the S&P Hall of Fame, the S&P 500 there. So that's interesting to see, how much they've fallen off since their inclusion into the S&P 500. So for me, on AppLovin, I mean, you know what I wanted to do actually. Well, we will get to it because it was a super chat, but before this is this IGV. So here's IGV. This is the software ETF, and I'm going to go over like what's included in this thing. But look at the daily chart on this. So this is IGV. So this is your software ETF, right? This is going to be IGV's ETF software, service software, tech sector. That's what it's called. So this is it on a daily chart. So you're going to go all the way back. This is June of 24. So as if, software is basically at the same point it was back in 24. That's August. There's April of 25. And if you're going to go over, you're going to see nice moves higher, obviously, as we go through the monthly chart and everything like that. You still have a very, very big way to go down on the monthly to get to the 200 period moving average. So I'm not sure this is all completely done, but you're going to get basically 3 straight horrible months to the downside. There's one little green one mixed into there. I don't know what month was that. Maybe December, November, but downside right there, 116 into 76. So this has really been getting crushed, and you go all the way back here, 21 again. So, some nice levels coming in on this, and this is where we are on this name and what exactly is included in it. And again, it's a managed name, so all these percentages, they'll add some spots to it and take some spots away, but here it is right here. So this is the top 10 components that are in the IGF ETF portfolio. So you're going to have right into here, right? Microsoft. So, we've seen that name here. Let's get, I'm on the pen. Let me get a different, let's get a different color here. Let's get yellow. Here, what color is that? Oh, it's still black? Okay. How is that? I want to customize. Here we go. All right, let's go yellow so we can talk about this. Okay, so, Microsoft, check, like they're getting absolutely crushed right now, right? As we worry about Windows and we worry about, again, some of their spend on CapEx, so maybe they're a little bit different than the rest of them. Palantir, I don't know, they have a foundry that can't really be replicated. So for me, I think that this is a false narrative to the downside. Oracle, we've talked about OpenAI and what's going on with them. Salesforce, one of the biggest problems out there for for software. I mean, people are literally trying to replicate the exact form that they use for relation management software, right? And so that's bad. We saw today Palo Alto and CrowdStrike and Zscaler and all these guys just keep getting hit over and over and over again because apparently these soft bots, these Claude bots, are going to be able to replicate very, very important cybersecurity software. I don't think so. You just gave us AppLovin right there. Don't know much about their business, but I could see that if I know they're in sales for apps and all that kind of stuff, advertising, things like that. With potentially the less use of apps, more people just using some of these large language models and things like that, potentially advertising going to get changed up, right? We know Adobe, Intuit. I mean, these are basically just software companies anyways. Adobe, we talked about Figma and where that's been going. That's been a horrible nightmare. Intuit, I mean, sure, you can get your own taxes and everything like that done, but that's not going to be very long before someone inputs some sort of a tax code or just reverse engineers into it, and then the next thing you know, all of a sudden someone's filing their taxes by themselves. They're not even that hard to file anyways right now. You see CrowdStrike, I mean, yeah. Joe,
no, but they aren't, though.
Joe knows.
I don't know why Joe's laughing.
No, because I'll still take 2 months to file them, and that's the thing.
Yeah, but that's not because it's hard.
No, mine, yeah, whatever. I have, you know, when you're running some things. And then you have ServiceNow as, I told you, man, if trading is your primary source of income, you're probably losing. All right, here's ServiceNow right there. And we saw them get hit last week as well. Although I think they had another advertising name, right? So that's kind of the space. To me, it's not just because I am a big Palantir shareholder, not big in my portfolio, not big overall, in considering shareholders, but Palantir, I think, is the one that has a little bit of a moat around it, unlike these other ones. Microsoft obviously has Windows, and we all, you know, I don't need to sit here and talk about Microsoft with their moat, but
Azure,
you know, most of these other ones.
Growth is just fine.
And that's the other thing.
They have that moat. Oh, you want software to sound even worse?
Sure.
We talked last week about there were 3 IPOs that polled last week. 2 out of the 3 of them were software companies.
There you go.
There you go. And just on another note, today there was a SPAC that was supposed to IPO today that didn't. No. That's a first. I mean, the stat I gave last week, there were 21 SPACs, something like that, since beginning. It was over 20 SPACs in the beginning of the year, and 1 actual deal had been done. And now all of a sudden you have IPOs that are pulling the plug, and SPACs that are pulling the plug as well. So. Yeah, could be some trouble. There's obviously trouble brewing, no question about that. Mm-hmm. But look, at the end of the day, everyone always talks about the disruption and how things are looking nasty. There's always some upside out there. You have some defense names which have looked pretty decent. As we said, a lot of times when people if you start harping on software companies, then maybe start looking at hardware. Like you start looking at machines, you start looking at hardware. You look at the ASMLs of the world. You look at the lambs of the world that are doing just fine. You look at Apple with devices, which is doing relatively better as well. So I think a lot of times you can look at the other side of the equation. Only about 15 minutes till power hour. Silver is really not moving.
We just punched up by accident of AMD. I got you. I meant to put in 196 right there. I don't know what I wound up putting in. I must have put in something else. Maybe I put in 96. Who knows? But punched out of AMD there. It's okay. I mean, we're near the lows. We're still waiting for this bid right here. Didn't come in, so all good. I was going to give it to the 200 period moving average, so AMD's right there. And then just so the only trade that I've left on, the only trade on board right now is this TQQ trade, which is an absolute, this is the one from the note, man. 49.50. We wrote it right down. All my trades pretty much are off here, but you can get this at 8 o'clock every day, maybe 8:30. The note of stickiness, and it was short 49.60. We got stopped out early, made another play to come back in, and now holding it. I'm going to use a 200 period moving average right there. I mean, it was only really right there when we broke it that it went up and tried to test view up. I'm not going to give up 50 cents to wait for view up again. So if it does break right there, let's put this in together. 48.16. So again, my stop on this trade was ridiculously low, probably 20 cents or so to make more in the money, not $2, but 48. What did I say? Let's just go 16. I think I said that. All right, stopped out of 100%. This is what I did last time and pushed enter and it filled me. Okay, so there we go. So now we have a pending trade. And some of you are asked about stop orders and how do we get out of our trades and things like that. Well, sometimes it's pretty simple. First of all, I made the high of the day right there, so thank you very much for that one. But what happens is I just look for different key areas. I'm just support and resistance, use some of these lines, try to put on big shares and see what winds up happening, right? But that was it. So we went short, we got stopped out. I just picked the level. I think it was breaking of 80s there. So we got stopped out right in that area because, again, our idea was 49.50. It was right here off the open. So I was like, do we do it? Should we do it? And then once we got a little bit of a top there, I went short again. And then that's when it bled to the downside. So finally, we got that short, right? So we're still in it and we're going to wait for that one. And then the AMD trade basically just went from time. We were waiting for it to get to 200. This was on here as well, 200 short, but we didn't want to wait. Once we broke below the 200 period, and we just thought that we saw a little bit of an area here. So my idea was, and the stop, I mean, again, I just changed it and I just punched out, was basically right here, man, like a break of 197, 198. Right into this level was going to be my stop. So about 50 cents worth, to get all this action. And I was here when we were covering this, and then we take another out, same spot, and then we've basically taken another out right there. But I did mean to put it here. So, but yeah, so far so good. They're down to 2.5%. Sure, Andre, go ahead, man. I'll read any super chat you got in there. Why are Visa and MasterCard getting crushed? Yeah, I mean, the whole space right now.
Specifically the entire sector.
Yeah, if you're going to go over here and look at, sectors and things like that. I mean, that's a great thank you for the super chat. We'd have to, I mean, I'll right away go to Adara. I mean, Adara, could you maybe find out if there is anything in the credit card space, like Visa's down for just anything specific?
I was seeing that this was just being attributed to overall like concerns that AIs like Claude are going to be taking over. So it's just kind of, again, more AI fear trade. I'm not seeing anything specific. Apparently specifically there's Citrini models AI agents bypassing interchange with stablecoins threatening credit card economics. That's just one headline I saw as of this morning. So again, just like overall kind of AI concerns about credit cards. That's all I'm seeing.
Well, the other thing too is
that would do it.
The XLF did break major support levels. So there's that kind of cascade effect too. Like you might see, because it's I think 8% is one of them, and like I don't know, well, between Visa and MasterCard, one of them is like 8%, one of the other one's like 9%. Like they're pretty significant in the financial space, and it just could also be technical, right? Like you can have technical weakness in the overall sector, and that's what seems like is happening over here. But okay, so you have the heat map.
Yeah, the heat map right here
right now. And
I mean, I don't remember
3. American Express is 8.
I don't remember the last time like American Express down. I mean, this is why I think it's important that we, start to discuss some of these things, because like American Express down 8%. That's Apple still. Click on this. Should change.
There you go.
There it is. Yeah, so 319 here. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but its next earnings report is in 60 days, so we're out of there right now. It's much more average volume than normal, almost 5 million shares versus 3 million, and we still have an hour to go, which of course is power hour. Visa, MasterCard, AXP, Capital One probably getting pumped as well, wherever COF is. There it is right here, down 7% as well. So yeah, I think that's the whole bypassing sort of that credit card situation is gonna be a problem. I think I get basically 1% to 2% on everything, 4% on some other things. But I use my credit card for absolutely everything. I don't really even use my debit card for anything. I just gather all of that.
One place I use my debit card.
Yeah, I just get all of that bonus points, right? And so if something were to change there with the structure, and then plus you still have Trump talking about 10% as a cap. He was saying like a lot of Americans, and this is the thing that I don't understand.
I've been weighing on it for a while.
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. Like on one hand, his comment was like a lot of Americans don't understand how much they're paying in interest. You should understand how much you're paying in interest. Like I know they give credit cards away to anybody, but at the same time, it's like you just got to look at your statement and see it there.
Of course, that's how it should be.
Right.
But I think the biggest problem with that, and I was fortunate, like I remember having a junior high teacher who we actually had an entire month, which was like life skills.
Right.
And it involved talking about things like your bank account, credit cards, interest, and basically just sort of the things that you take for granted. And we're in a world now where basically you had this situation where a bunch of CEOs realized that the second you go from getting a fixed cost, where like people are going to pay me for a product, if I can get them to pay monthly in a subscription service, multiples started exploding. So everyone went to that model. Why? Because the average person doesn't actually go through their line items. And if you ask the person what do they pay in recurring fees, there was some study out there that said it was like 50 to 60% higher than what people are actually, if you ask them what they think they are spending on, and they don't even realize it. And so if you change that or threaten it in any significant way, that's a huge industry. Like that little blind spot in the everyday consumer's monthly expenditures, like if you close that even some, that's a lot of money out there for sure. So it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. So I was just going to say, like, the problem is in education. That's the problem. I mean, instead of doing all this stuff, why don't we just put more money towards education? And I think that would be something that President Trump should definitely look at. Well, the problem we're here in Canada, right? So I don't know what the difference is between our system or their system.
Isn't always the solution.
No, but I think it is for this one. So I think
I agree. I would agree with you in that you should be. It's more efficient education. It's what's in the curriculum. It's not spending more money. Throwing more money at problems doesn't do anything. Look at any government anywhere, and that's just like a huge misconception. It's more about changing the curriculum to actually
spend more money on researching
focusing
what is required.
The rights play.
Right, exactly. So spend some cash, get figured out where you're looking at, and I just think put more money and more resources towards financial literacy, and I think that would solve that problem right there as well. So let's go, guys. I feel fortunate enough to not carry a credit card balance, and that's just just luckily been able to do that. So it's a little different for everybody, and I just obviously don't like to pay anything.
The average person.
Yeah, what's up, guy? You know how the game is played. Well, I thank you. I appreciate that. Not everybody does, my guy. Not everybody
That is
does.
the hard, sad truth is
Teach
that
your kids
that
what
not
schools
everybody
won't. Yeah, exactly. That's why my kids already know all about the market. They know about financial literacy. My kids are getting taught it. My son is in grade 8 and he gets taught it. So at least here, that's what I'm saying. I can only speak for Canada. It's well improved right now.
Here is way better than it was when we were kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's well improved here.
But I don't know that I can't even say that's true outside of Ontario. Like it's. If you talk to people,
we just know. That's what I'm saying. We only know what we know.
Necessarily true.
I know what we know.
Yeah, I confirm. Like, you have someone here from a different province, that being the province of Manitoba. Now, to be clear, I went to private Catholic school, so it's kind of its own system. Not to get into all the semantics of why that's separate, but we had no financial literacy training that I can recall. And I graduated in 2017, so this is relatively recent.
Well, one of the other things to consider is one of the things that we are, human beings, are not very well equipped to understand exponential growth. We're really bad at that naturally. So that's a concept that you want to ingrain as well. Just understanding how compounding works fundamentally. It's one thing to just teach formula, but you hammer home examples. What the example I love to use for my daughter, she's turning 9, is the whole the doubling the penny on the chessboard. It's just something as simple as that. It's very visual, and you realize that once you get you don't have to get very far to see how out of hand it gets, and then you start to understand. Okay, well then think about if that's how much money you owed somebody, and then interest means that you own more. That's that simple concept alone. It helps you when it comes to investing, and that's for me. That's where my dad was very, very much that. I remember him doing that problem with me, and when I was literally 8 years old, and it opens up something in your mind that's I remember I am never going into debt. That's how my brain was just wired that way from 8, 9 years old. It's debt is horrible when you think about interest and compounding, for sure. And no, I don't. Mick just says get her into silver. Well, I understand the whole governments are spending more money, and so you want to have sound assets, and that's why the metals are going to be good. One thing you have to consider is the way that silver has been moving. There's a big difference between, hey, we're going higher because we understand that things have gotten out of whack in terms of government spending, and always has been for a while, and so I want something secure, and then just going on a crazy squeeze. And this went on a squeeze where it's still trying to find its way. Right now, silver feels like a trade more than anything else. You could make some arguments that gold has settled down a little bit more than silver has. It still feels very much like a trade. And I say that having owned some silver as well. Oh, who said no debt?
I think you did, but
I said I don't like that.
I'm only bringing it up because I don't really consider that. I mean, you got to live somewhere. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, there's don't get me wrong. A mortgage, understanding how to utilize debt in your life is different from saying I will never have debt. For me as a kid, I remember I grew up. I was born in '79, right? So my parents went through the '80s and high mortgage rates, and so I've had those conversations, and I remember having that conversation of 18, 19%, and that was scary to me. So I've always been in this, make sure you can handle any obligations you make. Credit card debt is not a thing I ever want to incur. Try to stay away from reoccurring payments, that kind of, whatever it might be. But against a mortgage, now, I mean, come on, that's just a different, mortgages is a bit of a different ballgame. And of course it's a different conversation you can have, because a lot of people will still get themselves in trouble with regards to how, and it's almost impossible to not do that here, in terms of how much of their income is being spent on a mortgage. In Canada, and I know the US is a bit different because you have totally different manner in which mortgages work. You guys lock in for a while. It's every 3 to 5 years here in Canada, you're renegotiating your mortgage. So it is a bit of a different story here. But our affordability rates in Canada are at levels that worse than it was when you guys had the housing crisis. That's how bad things have gotten here. And we got 7% unemployment. And you have so many people that are just completely out of whack. And I saw some of that, people I knew in my neighborhood, where it's if rates adjust up, you renegotiate in 3 years, like you're going to be in trouble, and people were having to sell because of that. So putting yourself in a situation where you understand what your thresholds might be is so important, for sure. I just saw Northwestern in the chat there mentioning IREN. I'll get there in a quick second. JL822. I'll be dead honest with you. He's like, how are you so rich in knowledge? I love to read. Like, I straight love to read. If I'm not reading, if I don't have, like in my spare time, if I'm not like, you know, if I'm dad at home and I'm here, I'm trading, I'm reading either, like I love to read articles, I'll listen to any podcast that's interesting to me, just try to absorb knowledge. And I always love reading like even fiction, like I'll always be like reading fiction for myself, like that's my spare time. So it just comes down to that, like just picking up. And then on top of that, like my parents, like my dad was very much, you should always be accumulating knowledge. And it's more about understanding what you don't know. And if you're that kind of a person who's like, I don't know a lot of stuff, and so I'm constantly trying to change that, right? The person that's like, they think they know everything isn't gonna bother trying to learn, because they're like, well, I know everything and I'm great. Like that person's never actually learning much. But it's someone who understands that they don't know anything. All the smartest people I know understand that they know nothing. That's the most common thing. All the smartest people I know, they're insanely humble. They're the first people to admit when they don't know something. They're the first people to admit when they've made a mistake. And it's the opposite end that you don't want to have, in my opinion. But let's go to Adara up at the desk. We have some news.
I mentioned here BAER. I did notice a couple people asking about it in the chat, so I thought I'd bring this up. Bridger Aerospace, there's a headline that came for this like probably 20, 30 minutes ago, and I didn't mention it at the time because volume was really light, and it's still pretty light. Like we're just over about what, like 1 million shares traded right now on this, so pretty light volume here. But they did get a $18.6 million Department of Interior contract for fixed wing on-call flight services. So Department of Interior contract valued at $18.6 million for BAER Bridger Aerospace, just to address the people who were asking about this one in our chat. Back to you.
As always, thank you there, Adara. We just hit power hour, but it's been sour for most of the market in here. There's no question about that. Still seeing not much action on silver. Rivian doesn't seem to want to get back to the 15 level. That's where I would have liked to fade. It did just tag 14.9. So there's some lower highs coming in. I might look at something like this. So when it dropped, okay, it's like there's your flat bottom break. There's your kind of consolidation. So that would be a resistance level. And it's been holding a trend from there. So if it can close underneath, there could be like a tight stop short, maybe into the low of the day here for Rivian. So that'll be on my watch for sure. If it doesn't get to 15, I might re-engage this one at about 14.88. If it can get up, just put a tight stop in front of 14.9. That gives me at least something to look at. If silver's not going to go, it's not breaking that high anytime soon.
AMD went all the way back down to the downside. Should have. That's too bad. We would have got filled down there, which would have been a little bit better, but unfortunately, we do not have that one. Yeah, we sort of talked about, you know, where this market is, what it looks like, everything like that. I just want to show you, like, today, and if you're joining us for the first time today, thank you so much. We're live every single day at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow's our big release for the Trader TV Live Academy. We're excited for that. ES down 1%, Nasdaq down 1.47%. You know, names that are going to be a problem, if not already soon enough. IWM, you know, some of these smaller names that really rely on, you know, the introduction of new technologies, they running debt. We talked about that, some of these names right there. If interest rates are not going to get cut, which hopefully with this, you know, recent move down here and some of the threats that have been posted up on the financial system and on other places here, IWM, they down 1.7. This is the worst one, and it was a lot worse earlier, man. This was down to 258, obviously, there at 1 point. So we got to watch out for the IWM. This is the Russell. So, you know, small cap names coming through. Be careful with IWM. And then, you know, just looking over here at what's been going on in the broader markets, you know, it's been bad, man. I mean, crypto's down to 64,000 right now. Bitcoin, 64.2. Wow, holy shit. That keeps on getting lower and lower and lower as well right there. It's not good, man. Google, Meta, Microsoft, like all the MAGs, right? I gave you that ETF a couple weeks ago, MAGs. So if you're going to look at the MAGs ETF, again, has each of them 16% in there, and so no discrimination, no nothing. It's not great. This is what this name looks like here as well. So you're seeing, talk about a rough time. I mean, this has been just really every single move up just waits for a couple of days and whacks it right back down. And we said last week that, okay, the Nasdaq maybe finally starting to get going a little bit there, and then we're now right back to the lows and looking like it wants to break down one more time through these levels. So the Nasdaq not looking very good, might not even hold. This is the megs, but I'm just saying they might not even hold this 200 period moving average. And if they don't hold, then yeah, you could basically say see you later to anything related to the Nasdaq, because these big seven can't hold the whole index, that's for sure. So we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there with the Mag 7. But you know, today, kind of want to be in other spaces, right? Spaces, and again, things you can hold, right? So we're gonna go down to Procter & Gamble and look at, you know, Coke, Pepsi, Clorox, Hershey, tasty treat as well. Nike, you could hold a Nike in your hand, that's for sure. But with tariffs coming and all that, and retail and more worries about what's going on in that space, that goes downside. Lulu downside. We did see a nice move for Walmart today. We'll have to have another look at that. Mondelez, Procter & Gamble right there. And then back over here in the healthcare space, pretty green right today. I still think that AI helps, you know, all of these names, you know, creating faster, quicker trials, hopefully easier to find results.
Well, there's zero question about the faster trial.
Yeah, exactly. So all of that stuff comes into play here with health technology. So really happy to see that one picking up. And then, you know, so I bought some PanW today. That's going to be bad for right now. I don't know what's going to be in the next couple of weeks. But one name that we bought XLE, and XLE has been really pumping. I don't know what it's doing today. It's probably flattish. We can check on oil, but XLE has been great. So even though XOM is up today 2.3%, it's really so strong, XOM. I don't know what the difference is there. CVX only up 0.4. You know, Pioneer Valero again, down 2%. So there's some names here, Marathon Petroleum down, Occidental up. So you have to pick your winners and losers in that space. And then just over here, a couple winners here. Apple, you know, nice upside surprise there today. We'll see if they can get going on stronger demand in China for iPhone. And then SNDK, I think that continues to work out, right? Good. I think it was an upgrade this morning for SNDK. We have Micron running as well. AMD downside while Nvidia upside, so they're playing Oppo together. And we'll wait to see what Nvidia can do. Nvidia recently deals with Meta and a few different things, helping that stock get going there a bit, Micron and GE. So has Tesla reached a bottom yet? Has any stock reached a bottom yet?
Can't Get Right's from the Eddie Murphy movie. Life.
Get right, 929. Okay, yeah. Well, you can't get it right if you've been buying any of these names recently, that's for sure. So it seems like Tesla right now, I said this last week, and I mean, everybody's going to be different, but I thought even last week, you know, into this area was a decent, you know, spot to start your investing journey with a Tesla, if you like the stock. I think any 200 period, generally speaking, has been a good spot. So Tesla can have these wild swings, right? I mean, in 2025, we started the year, you know, basically at 444. We went all the way down to 200, then we went all the way back up to 500. So, you know, top to bottom was a great move. You know, top to bottom, that was a great move, then bottom to top. But right now, you're just kind of stuck in the middle of that whole range. So I would say if you're still in shares like I am, I'm not going to be buying more right now at any of these levels. So if you're not in shares, you know, I think if you're thinking about getting involved, I always use this 200 period moving average, so that might be a good spot. And I like Tesla for the long term. To answer the question, has it found a bottom? I mean, we have no idea where bottoms are. Bottoms are zeros. So I don't think they're financially in any trouble. They've lowered their price of their Cybertrucks, even including the Cyberbeast model. They stopped making the less profitable models, the X and the S, to focus on something that should be relatively profitable once they start rolling out Optimus and more robotic things. So I think the SaaS model will work, easy day for Tesla. They just got to get it going, you know. So pretty soon, robo-taxis, full self-drive, all of that. I can wrap my head around why Tesla, you know, hasn't found a bottom, but there's still so much more to go, I think, in this move. The Nasdaq's not even really down that much. It's just individual stocks that are really getting pumped. Hey, look, 3 months ago, we're at all-time highs for Tesla. So, you know, this is a very rapidly changing space, that's for sure.
And even then, you pull up a weekly or a monthly of Tesla. I find like sometimes whenever you get a lot of questions like, is this a bottom or is this stock a good buy? Like, it tends to be because things are pulling back a little bit. That's exactly when you want to go from like a weekly out to maybe even a monthly chart. Like, if you look at the monthly chart on Tesla, like if it were to just simply hold the dips that it was before, I'm not going to bother with the trend line. You can just sort of eyeball this trend line in here, and it would be somewhere between 275 and 300. And if you just go back to like the biggest pullback was, we went 400 down to like $100, right? So that's the most recent, its biggest recent drawdown. And then look at the higher lows it put in. That could pull back into 280, 300 and still be in that uptrend. So you start to think about, okay, so this could pull back 25% and be maintaining an uptrend on the monthly chart. That's Tesla. So to be able to predict where the bottoms might be, like, I don't know, if you like them, then you'd want to buy into that, right? But understanding that if it went lower, that's a reasonable long-term dip for Tesla. If it's got a trend on the monthly chart, I'm all about, if I like the stock and I wouldn't buy it on a monthly trend line, then I don't like the stock. That's the way I would look at it, at least.
All right, everybody, in the world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle. It's an opportunity, but harnessing it requires the right tools. Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets through their 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure. These funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. These are designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of tactical response. Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets, position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. We want to thank them for sponsoring this segment of the show, of course. All right, so it's too bad that we didn't trade that Tesla through that $400 mark. I mean, thank you so much for the super chats. And again, thank you so much to Repress here in our chat for just dropping these super chats. So, these memberships. I mean, like 40 memberships is great, man. Like they're $5 each. That's a really great opportunity for everybody to get involved, get Sharif's morning note, and be included with everything in the chat. So we want to thank Repress for all of that. It means a lot, and it's very, very special, the kind of relationship that we're trying to build with everybody out there, right? So I was looking at 400. Like to me, see, that's a missed opportunity right there because you might want to say, okay, does 400 going to hold? Is it going to hold? And when it doesn't, it's just all the way down there to 397. So breaking key levels very, very important, especially when it's the very first time. So like that's a big thing to notice if you're trading and you're looking at something, you're like, okay, what's going to happen if and when it breaks that level? It's kind of like this Robinhood area. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but this is a stock that I want to think about for tomorrow because this is a big, big break right in there, 70. Like we've touched it a couple times. It come down to $70.40. Now, I don't think this break will even be available. I think if the Nasdaq gets hit again tomorrow or we come in and it's not looking great, and crypto is below 60,000. I believe that could be something that happens here tonight or into tomorrow. Robinhood won't even be near 70, probably 64, 65. Just hearing something about FTC there. I don't know if that was something to do with Netflix or whatever. Let me see. No, okay, so I'm not seeing anything there. But yeah, if Robinhood breaks down, that's going to be a crazy level to watch out for, that $70 mark. So I think that is really, really something to look out for tomorrow or even for today. I mean, I don't know if I don't think Robinhood gets there today, but it's 312. Anything could happen, especially if this market breaks down. We still are short the Nasdaq, and I think this could also be another good short break. 47.65 into the low of the day. We'll see if we make new lows getting into the close. So that's kind of what we're waiting for myself. Nvidia, that was a good out, right? I mean, we took the out there. It broke the 200 period moving average. We're completely fine with that. That's what we wanted to do. We did not reverse into the short. Why? Because Nvidia's up today. And I don't want to short something that's strong. In case this market reverses, we know which way this is going to go. So that's why we picked on AMD. And did we ever pick on AMD? AMD is a big stock today, and we only have one trade. It was right there underneath the 200 period. It gave us some nice outs underneath the 200 period, broke through VWAP, and that's all she wrote for that one. As we go to the downside, murder, she wrote Angela Lansbury, shout out there. We'll see if we can break 194. I got you, Adara. Oh, cool. 194.50 on the breakdown. That's, again, another trade. Like we're looking like we want to break lower here on advanced micro devices. So I say maybe we just take this thing. On the 1 minute chart, we got to give this back up to 195 if we're gonna do that. So I'm pretty confident in doing that. So why don't we wait and see, put on a small little one here. If it breaks through 194.50, we get the short. That is, I mean, we have 194.15 as the low. I guess that's it right there. I'm fine with just using sort of this local bottom right there and see if we can hold it. For now, it looks like it's doing it, 194.50. The better short, obviously, as we zoom in, would be right here. It's why we have the 50-period moving average written down or marked down, and then there's the 25 period, so half. So 25.50, 2 bills. That's what we're talking about right into there. So I like AMD breaking right there, 194.50. Let's see if we can continue that move down, and we'll follow this and see if we get a nice little trade to the downside here in advanced micro devices. It can get a lot nastier than where we are right now. So 194.50 break. I'm going to try a short there on AMD.
Yes, sir. And speaking of getting back into the lows, we did get that little trend follow. There it is. I can redraw that trend line on Rivian, so short in front of the trend line, and then it's right back into the low of the day. So if it forms a trend, short the pops. At least that's what we're seeing now. I'm going to try to hold through the low of the day. If we bounce off the low of the day, then we'll re-engage at the trend line, which of course, because it's downward sloping, means the order has to move to get that fill. I'm not gonna lie, when you said Murder, She Wrote, I wasn't thinking Angela Lansbury. I'm like Shakademus and Pliers.
Yeah.
You know.
That's okay.
Dara likes it too. Good song. But again, dating myself tells you exactly how old we are. And I know my mic had issues, so just a little patented trick. Hopefully it is fixed. You guys let us know if it is sounding better. IBM continues to fall, by the way, and new fresh bottom. And it tried to bounce several times here in the high 220s, like high 228 it looks like, was trying to hold there on IBM. Not doing a very good job of it. No, I wanted the daily chart for IBM. Like you're through the August lows. You are now, let's be real, you're now starting to think about tariff tantrum lows. And any stock where you're talking about the tariff tantrum lows, that's a stock in distress. Like it's in distress if it's back at those levels because the market is nowhere, you know, not that you guys shouldn't be telling anybody anything they don't already know. Low chart. When you look at the Q in the same time frame, like we're nowhere near, absolutely nowhere near some of those tariff lows ultimately. So if you are sitting there getting to those distress levels, you're in a, like I said, in a world of hurt. But Rivian was the only new trade for me. Well, actually, Bitcoin just broke the low of the day as well, so that's starting to look pretty bad. And silver, eventually, you know, we went Rivian short, but silver did make a small move up to retest the high of the day. Just failed the break of the high of the day. Actually double tapped its high and starting to pull back. So it looks like silver is still on the upward swing for now. It's been silver and gold and not a heck of a lot of anything else that's been that strong today.
Yeah, silver's been awesome. Good trading today for silver. I got that. That was a good trade. All right, so we have a new position right now, long Nvidia. I've actually canceled my AMD short for now. I'm just going to see if this holds 190. That's all. Again, we talked about key level. We came back in right there, sort of held it. I'm not going to wait for, again, a 70 print. It's just we're down here to 190. It's the 200 period moving average. We've kind of like really absorbed that right there. And I'm just going to see. It's a little different on my chart here for E-signal, so I'm going to use it like as it is right here, right now for Nvidia. So it's getting close to that 190 marker. So your boy's going to go long on a stock that we absolutely have crushed. Like this is going to be, even though it doesn't look like, well, I guess it does look like a pretty big trade, but this is, you know, that's what we did last time there. So we went long down there, got some nice bumps up, and you know, as they say, the rest is apparently history. So we're gonna have to wait on that one. And here goes Nvidia. Hopefully it can go back up to the upside. So maybe I can give you another banger right now. We'll see. Put some offers, maybe, I don't know, maybe at 50. The 50 is the 200 period actually, or the 50 period. So bouncing off there. What was that high? Oh, literally 52, okay. And then right into there, 60s. Again, going long in a market that's absolutely crushed, we got to take some out if we're going to be right, because this one, I'm going to try to get a little bit more down here in the 20s. So a pretty light position right now, but to scalp it out, get a cup of coffee, fine, we'll do that. And then we'll wait to see if we can get a bigger move, obviously, to the north side of this trade, especially if the market wants to go. And that's why I kind of canceled it right there. I saw Nvidia at a pretty key level. I saw the market doing this. We can change our TQQ fill actually right now. There it is. We get some out on Nvidia right there. So we'll ride the bulls back in. And as you guys know, man, traders, like, you know, I'm here putting on some positions, and hopefully you can see what's going on. We only have one losing trade today. We have the Google trade where we got in and out of that one. Whoopsies, right here, real quick, but still lost some money on that, obviously. As I really thought coming into, it was right into here for Google, into there, right here. No, that's 11 o'clock. It must have been earlier. Oh yeah, right here. Into the 50 period that was gonna hold, but it does not on a longer time frame, and just gave it all up right there. So, all right, just go back on the TQs. We were still gonna use some of the, this as my out. Where do I have it still? 48, yeah, I have a 48.16. Still kind of the same thing. Maybe we can even go over here. If I think Nvidia has a chance to run, let's just use 48 as an out. Nvidia's going, by the way, so hopefully you guys are able to follow on that one. All right, so there it is. We'll get out on that one, and then we'll see. Now it's 20 cents in the money. We took another out. I'll take another one if we can get 57s again, and there it is. We get it again. So there it is, man. 17 cents on Nvidia. It is what it is for now. What's up, Adara?
Comments coming from House Speaker Mike Johnson on tariffs, and kind of interesting here. They have to do with tariff refunds, possibly. What's happening here is Speaker Johnson saying that the Trump administration should not rush to refund that $134 billion in tariff proceeds following the Supreme Court ruling. Johnson also called the situation, quote, unprecedented, and said he believes the White House will handle it. Unclear how they'll be handling it, but either way, keep an eye on the market with this in mind. Furthermore, kind of a vague headline, but I think definitely one to watch, especially with the likes of NFLX. Reportedly, a senior DOJ or Department of Justice official saying that the FTC and the DOJ are going to be opening an inquiry to consider new guidance on collaboration among competitors. It does not mention any specific merger or, I guess, competitor alliance, but I think certainly one to keep an eye on would be that Netflix and Warner Brothers collaboration. Back to you.
Yeah, that's been a little bit quiet today. Usually, like all last week, it was like, yeah, you'd hear a little bit of news on that deal, whether it will or not. Well, what we certainly haven't heard is anything regarding Paramount upping their bid. Outside of that 25-cent ticket thing that they added to the $30, they've done nothing substantial. They were given, it was like 7 days to consider their bid, and we've heard nothing positive about it. So it's starting to run out of time. In my opinion, like to be able to get Warner Brothers at like $29 here, like it's still at that 29. Like you are, like this was the bounce. But 1, 2, 3, 4. We've had 5 sessions now and still nothing. The closer we get to, like that 7 days, I do feel like this could come back down and just start trading on the Netflix bid, which is significantly lower. It's at least like 5% lower than here, so or 3.5%, 4% lower. Really. So I'm really starting to think that it gets less likely every single day. And the 29 seller on this has been pretty right for quite some time. Netflix, yuck. I'll tell you.
Yes, I mean.
Oh, yeah, sorry. This is not a split adjusted chart.
Getting worse and worse.
No, it was Obi hadn't looked at it, and I was messaging him. Did you see where Netflix is today? Because he'd been talking about it getting to the 75. He was like, oh, it finally got to 75. And I guess, I don't know, maybe he wanted to buy it down there. As someone who owns Netflix, I don't know. Like, I'm not like, yay, Netflix is at 75. No, that's not how I'm thinking about it. But that's certainly, it certainly got to that level. Netflix on a weekly chart, it has been utter disaster. Like, there's a couple of green weeks in there. Neither one of them have done any dent in like the prior red week, right? So it can't even have like a half engulfing green candle. Like, this is a pretty distinct downtrend. It's showing zero signs. I mean, zero signs of abating in even a small way. So, looking pretty nasty. I thought that it would be a good thing the longer that you got away from this potential, hey, they could raise the bid, and they haven't. So you think every day that they don't raise their bid would be good, when there was speculation last week that they had plenty of money to do so. But they're also getting tarnished for some that are saying it's the whole woke thing. And that just doesn't help either.
Netflix woke about something?
Well, some of the contention is that a lot of their kids programming is woke. Like that has been a topic recently. It's not about whether I agree with it or not, but it has been weighing on the stock a little bit too. So you have that aspect of it going in, and we've seen stocks get beaten up for a while. The good news is whenever you break that kind of a trend, there tends to be some explosive upside. Like things tend to get.
Yeah, and if you have some of that chicken, you might have some explosive downside today. Okay, so here it is. Let's have a quick look at Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin, it is really, really getting wax on, wax off right now, man. I mean, this is, getting crushed to that downside. And this is sort of what we drew earlier today. We've now broken back down through. Right now, getting into these levels is a problem, breaking through 64,000 and now getting lower. So watch out here. Bitcoin, very, very vulnerable to potentially break. I feel like tomorrow morning at this time, this has a 5 handle on it. So just be careful, like into these 50, 55 areas. You know, like everybody was actually, there's so many traders I would imagine that are trapped up here. It's crazy. So like this could really, really flush. I feel like a lot of this, you know, consolidation trapped more traders, buying more in there, boom to the downside, trapped again. I recently bought some at 66 and, you know, now you're fading out and you're going to have to look for, this is 55. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to 55 tomorrow on BTC. Give me 10% down on Bitcoin on the bingo card for tomorrow. You know, maybe not 55, but whatever, into this area anyways. Between 58 to 55, I could really see that. So I'm taking 10% down on the card for tomorrow for BTC. So just be careful, man. I mean, this is not over yet. It's not even close. If you want to look at, because remember, Bitcoin's sort of lost its way a little bit here, right? I mean, with all this economic and global problems that we're having right now, the run should have been on Bitcoin, not the other way around. People are selling down Bitcoin. That's so right now, I'm just a little nervous about where this is. I didn't draw these. I'm just a little nervous about, oh, that's the same one. I don't know if it got extended. I don't know what these lines are. How do I, oh, there it is. That's how I get rid of them. Delete and delete right there. But yeah, you're getting way lower here. This is a 15-minute chart. So, you know, we're getting ready to go. That yesterday, oh, that's not yesterday, obviously. February 5th is showing. Yeah, we did get down to 60,000. So I guess we got to test that first before I start saying like, you know, Bitcoin's going to go to 50,
there was an overnight,
56. Yeah, that was back in the day. That was way back in the day, you know, 20 days ago or so, where that went to the downside.
Remember the good old days when Bitcoin was?
Yeah, it was about 10 years ago. It was $1. We talked about that last week, or maybe it was 15 years ago. Here's Nvidia. So nice move, man. We did it again, guys. So let's go, man. We talked about this. There it goes. Another one we gave to you. You know, it's been a really, really profitable day. We've really changed up the way we're looking at stocks and trading them. So it's been big, and I feel like it's been a big start to the year. We're going to have even bigger moments moving forward. So, you know, good trading here on Nvidia. Just took that to the upside there. So bought it off that 190 and completely switched it up, right? Have that ability as a trader. We were looking at AMD, and I was like looking for the short, but then boom, popped up was Nvidia, came through on the scanner right there at 190. We liked that level. We marked that level down, and so we're not worried about this break short there on AMD. Although maybe the AMD break short is still in. Like the market making that move up, and AMD just sort of waxed itself back down nicely right there. Meanwhile, my guy over here, Nvidia, I'm offering 77s, and that's what we're talking about. The cash cow is right there. That's a good trade, man. That's a good one to come through there on NVDA. So, yeah, no trades, no problem. We found a couple good ones, and that's it right there with NVIDIA. Now 40 cents in, and we'll take some more out. And just for you out there, Big Scalp. What up, Big Scalp? You gave me the point of control you mentioned was at 191. So we'll wait, see if we can get some more upside there for NVIDIA. Out of just over half right now as, you know, really starting to make a little bit of money there on NVIDIA, which is nice. So we still, remember, we're going to get stopped out of our queues if and when it breaks 48. So that's momentarily a position of mine. And I think that's going to come out. Let's see if the Nasdaq wants to battle back just a little bit here today. 64.1, okay. Interesting to see what happens with Bitcoin starting this week, man. I think it's going to be a fun one.
We just had, it was a good comment. Did we get it up there? It's from Ian Gantner in the chat. You should consider the possibility that the money that went into Bitcoin when ETFs opened and pensions got in won't ever come back if it drops much lower than the price when those ETFs opened. That's a good point. It's a fair point. Like, there's not everyone in the world is all this HODL nonsense. A lot of the new money that would have come in is of that same mind. When something that I own gets broken, you can jump out of it. Now, that's not been the mentality for a lot of people that have been in Bitcoin for a while, but a lot of new entrants, they would get the heck out of Dodge. I remember having to talk my dad out of, at a point at which I actually really like Bitcoin, and he was like, "Well, should I buy it when it's making this break?" And I said, "Well, it could go up, but like, Pops, like, what's the point? Like, you're retired." Right, like you don't, like, you're not sitting there trying to go 3x on something. Like, you're just preserving your capital. No, he's not that. It was just like the whole, it was more along like, so remember when it was that 20,000 breakout and it was like that classic top and so everybody was talking about it after the fact when it was starting to go after that. And I'm like, everyone and their mother's talking about it, but that doesn't mean it's going to be right for everybody. I'm like, sure, it could go triple or quadruple, but if it goes to zero, how would you feel about that? And he's like, well, I don't need that to happen. Well, then what do you care? You're retired and you're chilling. Like that kind of growth and that kind of risk is not for absolutely everybody. Just very quickly, some early looks. It was there a second ago. Okay, it's actually paired off. SOXS was actually 3 million. It's already down to 700,000. So only ZSL, that's going to be the inverse SLV ETF. So that actually just showed up, and that's just popping around here. So some of the ETFs will pop in and out and don't mean anything. It's really only NCLH at 1 million shares to the sell side. That's an individual stock that matters. And then, of course, PCGE is like probably really cheap right now, like $18. We see that one all the time. 1.8 million to the buy side, pretty insignificant. AT&T, 1.3 million on the early Excel. So there's nothing incredibly interesting just yet on the locator. So still waiting for the move down in Rivian. Like, obviously a bit of a different stock. Went 85 down to 75, so we'll be happy. But I want this at the absolute low of the day. I'm going to reload it if we get the chance. Risk on this about 3 or 4 pennies, so we get down to that low at 15, and that's what we'll look to take as it continues its trend to the downside. Yeah, don't like them at all.
No, Rivian beat up. That's for sure. Randy will get his wish soon at $10.
I thought you were getting a Rivian.
Some more Rivian. Oh, I'm getting a Rivian. Yeah, but I'm not buying more stock. All right, so Nvidia right now, 191 right there. Boom. Like just amazing. Nice move to the upside here, 52 cents. So shout out to you, big scalp. Right there, we cooking up some winners on NVDA. Yeah, there it is. Hey, I can't really show this. There. This is what happens when you become a member. You can get these little fun emojis, right? Hey, what's up, big scalp? Coming through as well. Okay, reversal on the QQQs. Good job there. MP. Oh, yeah, here. Let's go over and see what stocks you guys potentially want us to look at real quickly here. We'll go over into our stock visualizer. Where's my guy, the Chilean Nightmare? I haven't seen him today. Is he not here?
He's not in today.
He's not in today. Okay, well, that's probably why I haven't seen him. All right, so SLV. We nailed SLV. We were long SLV today. So we'll go face slapper on that one, and that was a good idea for SLV. Written here, long silver. We actually had silver long. But don't have it now, of course, as it's at the highs. Netflix, okay, Amazon I think is cooked. We'll wait for Amazon. Not that the stock is cooked, but just like in general, a little worried. Bye-bye. Nvidia right now, almost $1 in right there. What up, big scalp? One more time. Big perm. 195.83. ALUR, I don't know. We can have a quick look at that one as well. That's up 61%. SGN for the small cap side traders on this side there. That's up 58. Wow. Okay. I can do this later, man. I mean, traders got to trade, and I got to trade. So right there. There it goes, man. Was not expecting this one. It's Nvidia. There it goes, man. Gimme, gimme, gimme those 17s, because there it goes. We just put this on for you guys. I hope we discussed it enough for you. Talked about that 190. You know, we give ourselves a little bit of room down there to 190. It blasts higher, and there it goes. Market go boom. Changed up our opinion, man. We were obviously thinking about shorting AMD. We switch it up. Sometimes you got to use this little noggin up here. Nice move there for NVDA. What up, Miss A?
What's up here is a look at these earnings moves before the bell tonight. Sorry, after the bell tonight and before the bell tomorrow. This is our TTV Research earnings preview specifically for these implied earnings. So tonight at 4 p.m., Kratos and Diamondback Energy. 4:05 p.m., we get Hims and Hers, HIMS, as well as Keysight Technologies. Hims and Hers, there will be some earnings preview data coming, or infographics rather, coming out ahead of that report. So stay tuned on X at TTV Research heading into 4 p.m. and 4:05 p.m. Tomorrow morning, you've got Home Depot, Planet Fitness, NRG, and Cypher Mining. Again, you can get a whole list of this on X at TTV Research. I also want to let you know, keep an eye here on this market as Politico reports that House Speaker Mike Johnson has said that Congress is unlikely to codify Trump's 15% global tariffs. Back to you.
Well, I mean, look, the tariff headlines are not going anywhere. Let's be real. Where they settle and whether or not there's any payback is going to be an ongoing story for the next short run, at least. Hims, my goodness, that is easily, I get it. There's no big cap, crazy earnings names. Tomorrow morning we'll get Home Depot. That'll be of interest to some people. Certainly, it's a good bellwether, and you know whether if you own some retail stocks, like that should actually be an interesting name. But Hims, in terms of just pure volatility, 16% expected move. this has been going consolidation down for the last couple of weeks, week and a half at least. Like, it's looking pretty nasty down here for him. But what's good about this is it's coiled. The news has been all bad. Them and their dust up with Novo is the reason why we're down here. And one thing that's been true, every single pop has been almost instantly reverted. The second this actually holds above a prior resistance level, you get some squeeze possibilities. But it hasn't been doing that. It's like pop, you get to a resistance spot, can't hold, dump. The second it shows that it can hold, then maybe some shorts are going to start covering in HIMS because they're so deep in the money. At this point, they got to start looking for exit strategies on HIMS and HERS. Not that I want to go long this stock. I think there's a trade, but I don't think that's a stock I'd ever want to own. You can own Eli Lilly, man. Everyone wanted to be like, oh, HIMS is going to have they got the discount and the GLP, boom, let's go. And that's the reason why they're in this trouble. Let's be real.
All right, thank you, Thanos. We talked about the one ring to rule them all. Another excellent trading day, bro. Lots of love from the UK, man. Shouts right back at you right there. Love the UK. What's up to Adam DeLuz as well. And there it is, man. 1.06 right there. It's
another one.
And then maybe we'll be able to.
Another one.
And then I'll pass it to Neil for.
Another one.
And so right there, man, huge. So boom, goes the dynamite right there on Nvidia. Nothing but love to the upside for Nvidia. And I just want to say thank you to everybody for your patience with me as we continue to watch out for this market. And what a great day it's been. Oh, by the way, here we go. We have another one. We'll drop down some money because we go wee-hoo for the TQQs. And there it goes, man. We get out of that position right there, breaking through 48. Looks like a decent stop, man. We'll take that all day, every day. That's about $1.60 or more on that one right there. You want me to look at Tesla, dog in this fight? All right, let's go have a look at this one as well. TSLA, yeah, so 400. I mean, I like the 400 break long again. We talked about like key levels breaking down, and 400 right there just came and went real quick. It saw 400 and didn't even think about it and just broke right down. I guess it came to $400.50 and then bounced about $1, and then once 400 came, it just went whoops. So I could see that being a thing here. It was only 25 minutes left right now. Time is definitely not necessarily on our side here. All right, I have about 20% left. I'm going to get a little less than that. We'll offer some 24s here. Oh, we miss it. Oh, now we're going to get it. Now we're going to get it. Now we're going to get it. There we go. We get it. On Nvidia as it goes through 24. So we grab that price now, and we get a little lighter on that trade. Just still trying to run through my scanner here. Look, Nvidia, Mara, Nvidia. That's it. So nothing hitting right now on ye old scanner. On the trade rate, these are stocks that are moving around.
Tops.
Yeah, right now. So SPY, Tesla, Qs, Nvidia, Sand, that's not going to do anything. SOX, L, VBIL, nah. Silver right there. We love some silver, man. $80 now. Wow. Absolutely rocking. And, this was, again, something that we talked about earlier. And we just got to sort of sometimes stick with the overall thought that we had early, and that was going silver long. And we talked about why we liked it. It was the number one trade there today was to go long. I wrote down those prices. I mean, when I'm in here at 7:30, 8 o'clock and thinking about some of these prices, they're just, I don't know if they're going to come in, and they don't. But instead, we go long silver right here at 78.50. And then, unfortunately, it lost the last bid right there and we get stopped out. But, silver, obviously a net positive day here as we watch out where it's going. But silver, downside, I don't think so. Upside today. This is what Bitcoin should be doing. Instead, Bitcoin's going the other way. So silver up, gold right now as well. Up, I wasn't sure what it was going to be, how much, but up 2.5%, so that's good, man. We've not recently, but we added some gold to the portfolio. And then, the big commodity that I'm looking for in my portfolio is XLE. So we've added to that as well recently. We really like some XLE love.
I think one of the reasons you were looking at XOM versus Chevron.
I just looked at it. Yeah, I was like, and there was 2.5%.
And the only thing I could come up with, I couldn't think of an actual reason why Chevron was lower. But actually, let me just quickly show you guys, because we got out when the trend line broke here. So short under the trend, it goes to the low of the day. Get out when it breaks the trend line. Rivian to me is still under $15. So getting out of it right now is more of a sentiment thing. That headline from Madera kind of shifted things, so things might break that trend down. And if you were short, you might want to be jumping out. But just going back to that discussion between Chevron and XOM, I think it just has something to do with, Chevron got the bigger bounce off the Venezuela news because they're already down there. and so was just chilling out at the highs. So when XOM is catching another, a better day today, it's actually 2.5%. And when it's catching a bit of a better move, it's just pulled back a little further from the highs. Not much, but there was just a little bit more weakness the last 2 weeks for XOM than there was in Chevron, but they're both absolute rocket ships. Like the energy trade has been really good. Oh shoot, that's right. You know what? I got to slap a fail on myself because I didn't. We're looking at that Oxy breakout last week and only traded it 1 day. Granted, I think the follow-up day wasn't even that good. But Occidental, this is also a breakaway continuation play. Oxy hasn't been any good at all in the energy space, relatively speaking. Let me just go to a weekly chart. That'll show you a little bit better. So XOM, obviously you could look at XLE, you could look at a bunch of different names space. And I understand Oxy is not a pure oil play, obviously, as well. But it has been languishing on the weekly chart and only now breaking out. On a weekly, this is just breaking out over 50, and we've got plenty of room to still rally. So I'm going to put that one on the iPad tomorrow for some continuation. It's been under some pressure. Like this was one that used to have that Buffett, I don't know what I call you call it like the Buffett support or whatever. The Buffett buy, I think I was calling it. I don't know what it was actually called, but since Berkshire got away from that, it's been having trouble finding its way. This is in a real breakout, and since earnings, it's holding that 50 break. I think you can, if you get above 53, which it barely did today, there's another leg in this back into that key 55, 56 level, which that's where the Buffett buy was. It was in the 55, 56 support. So I think that could turn into resistance, but that does lead me to Occidental tomorrow. It'd be better if it was closing on some strength. The only thing I don't like here is like it's actually going to end up closing right back where we opened, and so it's not really holding on to a lot of those gains. But I still like that. And just to be clear, Nick, the prior Buffett support levels, the whole point was that when they stopped, like just consistently buying them, like it was like you couldn't go with 13F without Berkshire buying Oxy. And then the second that stopped, it just kind of lost a bid and lost favor within the group. And it's starting to look a little bit better now on the daily chart, on the weekly chart as well. But I only traded it the 1 day. It was the day after the earnings, and then it just kind of faded away. Forgot all about it today, and that's about as clean of a break that you can get. This is why I'm sort of saying should not have ignored it. Look at how clean the double top break was here at 52.25 on Oxy. Earnings, break up, consolidate, break out. Like that's a pretty standard day 2 or day 3 play, Adara.
Beware here, American Airlines commenting with some flight, announcements after, of course, we did have some closures or pausing of flights with the storm. American Airlines saying they've already resumed operations at Philly International Airport, FHL. Operations at LaGuardia and JFK over in New York expected to resume late Tuesday morning, and operations at the Boston Logan International Airport, or BOS, also expected to resume late Tuesday morning. So AAL basically saying they're already up and running in Philly, going to be up and running in New York and Boston as of late tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Nice to see that. I don't know if that has anything to do. We talked about maybe being some lighter volume. I can check out what the volume is doing here for sure today. I just wanted to go over this quickly. We have Citigroup as a nice sell side imbalance, 4 million shares. What am I talking about? 4 million share imbalance there for Citigroup. So we'll have to wait to see buy for BAC, sell for gold, GDX, buy for BMNR into the close as well. And remember, all of these names will come out at 350, and we'll be able to see the Nasdaq as well. So right now, just Amex ZSL is a sell. That's silver. That's a buy, but that means a sell in silver there. Alibaba might be a name to look at there, and IBM. For some reason, someone's trying to buy this one right at the close as well. Get a decent price right there. Could be a short cover. Yeah, it could be anything, or just trying to buy into tomorrow's. Wow, IBM down 13%. Oh boy, that's getting a lot worse than I had thought. Let me just check on CrowdStrike and Palo Alto. I did not buy, obviously. I just want to check on CrowdStrike first. Okay, down 11%. Okay, well, it was worse earlier, so that's good. At least it's not making those moves down. Did PayPal finally break that little shelf that it was on as well? Yeah, so PayPal breaks that VWAP shelf, and that would have been a good one, $44 into $43.50. So that's a level there to watch out for, maybe on PayPal, potentially being looked at by another suitor. We'll see what the legitimacy of that story is. Maybe tomorrow something will come out. Could be... again, venture capitalist or something like that coming through.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be. Everyone will say, "Oh, what company would buy them?" It could easily. It could be like an activist.
Yep, I would think that's what it needs.
That makes more sense.
Okay, so just real quickly, man, let's go bang, 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 because we're now out. So we now have less than 10% left, 5% left to be exact, as we nailed this Nvidia trade, man. I mean, right up to 91.40, a couple outs up there. We talked about we had 20% left, a couple outs. Out when it breaks through 191, and right now I might just, if it takes that 50 period, right there, we might just get at 190.60. Let's just do that. Stop out right now. Unfortunately, we'll have nothing left on board, but that's what it is. So 190.59, we'll stop out if it breaks that down below that one of our last 5%. Call it a big dub right there. And maybe not a chicken dinner winner, but maybe we'll be able to see some Max in his Lambo, and we'll see if that comes out. Wow, man, Gia's getting a lot more hockey games thrown into the schedule right here. She'll play over 60. Before these games, it was like 68 games or so this year alone, and hopefully that'll be coming, ending soon. And then she has summer and
4 times as many games as Anthony Davis.
Yeah, exactly. That's a.
He's hurt again.
There.
Actually,
right. Is he hurt again? Yeah.
I don't know. Someone said it in the chat. I was like, well, I didn't even bother checking to see if it was true. I just assumed that it was true.
Yeah, probably.
But his consistency is impressive.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the most reliable things out there. Is that he's going to miss time. Let's just be real. We have Easy Peasy always paying his dues. It's not really dues. It's just a donation. $2, 0.2. Good call on the short this AM to Sean. You went long and lost. There was a lot of things weak this morning. But you know what? You got to trade your Easy Peasy. You've been doing well. You got to trade your own. You got to trade your own styles. As long as you got outs, and as long as if you've been making more than that, then that's what ends up mattering. Like just make sure that your down days ain't bigger than your up days, and then move on to the next. There's always tomorrow, and there's always the next available trade. But that's only true if you don't blow up an account, right? So as long as you manage to manage the losses, then that'll be an important thing. I got eyeballs on that city that you just mentioned on the locator, but it's now gone. So that early 4 million buy that we just saw on Citigroup, I'm no longer seeing it with 5 minutes to go. So that might be a bit of a nothing burger. It's like the second stock to do exactly that. Where I saw it on the locator as a big buy or sell, and then all of a sudden is gone. What are we doing? Ramin is like over here, like examining my trading setup. It's like, ooh, what's going on? She's just like touching everything just to see what's going on. It could just be my microphone though. I saw Micron apparently is breaking out. Let's be real. Micron's not having a good day today. You could make the argument that it's only down what the Nasdaq is down. That's true, but I think you should put it in the context of what SanDisk did today, which even with this pullback, it's still up 3%. So in a relative sense, it hasn't been that good of a day for Micron. And even on that trend, look at it hold underneath the volume weighted average price. Like it really was respecting VWAP. This is now the second day in a row where outside of a big candle, it just has this weird barcoding going on. Like someone is very much in control of the stock. And it just bounces back and forth within a range for most of the day. How many days has it been doing this? Really, it's just the last 2. Well, you get one big opening candle, and then it just goes back and forth and back and forth. If it does that enough, you sort of scalp inside the range if you can get it. It's less than 1% inside of that range. And just because I see it there from Weeping Leader, what do we think of SoFi? Not the first time that we're going to get into this today. If you've looked at anything within the financial space, you've probably noticed that it sucked to be in the financial space today. Whether it's the banks, whether it's fintech, Robinhood, SoFi, whether you're talking even specific, well, I mean, PayPal's up, but then again, they had that deal talk. The XLF is not looking good. We saw Visa and MasterCard down 4 or 5% as well. So SoFi is down pretty much what a bunch of other things are. But what makes it worse is it lost some major support today under 19. Actually touched $17.50. This just feels like a technical breakdown in SoFi that's being exacerbated by what's going on in the overall sector. Like, have a look at the XLF. The XLF looks real bad today. Trending down from the high, broke major support. This feels like a short till it's not as well. But I think expressing the trade, SoFi is probably the one to go. It's just going to move it to the downside faster than everything else. Unfortunately, I own SoFi, man. I'm not happy about it either. I wish I'd sold more at the top, but I didn't, and that's part of life. I'm not even thinking about buying this thing. It might get down into the low teens based on that daily chart. Yuck.
Yeah, not good over there for SoFi. All right, look, guys. I mean, let's take advantage of this right here, right now, right here. Right now. Nice move up there for Nvidia, man. I mean, it just bounced literally off of where we were going to get stopped out. So we just missed that 10. We might as well just put another, well, here, maybe we'll get let's get it now. We'll get an 8 there as it just pumps right back up. So all good on that last 5%. Now we have 2.5% left there on Nvidia, just waiting. It's now 3:48, moments away from the imbalances to drop. So right now, here we go. So I did put point of control now up on our charting. So this is a 15-minute trade. Look right here. So if you're going to go to Nvidia or anything else like this, this is on eSignal. So we want to thank eSignal for their continued sponsorship as well. But yeah, just looking out. So right here, I have point of control. Basically, it's showing right now 191 or so right now for Nvidia. So I'm going to study that big scalp and figure out, you know, if I have any use for that and what that looks like on my side of things for that. But yeah, man, so far so good. Only trade that I've been, well, whatever, we've been in lots of trades, but this trade here this afternoon, we had Nvidia, we did not have Google, we did not have silver. We got out of that. We were going to put in on an AMD trade, and we didn't. Well, that was a good idea. We were going to break that 194, and we didn't put that on. So that was a pretty good idea not to do that. The only mark today is this. So 4 names traded, AMD, Google, 5 names, AMD, Google, Nvidia, the Qs, and silver today. So just followed the plan, man, and took 4 names, 3 for 4, but right into here, Google, a problem. And we used big size on this too because it came right in, so that flush kind of sucked. So we were red after taking this position, obviously not anymore. Okay, go to the 1 or 5 minute. Okay, you talking about that for big scalp? So what's up, big scalp? You want me to put the point of control on the 1 or the 5, or use it while looking at 1 and 5? This is all that I trade with, the 1 and the 5 minute charts. So I can put the point of control on there as well. But I'm going to look at it this afternoon and see what we've got going on here. Off to hockey practice tonight, and then here tomorrow. There it is. The imbalances are now out, and there goes Nvidia. It's a Dollar Club member. Once again, we're going to be happy as hell with that trade. Let's get rid of this broker and then see what's going on right now. But good moves there. 3 million. All right, everything looks to be pretty good coming through right now. Nvidia with a big buy, 2 million shares to go. Intel, Google with a bid underneath it as well. We'll see. Oops, I got to put my chart over. That's not doing too much there. Nvidia, Google, Apple. Okay, so they're all buys pretty much. I'm looking. I guess that's a pretty big number there, Dara. What was it? 2 billion?
1.2 billion the buy side there for the market. 1.5 billion for the Nasdaq. The Mag 7, really only 750. Okay, the Mag 7 only 750, but overall, almost 2 million shares to the buy side for the overall imbalances. Want to thank you. We just got a super chat in there as well, which I'll get up from David, I believe formerly David Tretsiak. Dedicated, appreciate that, 50. Thank you for the super chat there. Dedicated to Jesse Jackson, may rest in peace. We lost Jesse Jackson recently. And Rainbow Co. Education and Black History Month. Never repeat mistakes of the past and you control the future. I love those words. Alphabet for life as well. Well, let's hope so. Alphabet, I think, if you're looking at the Mag 7, we're not liking them that much today unless you're looking at Alphabet and Apple actually doing pretty well, Nvidia doing pretty solid. But again, it's just the Mag 7 term, they really been doing much of anything together anymore. Not really. Not really. Like you look at Microsoft, still languishing a little bit. Yeah, not very good at all. So look, I agree with you on Alphabet. It's been pretty strong, relatively speaking, for them. We'll knock on a little bit of wood. I want my chart to show, but I got the Friday chart thing happening on Monday. There we go. It's a good bounce for it off of the 300, but today we just ran into a bit of a wall for Google. And that wall was just up around that 320 level. If it can hold on to 300, I think it's just fine in this area. But it's not like it's cheap. Like these aren't at prices where it's like, oh, this is historical, low PEs. No, I think people wouldn't be as concerned about all of the debt that they're taking on for these data centers if you were getting these things in the teens. Like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal because in the fundamental price that you're paying for that extra risk that they're adding, it's like, yeah, well, that's not so bad. And the problem is you're still kind of paying, you're kind of paying these mid-20s and low 30s for the hyperscalers on top of all this crazy added debt that they're doing to finance the build out. If these were in 17, 18, there'd be just no problems whatsoever. You have a heck of a lot more buyers. With about 7 minutes to go here, everybody. Really, those bounces didn't really do much of anything on any of those names outside of Nvidia in that 1.4. It was sort of a nothing burger for that Citigroup. We expected it to come out at 4 million. It came out as absolutely nothing. Although still down 4 points today is Citigroup. Off that open, yikes. I don't wonder, because I haven't seen the XL, I can't remember the last time I saw the XLF do this outside of the financial crisis. I don't wonder if you just don't have a rebound day because of how heavy it was in some of these names. Like, that's usually where my first thought is. Like, the XLF is breaking the lows as we speak and already down 3.5 points. I don't wonder if there isn't some kind of a snapback. Only big earnings named after the bell is going to be HIMS, we just heard. Actually, Diamondback Energy as well. But remember, tomorrow morning we do have Home Depot. And for those that have asked, the aftermarket show this week will be back on Wednesday for obvious reasons. Why? Because Nvidia reports. That's the big one this week. I hate to say it's the only earnings name that matters, but it's the only one that's going to move the market all by itself, and that is going to be Nvidia. Home Depot we'll care about tomorrow morning. I think certainly it's a big one for the retail sector, but nothing matters to the overall market more than Nvidia. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, that's for sure. Join us here. Neil won't be here. Obi and I will be here that day for NVIDIA, and then we'll take it into the close, and we'll do a good job there on NVIDIA. You'll get it all first here, right? So if you're excited for your NVIDIA trades, catch us live on Wednesday night, and we'll be here till about 4:30 and review those and see how it is affecting the market. That, of course, is NVIDIA. Okay. Yeah, look, we're still in it. I'm going to get out if it breaks 191. We let our last couple percentage points go right there, so it's 355. We could get a flip. If we do, that's great. This is what those imbalances look like right now. It'll change in just 10 seconds. Hopefully we get upside. Maybe we should put an offer at 190. Let's put an offer way up high. 191.60s. See if we get that. All right, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Let's see what happens with NVIDIA. Paired off to the downside, so we'll probably get stopped out at 191 if it does look to break down. Because, see, there's no more right here anymore. Someone in the chat said full self-drive, all aboard for Tesla right now. Yeah, man, it is full self-driving itself right into 4 bills. I don't think we get there at the close. There we go. We got stopped out of NVIDIA for another hot dog trade right there on NVIDIA. That was a good one, man. We really topped off our day, made much more than just that extra cup of coffee, so that's nice. But GDX, you know what? I didn't even really finish this. Here, let's do this. This is roll up the rim, right? So right now, roll up the rim is back, Jack, back. Right here. So there it is. You got to roll up the rim. You can win various prizes. You could win an ID Buzz. You could win coffee, or you can win this. You can't see it. Or you can win this. Please play again. That's what it says. So that's a loss. So that's a fail right there. But I got 2 months of free Crave, because they give it to you on the app as well. So that was a winner there.
Yes.
All right. Moving in. So NVIDIA's out. Tesla, you're going to end the day with the Nasdaq down 1.4%. Bad. ES down 1.2%. Bad. IWM, bad. The Russell was down almost 2% last time I checked. Bad. 1.7%. Silver up huge. 5%. Good.
Bitcoin, bad.
Yeah, Bitcoin will be bad for a minute. Gold up, good. Bitcoin, IBIT. Let's see the percentage. This is down. Watch out for a 5 handle tomorrow. Down 5% there for IBIT. ETHA. We'll look at this one. $14. Yuck, almost threw up in my mouth. That's down 6%. That's bad. Right? Was that what that feeling was? Right there. That's bad as well. So, the banks, a lot of the financial spots downside, as is all of crypto. What is XXRP
remember the VIX also broke that 21 resistance from last week. So that's inching higher. It was a bit of a reprieve after the tariff headline on Friday, but we're right back above that 21 level. Next stop 23. If we break that, the VIX you start to worry about it when we creep above into the 20s and above 25. That's when you really start thinking about a little bit more risk into the markets. But 2.5 minutes to go. A lot of bad Not much
bad.
good
Not bad.
unless you're in the metals.
Yeah.
The only thing that looked like a long this morning was gold and silver. I don't remember, there was a couple of small cappers in there that I think looked okay. And even those ended up crap, like RTX. RXT.
I wanted to see if CrowdStrike was making a move back. No, still down 10%. Bad.
IBM.
Pan W, yeah, I'm going through them all, man. Pan W, down 3%. Bad. Bought this at lunchtime. Bad. IBM getting absolutely killed today. Bad. Down 12%. Down 14%. Its worst move in 6 years. Salesforce also crushed, very bad to the downside there for Salesforce. So you got to watch out for CRM. Get your Salesforce going on your platform. Only down 4%. Could be a lot worse, but downside there as well. I'm surprised Palantir is not down a lot more than it was. It was only down 4% last time we checked. That's down 3 and a bit here as well, as a lot of these names just getting hit in the space. We talked about AppLovin as well. Maybe you should not have gotten added to the S&P 500. There's your lesson for that one. Down 9% for AppLovin, man. It's just getting bad out here, to be honest with you. And doesn't look like it's getting any better into the close, although the Nasdaq, nice little bump upside. So that's going to help out some of these names, but not some of the beat up ones, some of the better ones, like a Google, which continues to go a little higher there into the close, 311. That's nice, bouncing off some of their day lows as well. And then for tomorrow's short, we'll look again to see what AMD has up its sleeve tomorrow. And we'll just judge the headlines, man. Just make sure you join us every single day at 8 a.m. You'll get the sticky note. You'll get all of our notes. You get Sharice's morning note. You get the watch list that Adara works on. Should be a lot of fun. But
tomorrow, Trader TV Academy.
Yeah.
I'd say one day, but one day is not true because it is less than 24 hours if we're being real about it. So we don't have that much time. We got 1 minute left in the market. We got less than one day till the Trader TV Academy comes live as well. And been waiting around for a while for this. And we're excited for sure, and I hope everybody is as well. So with about 30 seconds to go, there was a little bit of a bounce, as you mentioned there. There was, Congress not going to codify the tariffs, so that caught us small bounce, not a huge one, nothing like what we saw last week, but it's better than nothing. Any buying off the lows is better than the alternative, which is ending the day at the low of the day. Late money matters more than early money, but it's still a muted bounce overall. And it was like triple bottom. Basically, Friday's lows on the Qs is exactly where we're going to end up bouncing. As this closing bell, first of the week, brought to you by Beta Pro, you can see right there. Shout out to them. Let's theoretically ring it. I heard a bit of a sound there for the bell. So that is the end of this Monday. It's been a good one. It's been a fun one. Tomorrow is even better. Why? Because Trader TV Academy, and because every day that you get to trade in the market is always more fun than the day before. Plus, it's also a day closer to Nvidia earnings.
Yeah, Kratos, KTOS is now out. We can have a quick look at. By the way, Nvidia just shot the hell up at the close. So congratulations if you got cooking on that one. That was a good one. Here's Kratos, Defense and Secretary, Security Solutions, not Secretary, downside. So not good again. Here we go, man. Kratosing. Cratering downside right now. So we'll have to wait to see what goes on with that tomorrow. Thank you so much. It's been a fine day. Brendan, Sharif, Joe, Neil, Adara, Ramin, everybody that's here, and even those that aren't.
Yo!
Chilean Nightmare. There he is, Raheem. How's it going, my guy over there? There's Arman.
Arman.
How are you? He's like, shut up.
Oh, he's all shy now.
Right there, yeah. He's having a good day. I'm sure the gold and silver plays right there, Raheem. He loves those mining stocks. So shout out, always a good one. Thank you so much. Family over everything. I'm Sean. That's Neil. Ciao till tomorrow. Dun, dun.